Nagawa mo pa eh.
I'm now, Demiguise.
Nag-lives kay Luis.
Ayos ah.
I see dead people. Dead. Hello? Anyone who help me? Anong ayos kay Luis?
Ano na?
Anong ayos?
What?
Anong ayos? Sabi mo ayos.
Hindi, may hinahanap ako eh. Tangina na itong laro na to, kailangan may kumpletuhin pa akong hanapin bago ko ma-unlock yung unlocking spell. Fucking shit.
Hello, Mr. Moon.
Oh, greetings! Any luck removed?
I actually have.
Oh, my mind. I did promise to show you out. Oh, with that note. However, we don't yet. If you bring me... Keep looking for those moons, hmm? You'll save my sanity and we may get to the bottom of whoever's behind all of this.
Ooh!
I hope you've been staying vigilant with those Demiguise statues. Someone must.
Tara, ares na nga tayo.
Ayaw.
Ayaw mo. Sige.
Have you found any more of those girls?
I can hire you.
Oh shit! Ay, talon to si Mew.
Allahu Akbar.
Nasa sensor ba yan?
Allahu Akbar. Alam ko, ata.
Hindi ah.
Alam ko naka-sensor ka eh. Ay, naka-sensor. Try mo nga. Hindi ko alam spelling yun eh.
Alahu. Double L.
Hindi dito sensor.
Nasa sensor?
Hindi na sa sensor.
Kaya nga.
Kasi praise ala yan eh.
Oo nga. Sinasabi lang kasi ng mga suicide bombers.
If you wanna be you gonna rest po? What?
I would like to rest po.
Okay, I'm going.
I'm too late. I'm too late.
No need to be afraid. The day is clear.
Hindi naman pala mahigpit ang curfew dito.
Dun.
May curfew kasi sa Hogwarts eh.
Uli niyo ako? Pabalik na ako.
What lovely spell.
What you doing, man?
I don't know.
Ay, gago ka! Ten.
Magaling ka. Help. At least help.
I'm trying, bro.
Help. Gawin mo nga Wind Waker yan. Parang mawalat ka damage at tulungan mo lang ako.
Alohomora.
What did you say? With me, where'd you go?
Okay, tapos na ako sa Hogwarts.
Huh?
Hindi, yun sa location.
Can you see the take to one of the footage or you? Never gonna wait so long. See the sun. Watching dawn. I'll build forever. Never about myself.
Alohomora.
Kaya ba natin yan?
Bobo talaga. Dinlip. Ayos. Okay. Never gonna by my side. We're gonna get you. We are forever.
Yun!
Alin?
May parang kung saan saan napunta yung rocket niya.
No, I didn't. Fuck that guy. What?
Ay, kala ko sa akin.
Nag-bash. We never felt so. Won't you hold my hand? Here tonight. What?
Uy! Layo naman ng constraint yun. Parang yun, nakapon. Ay, son bro.
Ako pang galing-galing mo. Galing-galing ng select mo.
Ina mo?
Ayun lang, naging palaka. Tangina mo. Help me, niga. Tapos kapag ako may kailangan, wala ka.
Where were you when I need you?
Walang niya ka talaga.
Dapat kaya mo iligtas sarili mo?
Ay, magaling! Shades at tititigan lang po ni Kuya Luis ang aso.
Ay, hindi aso. I'm queen.
What?
I'm the tiltest queen player. Bakit po na-report ako? Ay, hindi. Dahil nga pala ano. Toxic chat. LC. 7:48 PM.
Maaga pa pala.
Oo. Oh.
Easy ka na?
Yeah. Cool down ako saglit, tas higa na ako.
I'll make you hard to I'll get you superstar closer. Shout to my love to my beat. I like the move, rock with me, baby. Oh, you got that deep. Oh, you got so too.
Caravan. Reroll.
Paano? Ano effect niya?
Ano, lakas ng anak ko mangkot
Ano?
eh. Gutom daw.
Ah.
Rebellion.
PT yan. Puta, may arcana siya ng... Ay, oh.
Oh, yeah. Binili niya yan. Dahil kay Ana.
What the fuck?
Wondering when I see you again.
Ayo, Ana.
What the fuck?
I'm now, Demiguise.
Okay.
That's how I'm looking. Pati mother.
Okay, toothbrush na. Good night, people.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Nothing like finding just the right thing. Let me know if there's anything else I can.
Yeah. Black.
Ikaw yun eh.
Yeah. Oh, it is yet to go. Yeah.
Tang ina sleepwear.
Ako kung ako yan, yun yung susuotin mo.
Ganyan. Actually, hindi na required bang may scarf? Mas maganda nang walang scarf. Mukha lang ako on dork dahil dun sa ano.
Dork.
Sa cape. Wala, ang boring nang gagawin nyo ngayon. Putang ina kasi.
Ano?
May kinukulik akong mga statue.
Oh, tapos?
Tangina 30 yun, pre.
Kunak mo lahat.
Kaya nga, ito.
Yung kasi yun. Ano yung side mission?
Oo. Kailangan ko yung spell. Sigurado kailangan ko yung spell sa main mission.
Hindi mag-broomstick ka. Ba't tayo mag-broomstick?
Hindi ka pwede mag-broomstick sa loob nito. Dahil nasa main.
That's
Revelio.
Ah, hello.
that's gay.
And how would one like to be styled today?
Sige nga.
Hello.
Oh, come in. Come in. Welcome to Madame Snelling's Tress Emporium. I'm sure I've no need to introduce myself. They used to call me Snell, but I showed them. But look at you. Looking for a change.
Sige nga.
Why not?
Some I got, but you won't find. Why don't you spend?
What services?
What services do you offer?
What is it you might be interested in?
Blowjob. Tangina. Afro. Yeah, I'm a black wizard. Feeling black.
Ang tawag yung braids.
Tangina. Kung gusto ko, lagyan mo nga ako ng scar sa mukha.
Gawin mo sarili si Nick Fury. Ayun, ayun yung tatlo sa ano.
No. Yan, para anime protagonist.
Protagonist. Yeah. Protagonist.
Take care now, and I shall hope to see you soon.
It's now pronounced protagonist.
Ewan ko sa'yo, hype ka.
Alohomora.
Alohamu. Buti na lang madali lang to, kundi annoying to kung ano, RNG puzzle.
Anong RNG?
Like yung paiba-iba yung solution every time. Walang statue
Tulad
dito. Sa ano, sa... Hindi mo ba nalaro yung ano? Skyrim?
Onai. Maaga ka matutulog na yan?
Ayos.
O pupuyat ka?
Ako?
Oo.
Puyat ako, boy.
Hindi ka magpupuyat. Itong akura na nga lang una kong pupunterihin.
Revelio.
Devil 3 ang puta.
Worry. Nobody's looking at you. Look at that boy.
There's infernal butterflies.
Father, why is he dancing? Anyone think you had an affliction?
Revelio.
Has he been hurt?
Oh, please can't we take these socks back to Mr. Hill and get me some normal ones?
You
Bakit
pay
siya
for your
sumasayaw?
socks, then you get to choose. Until then, you'll learn to be thrifty and behave. You're starting to cause a scene. Papa, can we really wash Charles out?
Don't be absurd. That woman will say anything to avoid spending her canals.
Sasakali.
Revelio.
I don't wanna go back again. Hindi na pala matutupad yung red is for Ferrari ko. No?
Alohomora.
Bakit?
May Honda NSX akong pula eh.
Okay lang. Mas ano lang. Something to keep in mind. Hindi, tsaka ako hindi ko gusto ang pula. For some reason.
Bakit?
Hindi siya ay pleasing sa ano. Wala pa ako nakikitang red na sasakyan na wow, ang ganda.
Sa totoong buhay.
Oo, sa totoong buhay. Kahit Ferrari. Nakakita na ako ng pula, but mas maganda yung wrapped.
Yellow.
Mga ganun. White.
Got it. Good thing. Got it. You say you're hot. No, wait. You're not.
Revelio.
Oh, there you are.
Alohomora.
Tsaka ba't ganun tangina, lahat naman ng spell pwedeng ikinakas na lang, bakit ito hindi? Kailangan ko pang play yung minigame.
Hihinga muna ako, boy.
Ilang boy?
Alohomora. Revelio. Revelio. Crucio. Alohomora.
Alahaluha.
Revelio. Alohomora.
Last game na ako Dota. Ay, maiwan. Ang inang yan. 5% ng players hindi nakapag-deliver ng fatal attack.
Mahihina. Kala ko nga maglalay sa pototoy eh. To Ollivander.
Revelio.
Ay. What? Hindi ko mo ba napapatay ang Black Rabbit?
Ayun. Spoiler.
Revelio.
Oh no.
Alohomora.
Hindi naman sila patay ah.
Hindi nga.
Revelio. Revelio. Alohomora.
Bah, may No Man's Sky si ano.
Sino? Hintay ko. Sino?
Si Celsius. Si Kelvin. Meron siyang No Man's Sky. Tang ina, umaga na.
Yan?
Oh, now
Dito.
then, guys.
Makuha ko lang yung level 3, titigilan ko na to, putang ina.
Aren't you the student who chased Ranrock's loyalists out of Lower Hawksfield? Yes, I thought that was you.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, hello.
Alohomora.
Seems pleasant enough as a face.
Oh dear, this hamlet is simply crawling.
Revelio. Alohomora. Revelio.
Ano mission? Ilan ang kailangan na? Okay, 13.
Revelio.
You could follow those butterflies into the forbidden forest for her. Not the bravest person, that Clementine.
Ang inaaya pa akong patalunin.
Revelio.
I can never face Milo's daughter again.
Talk to me, bitch.
Hello, Mr. Moon.
Oh,
I actually have some...
dear me, you're ready for the final Alohomora lesson.
You have done all I asked.
I only wish I knew. If you do find more, please feel free to remove them. And if I ever find out who the bully is behind, thank you once again.
Okay.
Now that you...
Di na kita kailangan gawin ulit. Tang ina kulit ginagawa ko eh. Ay, putang ina. Ah, okay. Puno na. Ayos. Okay, brew every potion. Fuck. What? Di ba ba nabubro lahat? Nabro ko na tong tatlo.
Yung unlock ko pa.
Hindi, dapat okay na. stats na. Ah, uy. Ang gay lang tingnan, pero let's remove it.
Gay.
Actually, okay lang to. Avada Kedavra. Oh. Nabro ko na lahat. May mystery potion pa ba?
Meron yan.
Hindi, wala na to. Puno na to eh. Ay! Itong invisibility siguro. Probably. Helm of Urtkot. Sige, main mission muna. 3 broomsticks. Map. What if hindi ako mag-teleport? Sige, susubukan ko hindi mag-teleport. Pag tinanggal ko ba yung cape, ano itsura ko? Okay. Okay lang. Wala, di ako mukhang nerd. Like JD. The Black Nerd.
Revelio.
Asan yun? Paano ko mapupuntahan yun?
Alohomora.
Unlockadu Dalaku. Opening Sesame.
Revelio.
Your gear slots are full. Fuck. Okay, so kailangan ko talaga magbenta. Can I fly from here? Yes, I can. I fucking can.
Alohomora.
Wow.
Revelio.
Ang galing eh. Tinatago nila yung loading. Hindi nila binubuksan agad yung pinto. Pag mag-change location.
Para walang loading screen.
Oo. Ano lang, may delay lang yung bukas ng pinto. Teka, tingnan kung makikita natin. Ito, so part siya ng isang building. Ayun. Ayun, ang tagal. Pero segundo lang naman. Siguro kung mas maganda PC ko. Putang ina, sinasarado yung gate, gago. Buti na lang, ayan, broomstick.
Revelio.
The fuck is that?
Incendio. Liberating. Accio. Expelliarmus. Defender. Revelio.
Lahat ng spell ginamit.
Hindi ko alam kung anong eh.
Arresto momentum. Compulso. Incendio. Revelio.
Nagla-light up siya, ibig sabihin, activated siya by something. By what? I don't know. Uy, may kalaban. Tang ina, ang galing tumama sa puno. Jabigo. Jabubi. Tangina, masyadong matagal. Oh my god, the broom is burning.
Revelio.
Revelations. Putang ina, ayan. May bar, can't enter while mounted. Why?
Ba't kaya?
Baka natatakot sila mabe-break yung engine or something.
It's always nice to see a familiar face.
Yeah. Tang ina, walang sell all items, buwisit. Kailangan ko pang pindutin for at least 1 second lahat tuloy. Gusto ko yung isa mong binibenta na hindi yung potions eh. Chopping.
Nothing like finding just the right thing.
Refiner.
Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help.
Okay. Friendo. Ooh. Baduy, tang ina, high socks. Apropos British attire. Sige, pagbigyan natin si JD.
Ano? Slipper.
Laban tayo na mga slipper.
Kapag ako nandyan, yan yung gagawin ko dyan.
Tigas ng mukha, no? I wanna fight you in my sleepwear.
Hello there. Nice to see you.
Ito na naman si Sirona Ryan na naman.
That's right. I wanted to thank you again for your help with Rookwood and Harlow.
Ina yung boses si pang lalaki.
Sirona, please. Then I was happy to help. Oh, those two are nothing but trouble.
I am too. You were speaking to a goblin?
Yes, Lord.
I was surprised that you seemed...
I've known him for years. We met when I was waiting tables here as a student. He was cordial enough, but we weren't friends then.
But you're friends now?
We are. I hadn't seen him in years when he came in a few months ago. But he recognized me instantly, which is more than I can say for some of my own classmates. Took them a second to realize I was actually a witch, not a wizard. Not all goblins are like Ranrock and his loyalists. Lodgok is as worried as the rest.
In that case, I'd like to talk.
I assume your interest is to do with the rumours I've heard about
It is.
You should mention that we spoke. That said, if you're...
Have you heard what Ram...
Not much more than the fact that this friendship between wizards and goblins is rare enough. They each want something the other. That said, I fear they're like a two-headed serpent. Both will need to be taken down to stop what...
Okay.
Thank you, Sirona.
I am faster at reading than you speaking. Fuck you. Helm of Urtkot. Sonic the Hedgehog mode. Minsan mas mabilis to. Mas mabilis talaga to.
You too, Amit.
So hindi siya pang ano lang. Pang dodge. I need to talk to the Helm of Urtkot. Oh, hello, Goblini.
Hello, Lodgok. Sirona said I might find you here.
She did she? Did she send you with news?
No, actually, I wanted to speak with you. It's about Ranrock.
Now I remember. The 3 Broomsticks. Day of the troll attack. You're the student he's after.
I am. And I need to know what he and his loyalists are up to, so I can stay a step ahead.
Let's say I did know. Why should I trust you?
Sirona trusts me, and she thought our interests may be aligned.
Well, if Sirona trusts you, very well. I may know of something that could help us both. A way to get Ranrock to confide his plans to me.
I'm listening.
Years ago, a heinous witch stole a sacred goblin relic. Rumor has it that it now rests in her sarcophagus, in a tomb accessible only by wizard kind. Ranrock and I had a falling out a while back. The relic could well repair the chasm between us.
Very well. I'll retrieve the relic if you promise to share Ranrock's plan.
We will have to gather whatever...
Ayoko na itong buhok ko. So gay. Gusto ko yung original kong buhok. Nakakainis lang dito, bawal lang may bigote.
Bakit?
Kasi nga, technically, teenager ako.
Takin na. Ako nga may bigote, teenager.
Ako pa pagsasabihan mo niyan, alam ba kung gaano ka bigote ko nung bata ako? Mukha akong pedophile. Wala bang ano, Kazuya na kilay? Ito. Tangina kasi ng kilay ko eh.
You take care now.
Parang si Kazuya. Well, hindi pa naman ganun, pero papunta na doon. What's up, my friend? I'm ready in my sleepwear. That just woke up.
Is the relic I'm to retrieve?
A valuable heirloom known as the Helmet of Urtkot. The witch considered
Helmet of
herself a
Urtkot.
collector and purchased the helmet as a trinket.
Oh my god, they're flying!
She caused the goblins. Goblins believe that the rightful owner of any object is its maker, not its purchaser.
Wizard kind see things differently. It's a wonder goblins and wizards have ever been able to work together.
The differences between our kinds are myriad.
They seem to be.
It may surprise you to know that I've not
Boog.
Expelliarmus!
It is the reason I
It's Glacius! Defender! Repender! Confringo!
Durog. Oh. Go, Mr. Small. Keep walking. Wala ka na bang ibibilis na lakad? Go, run! Run! Run, bitch! Run! Keep moving! We have places to be. I'm a goblin racist. You can be trusted.
Ah, and there it is.
I
Which
wasn't
is too
going to observe.
dreadful looking place, isn't it?
I wish you luck retrieving the helmet. As a wand carrier, you should have an advantage. Now, before you set off, do you have any questions?
What about this helmet makes it so special?
The helmet of Urtkot is an ancient and storied relic, forged during a time of unity among the gods. It inspired greatness. That is a symbol of what has been lost, of all that wizard. Reclaiming it would mean a great deal to...
Okay.
It all seems clear to me now.
I do hope I will remain here, eagerly awaiting your return.
Remember, if I die,
Be careful.
I'm dead. My ghost will haunt you. Tang ino. Naglalakbay ng naka attire.
It's sealed. Oh, that's curious.
Avada Kedavra? Ay, gago. Nabenta ko ba? Ah, okay. Good.
Revelio. Merlin's beard. Revelio. Lumos.
Flashlight.
This can't be the witch's tomb. Likely I need to go further. Reparo. Depulso. Arresto Momentum. Lumos. Lumos.
Illumination!
Revelio.
Ooh, gold. Putang inang baba magbigay ng gold. 13, 18, 12. Nanalo ka sa last match mo, JD.
I'm not alone here.
Ito match na po ngayon? Or...
Oo. Yan. Yung last match nyo ni Pael, nanalo ba kayo?
Oh.
Incendio.
Wow, congrats.
Accio. Leviosa. Expelliarmus. Glacius. Defender. Repender. Confringo. Arresto Momentum. Depulso. Stay high.
Super Slicer. Stench of the Dead. Tawang nga ako, putang ina, isa dito eh. Rock Potion. Pampataas ng defense. Why do you need defense if you can dodge?
Lumos. Lumos.
If I could power it somehow, it looks like it could be rotated.
Lumos. Lumos. Lumos.
This has a moth imprinted on it. Same as the door.
Ano na gawin ko? Oh!
Lumos.
So smart. Motherfuck.
Lumos. Lumos.
Lumos. Lumots.
Lumos.
Lumot.
Revelio. Lumos.
What's that hanging there? Looks precarious.
Precarious. The balls. Push.
Revelio.
Almighty push. 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 Large rugs.
Down I go. No other way.
There's a lock. Ano to?
Revelio.
Ah, hindi pala dito. Far away. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Parang oh.
Lumos.
Ano ba yung Death Stranding?
Death Stranding, yung walang kwentang walking simulator.
Bakit yun yung sinasabi nila dun?
Gago pre, yun talaga yun. Like, yun yung, hindi naman yun yung buong purpose ng game.
Sabi 90% daw ng playthrough, lalakad ka daw.
Totoo.
May sinend ako Saan?
Totoo yun.
Expelliarmus. Incendio. Potato. Tracy. Potato. Look at it. Also, arrest the momentum.
in a powerful wizard, kayang ano yun ng isang hampas. Expelliarmus. Jadis Dickus.
Lumos.
Okay, ano gagawin na to?
Incendio. Arresto momentum.
This looks even more complex.
Ba't hindi ka maakyat? Kulang sa juice?
Lumos. Arresto momentum.
Lumos.
Arresto momentum.
Kung nga siya pwede magkatin, so paano?
Lumos.
Bumalik ba doon?
Thinking this spin ought to raise up. That must be it.
I'm not stupid, Harry Potter. Tapos, bumabalik siya doon. What in the retard's name am I doing wrong?
Revelio. Accio.
What the fuck? Hindi ko may manod. Bakit hindi ko siya matalon? Kasi kung dito ako dadaan. What the fuck?
To bring moths to the door.
No shit, Sherlock. Holy shit, I'm retarded. I'm just fucking retarded.
Arresto momentum. Lumos.
Erectus Mementus.
Oh, nasa na?
What's Erectus Mementus?
Ano sabi? Hindi.
What's Erectus Mementus?
Pampaslow ng movement.
Arresto momentum.
Erectus Mementus.
Arresto momentus. Stop
Diba?
the movement.
Diba Erectus?
Homo
Erect.
Ikaw yun eh. Homo erectus.
Erectus Mementus.
Arresto momentum.
Naalala mo ba yung tinatawag nating Homo erectus sa school?
Nakalimutan ko, pero parang familiar na-read ko, pero hindi ko quite sure.
Hindi, mas matanda siya sa inyo eh. Lower year sa amin.
Karil?
Hindi. Ano yun, girl? Tapos sobrang balbon niya.
Rachbir?
She's final resting place.
Hindi, babae. Tapos
Babae si Rachbir.
Hindi ko alam. Tapos ka-year nila yung ate ni Erin.
Rebellion.
Si Erika.
The dead Ashwander. Your compatriots must have made off with the helm to show this to Lodgok. There must be some
Crush mo yun eh.
system way.
Mo?
Ha?
Crush mo?
Oo, si Erin.
Nangyari?
Di naman kami nagka-school nung high school.
Lumipat?
Oo.
Such vestments do
Lodgok. The sarcophagus.
Damn, they got here first. I saw one of their campsites not far.
I'll head there now.
Get to that helmet before... To think those wretched thieves have their hands on such a relic.
This is getting heavy and I'm faced boom, I'm ready. Life is sweet as honey, and I choose to let money. This
Ano yun?
girl, I'm alone, I'm into that.
Ancient magic hotspot?
Abandoned long ago, no doubt.
Ano meron? Yun na yun?
Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Shame I didn't have an audience for that one.
Okay. Kala ko hindi natataas tong ancient magic nito. What the fuck?
Yung Will-O-Wisp.
I don't fucking know. Hello, spider.
Good finger. Defender. Defender. Places. Accio.
There they are. The Ashwinders.
Oh shit!
I'll have taken your life before you even see
You're burning my favorite!
Expulsion! Rebellion! Denied from expulsion! Back for more! Expulsion! Right! Adelaide! Now, this is expulsion! 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 Adelaide! Incendio! Leviosa! Confringo! Defender! Defender!
Oh.
Arresto momentum! Confringo! Places! Defender!
Pwede ko nang makuha yung Descendo. Depulso on a levitated enemy. Ah, okay. Choppy Chopper. Manipulation.
Revelio. That's it.
Oh.
This is for Rookwood.
Rookwood?
I'll make you with your Will you hold still?
Aba, putang ina mo ha. Bang! 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 I got your stupid helmet. Ano ba gagawin ko?
Maging Sonic.
Hindi, yung ano, quest. Tignan ko lang kung nag-register. Ha? So, kailangan yung ano pa, lift to the puta? Okay. What the fuck was that?
I'm bored of this! Incendio! Places! Leviosa! Incendio!
Ow. Okay. Nagawa ko na yung assignment. Debolso. Remove Ball Decapitato. Hello, my goblin friend.
I retrieved the helmet from the Ashwinders.
Well done. The helmet shines even more brightly than I imagined. The edge...
It looks stunning, Urtkot.
You did the thieves a service.
Glock, glock.
And I'm glad.
Thank you.
As such.
It is merely an inkling. You have impressed. We shall speak soon. Best to keep our arrangement quiet for now. Many will not believe that our aims might...
Ayoko na to. It looks gay. Legendary armored pa to? It looks like...
Must be Liza P.
Ito, yan. Liza Pototoy. Ano yung nagustuhan kong kanina? Ito. Wala, sira yung outfit pag may robe eh. Wala pa ba ako? Meron akong defense against the dark arts. Or robe yan. Dun, ultra green. Talunan natin si Imelda Reyes.
Avada Kedavra.
Hello, friend. I wonder if you might stop by the Three Broomsticks when you can. I would like your help with something.
As I mentioned, my sister Anne misses Hogwarts. She hasn't been herself. I'd like to take you
Expelliarmus.
to Feldcroft soon, so I look forward to seeing you there. It's just south of Hogwarts. By the way, hope you're faring well with the blasting curse. It's still one of my favourites.
What? Curse din ba yun?
You've attended Beast's class. I've asked Deek to assist you in using the room to further your studies in that regard. Please meet him there when you can.
Okay, a lot of bitches are asking for my attention. In the shadow of the estate. Shit, yun na ata yung makukuha ko yung Avada Kedavra!
Puro mo na.
Hindi, unahin ko tong si Professor Onai. Monai. Kasi makukuha ko sa kanya yung curse. Hindi, yung ano, bagsak de puta.
I'm not.
Dapat pwede 1 to 10 to, putang ina. Kinakabisado ko pa kung saan nakalagay yung mga ano. Anong class to? Ah, divination. Classroom pala talaga to. Kala ko secret area lang.
Classroom yun.
Like, may ano no, may nagtuturong teacher dito. Ayan. Wow, cards! Wow, female JD.
Yo. Tulong mo dyan.
Bolang kristal. Skip. Miss Onai?
I hope those are
I've completed all of my tasks, Professor Onai.
very well done. Now, as you have no doubt, based upon the knowledge that one's present and even one's past.
I see power.
I see good things. After all, the future's mine for the taking.
The future is not etched in stone. It can be carved out by...
Alam mo, maraming schools, wizard schools around the world. Meron sa Japan,
I shall inform our good
sa
deputy
Africa.
of your exemplary performance.
Wizard.
And if that performance is any omen of what your
Pero parang
future
Hogwarts
will,
kasi yung
then
pinaka
I for one
the best
see great things.
wizard school.
Ah, dyan ba sa in-game?
Oo, in-game. Tangina, syempre pre in-game.
Akala ko totoo eh.
Eh, syempre maraming school talaga IRL. Di ko alam kung pinagtitripan ako ng tropa ko.
Hindi, sabi ko kasi biglang Japan eh. Kala ko talaga eh, totoong ano.
Anong papalitan ko para lagyan ko ng Descendo? Ang ganda na ng combo ko eh.
Arrest on the left. Repulsor. Descendo.
Excellent.
Incendio. Propello. Confringo. Glacier. Confringo. Accio. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Levioso. Descendo.
At some point you must also
Arrest on the left.
and put your newly honed skills to the test.
Expelliarmus. Accio. Levioso. Incendio. Propello. Confringo. Confringo.
Oh shit! Nahulog ako. Tapos sweeping the competition. Sige. In the shadow of the estate. Putang ina, malayo yun ah. Feldcroft. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Adventure pala to. Zabegyo. Zabubi. Magic broom? Oops, may kalaban. Zabito Boga. Wizards.
What? Last time I was in Lower Oxfield, my sack was full of potions. I left the shelf.
I'm just warming up.
It's broken! Descending.
Oh shit!
Bottom ba yun?
Kulit ka. Confront Joe.
And an Ashwinder, no less.
Wait, nag-level up ako.
Revelio.
Yun na yun? I doubt. Asa iba? Asa niya iba? Hindi ba siya ganun kasimple? Ayun.
Incendio.
There you go.
That wasn't so difficult.
That wasn't so difficult, di ko nga makita agad. Okay. So, kailan ko siya mali-level up? What the fuck? Haha. Boom. Force push. Magical broomsticko.
Revelio.
Nothing here. Bunch of shit. Should I? Fine. Repix of Arrow.
Ay, nako.
JD
Can
Black.
we
Oh. Ano?
I might slip na rin.
GG boy.
GG, bye-bye, good night.
Good night. I'm all alone. And that's okay. Zabito Boga.
Wait, is this supposed to be me? I didn't even use you, though. I didn't even do anything with you. Revelio. This is not real. Everything about this is fake. Also, I failed one last time. Okay, I'll do this super quickly, I guess. Sorry, somebody just linked this to me. Mark's claim, the Destiny flirts with women only to discard or ignore them once he loses interest is something I can personally confirm because it happened to me. I don't even know who this person is. I don't think I've ever seen this person in my life before. I don't remember, but sorry, somebody just linked me. I was reading this thread. Historian 6 minutes, part 1. I drove the Destiny vs. Milo Yiannopoulos' debate in the spring of 2023. Apparently Mark tweeted at him that he tried to sleep with me as well and completely ditched me as a friend when I wouldn't. Orbiter or not, I think it's extremely problematic. I would say the only one so I've never tried to bang Mark in my entire life, ever. This is never, ever happened. She came over once to hang out because I was bored and I was doing the whole studio shit. And I think I worked on stuff in my studio wiring shit for like 6 hours while she played on her PSP or something. I have never in my life tried to bang this person. Number one. But maybe I'm just saying this. Did she make it? No. I think it was like a friendly hangout. Like, literally just like friendly. I think she was bored and she didn't hang out here and I was bored with her. She came over and chatted a little bit speaker stuff. That's it. Nothing like neither of us did anything sexual. Neither of us made a move on anybody. Nothing like that whatsoever. Okay. Like Stephen, I graduated from a small public school in Alohomora. Like Stephen, I'm a Catholic Air Force brat. I'm also a dual citizen. I'm not a dual citizen. I guess my parents are in the Air Force. I sympathize with things started about having a primary duty. I even started out as a libertarian.
Let's see what's up your sleeve this time, Marley.
Did I even respond to this person? Hold on. I can't even see DMs with this person. So they've either blocked me or I never responded. But, okay. She DM'd me, hey man, I'm from Omaha, went to high school, a local Catholic school there. My family's also Air Force. I watched your content for years and I've watched the whole Live Astral arc. Over the past year or so, I just wanted to say that I'm really happy, or I'm really sorry about what happened. I did a MLB on and off for a year and had a ton of sexual videos leaked from him to my entire PhD program at the university where I work. So I have at least a little bit of an idea what you're going through, blah, 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 blah. If she said she was from Omaha and but I don't remember ever seeing this person in real life, but okay. Part 3. Steven's success at flipping the 2016 trend of embarrassing creators like Carl Benjamin, aka Sargon of Akkad, felt like a bolt from beyond in college. His journey from libertarianism to becoming the omni-liberal felt very compelling to me. I had a huge fan crush on him. Part 4. I met Steven after the show, asked for an autograph, and bonded over being from Omaha. He seemed professional and kind. I remember Steven helping me through the setup beforehand. Steven's cameraman spoke to me afterwards and shared that DGG chat loved me. I was on the moon. Okay, so I took a picture of this person. My signature is horrible.
Revelio.
That's me, there we go, whatever. Okay. Part 5. After gushing, it's so freaking cool to meet you and saying goodbye to Steven, I drove home from Knoxville on 4/11/23. My partner and I were thrilled. People liked my clip. With my partner's big TikTok and Twitter, we hope to use DPD's attention to launch a podcast. Okay. Jesus Christ, but okay. Part 6. My partner and I
Gotta get this now.
see Laura Loomer speak, hoping to cover Christian nationalism for our first podcast episode. As a Jewish woman in MAGA, she seemed like an intriguing guest. We were naive and unprepared but excited. She even gave us her number. Okay. I eventually paid the $100 fee to meet Loomer afterwards and asked her directly during dinner. I unexpectedly ran into Steven's cameraman again. I also spoke with Sean Semenko and Steven's cameraman about how they coordinated with guests like Loomer, Yiannopoulos, and Steven, and Destiny. Who is Steven's cameraman? I wonder who they're talking about there. Is that Jeff? Or... Part 7. While visiting College, Bosch, Beth, and Charleston, South Carolina. The first Reformed synagogue located in Descendo received this message. I think the calls for after trip received no response. Hello, and my teacher Glenn, I'm 33 years old, I'm an assistant, my 26 years old. My side accomplishment may have got the wrong. Wait, is this supposed to be me? First of all, how do you even text with a lowercase doesn't it automatically capitalize your texts? Also, 33 years, answering space in your words. Okay. Small things like this in my text messages so that if they ever get looked later on, they say, wait, I would never text like that. I do crazy making gaslight, sorry. Part 8. I assumed that this person was Destiny but felt unsure. I reached out to Destiny's cameraman later that evening. I want to emphasize that the cameraman was very professional and helpful. Hi, this is blank from our dinner. Thank you so much for offering that. We have a few questions for you. So far we have a login scan or an iPhone with a microphone. People are saying you can turn automatic capitalization off. Why would you do that? Why would you ever do that? Thanks so much for offering this. We appreciate it. Probably we don't respond to defense requirements. At the time, like your card was going to be in your hands, but it's shit. I don't even have Discord DMs for this person. I just looked it up. But okay. And finally, thank you so much for reaching out to me and Blank for the agreement line. And I know of Blank to be able to turn that passion for probably some research into, at minimum, a potential side hobby that contributes hopefully something of value into the discourse.
Incendio. Expelliarmus.
Descendo. I showed him the text message I received and asked them to belong with Destiny. Confirmed the number that texted me from Stevens. Why did she re-show this Twitter DM to me? Did I really never respond to this? I'll be honest, I usually do respond to some DM. But okay.
Ugh. Shame you're so
Part 10. I called into Wick TV. Wick felt impressed with the previous performance and gave me the chance to debate with Destiny. I felt so excited and thrilled to do that. Oh God, I don't know what I would say to this person. I have no idea who this person is.
Were bigger than merely him losing the presidency in 1980. Up until about 1980, and this is according to a book called Camelot, and by John Ward, the Democrats have been the dominant party since FDR and Roosevelt for much of the 20th century. But once the civil rights movement kicked off, they began to quickly lose the South, which is why Jimmy Carter's history as a Southerner with Southern roots helped to maintain power, particularly Democratic power within the South. Unfortunately, when so much bruising and so much division happened between the party, when Kennedy was constantly fighting with Jimmy Carter on the national stage.
So you can imagine my surprise when not only did Stephen not reach out to me afterwards, but even sniped at me during our debate. Yes, Stephen, I read books, full books in fact, it's part of my job. I don't need to abuse ADHD medication, I'll turn a page. You get it, you're teaching me wants to read books. I'm joking, this is a sarcastic message, this is a mean message. Was I supposed to reach out to her? Holy shit. Part 11. I tried to reach out to Stephen on 12/26/2023 for the safety of a friend of his. I was able to contact, or to make contact with Kyla and other friends to reach this person in time.
There's no fucking puzzle solution here.
Okay. TLDR, Stephen asked his assistant for my number, then sent a creepy message letting him introduce himself, and flirting wasn't an option. He ended our conversation, blocked me on Discord. Do I have her blocked on Discord? Hey. No, she's not even blocked. We're just not friends. I've never messaged this person ever. And after the pathetic butthurt bitch sniping at me during our debate, I believe no. I believe every woman who spoke out about her primary interest being using them for sex. I didn't even get to I'm sorry. That was really bad. I didn't even use you though. I didn't even do anything with you. The BBB girl narrative throughout for years to smear women who call out for no longer have any power over me. I'm ashamed I ever believed things like that. I'm Melina. I apologize to you all. I never called Melina a BPB girl. If you were a DG fan like me, realize that the women don't take much over their respect. Stephen and Harlow and others used to blow people on themselves. I don't do personal blocking. It's just like, it's messy. You have to like leak shit, like all that shit, and I just am not interested in like litigating like personal stupid shit. This sounds like Revelio. This sounds like spam text messages. But normally there's like a picture of a Chinese girl or like a Filipino girl attached. It'll be a message saying like, hey, and be like, hey, what's up? Like, nice to meet you. I'm blah blah blah, and I happen to live in your city. And you're like, oh, really? How did you get my number? And they're like, oh, I got it from like an assistant, or I found it on Facebook or whatever. And they're like, oh, and they're like, oh, how much Bobby? And you're like, oh, no, of course not, like, because they used this in a picture and then put a button and like steal your shit or something. I get like spam texts like this. Occasionally. Actually, I haven't recently. But like a couple of years ago, I feel like that was like common.
But last time hindi gumana. Confirm go lang pala yun.
What uncensored America person confirms your number? I doubt anybody did. They didn't even say that in the thing. Because this isn't my number. Wow, body not. What did she say when somebody confirmed it was my number? This isn't even good flirting. What do you mean when I saw that it wasn't possible to flirt with her? So, hey, then she says, my name is blank. First of all, nice to meet you. Why would I ever say that if I already met her? That doesn't even make sense. There'd be a way more flirty message here. Why would I introduce myself as being 33 years old living in Miami? This doesn't even make sense. This is just a stupid way to text somebody. Like, no offense, but I'm not trying to sound like conceited, but like I'm a celebrity and we've already met. Like I already have an in. I'm not going to introduce myself like this. Either like, hey, what's up? You the girl with a cute dress from blah blah blah, or hey, what's up, fellow Omaha? And like I would flirt. It would have something to do with what I saw or noticed when I met you. So you have like an impression of me in your mind, or you're remembering something. Then it would be on something that we like specifically interacted with. Like this is the dumbest flirting message ever. And I didn't even get. And even if this was me flirting, there's not even like a signal that it's not okay to message you. Like, what do I owe this pleasure? That's a flirty response. I would have flirted back. I don't know why I'm trying to justify this not being me when it's not me. The texts aren't even the same, according to those. You introduced yourself twice in those texts. Oh wait, you're right. They're not. This might not even be the same person. Because it says, I'm 33 years old, live in Miami, and you, and then this is how did you get this number from my assistant? And then up here, they say it again, but it's in response to a different message. What do I owe this pleasure? Nice to meet you, I'm 33 years old, live in Miami, and you. This isn't even the same, I don't even know if these are the same DMs. I think it's that basic. Descendo. Alibi? These aren't even. This is unfortunately a great deal of my text. I don't text like this. Okay, I texted an 18-year-old high school furry girl. I don't understand why doesn't her text? Why doesn't her Twitter show up in my Twitter videos? Does she have maybe she deleted it? You can't delete the from the other side. March 28th, 2023. You weren't 33 and 20. I don't care. I'm not trying to prove that it wasn't. Like, I don't know if I've ever even...
Descendo.
Now I'm curious if she actually sent me this message or not. Listen, I'm not trying to sound super thirsty, but I'm pretty sure I would have... This is a big message. Like, a message like this is huge. And we have, like, shared background here. She's from Omaha as well. Like, unless there was some hugely dramatic thing going on at this point in time, I feel like I would have responded to this DM. I wonder if she either DM'd the wrong account or this whole DM is fake. Why is it that when I click her account on, is it because she has, like, DMs coming out? Like, I don't have the option to send her a message when I check on, when I look at, Twitter. What if she deleted the account? Her current account was created in 2023. Well, this was Oh, she used a different account because this account was created in April? Where do you see that? Oh, January, March, April. Oh, this account was created right after she messaged me. January, March, April. She made this right after. What the fuck? Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Did she fake this? This is not real. Everything about this is fake. It says right here that she sent me this message in 2023, in March of 2023. No, wait, I'm so sorry, never mind, hold on. I'm making a bad assumption, never mind. Because I was going to say that, I know this is fake because it says right here that I have 159.9 thousand followers, but I didn't have that many back then. But she might have taken the screenshot right now, so then it would show me as having... Oh, no, wait, damn! Never mind, hold on, I'm so sorry. Forget I said anything. I have almost 300 followers, holy shit. Okay, I might have had this money back then, never mind. Why did I think I had like 100k less? You can search Twitter DM, just search your messages for some of the content of your messages, and then you can see it's there. No, I agree, I know, but I checked. I searched for Catholic, and it came up. This is her old account, but it's deleted. It's deleted, and I don't know if it's probably okay, well, whatever. Sorry, anyways, yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't think I'd ever talk to this person ever. This is a cute person. Hey, this is a cute dress. But given the opportunity, I would be way more flirty with this person, just being honest. It wouldn't look like this. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I've ever communicated with this person my entire life. But also, this message was sarcastic. I think reading books and studying is a good thing. I'm being sarcastic here. Okay, anyway, sorry, I don't know. Somebody sent me this, apparently this person was running around saying weird shit, but like I said, I'm not trying to litigate a bunch of personal shit because it's dumb, and the fact that I just gave this person attention is probably not good, but okay.
Treadwell.
What do you have to say? Quentin is not a Trump
Let's
supporter.
have a look, shall we?
What? Okay. What does this have to do with anything? He may be misguided by Gen 6ers. He was wrong about the standards for arresting and extraditing crime, but he's a Trump supporter.
I didn't think I'd be the one doing the buying.
Oh. Yeah, he might not be. I don't know.
Then don't buy it from me.
At the end of Mamma Mia, why is Sylvie suddenly okay with not knowing who her dad is? Doesn't that ignore the rest of the story? I don't even remember that movie. Oh! Hold on. Oh, I should just look this up. This can't be real. There's no way this is how they solved the...
I think that, and those are the first few amendments that actually add that language.
Sure, but that Section 5 argument that I think Roberts uses is a dog shit argument because we didn't need Section 5 to enforce Section 1, right? Every single part of the Constitution is, in effect, law. We don't need an act from Congress unless it specifically says it's not law without an act from Congress to enforce it. And I believe that Brown v. Board was overturned because of the 14th Amendment, because of Section 1, and there was no law that needed to be passed to bring Section 1 into effect on a federal level for the Supreme Court to make that decision.
I'm sorry. I tend to talk fast too. Do you mind saying that a little bit slow because there are a few parts I want to unpack?
Sorry, when you bring up the requirement of a law part, that's the challenge to Section 3 that is not self-executing. And then there was this weird fiction created that parts of the Constitution aren't self... wait, what did I just say? Not self-actuating. Self-executing. Yeah, that for some reason they aren't self-executing. But I mean, if the Constitution says this thing shall be, then it is. It's the Constitution. And Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, right, didn't require a law from Congress in order to have, like Brown v. Board of Education come out. So why would we assume that Section 3 would require a law from Congress? Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't believe that's the case. I think that we already have a long-established common law method to deal with this unqualified candidates from assuming their office, and that's the writ quo warranto. And so the way that works is a district court, federal district court, I think seated in D.C., has the power to issue a writ quo warranto upon sufficient evidence to remove somebody from an office that they had assumed that they are not qualified for.
I just don't know why we don't need that for any other qualification listed out in the, and you've got the time, manner, and place. Yeah, so I don't know why we would assume it to be the case here.
So how do we determine whether whether somebody has engaged in insurrections and is disqualified therefore pursuant to that amendment? What is your method of determining?
So that's a challenging question, and if the Supreme Court justices were breathing constitutional, progressive, crazy people that the conservatives always claim that the lefties and the progressives are, then maybe that would be a good reason to throw out this decision, and that was part of it. I believe they said a patchwork of regulation or a patchwork of enforcement is what would make this bad. But the reality is how you would determine that, it would be determined at the state level, the same way that they enforce every single other qualification. Now, would it be challenging or difficult? Maybe, but then is that the conservative originalist argument that if a part of the Constitution is difficult to enforce, that we throw it out, or...
No, I think that we're having a semantic incongruence here. And so the qualification for office, I believe, is very different than somebody qualifying to be on the ballot for that office.
Is this a distinction that's made, though?
Well, we're getting outside of the decision, and we're getting more into like legal and constitutional theory here.
Well, sure, but this is where we should be. But I'm saying that, like, is there any state that would allow you to run? Like, I'm sorry, I would have to go back and check. Like, if I were to look up the age thing, the citizenship thing, and the naturalized citizen, or I'm sorry, and then the you can't be president for more than 2 terms. These specifically say they shall not be listed on a primary ballot.
Well, okay, so this is the big problem here.
Okay.
When we vote for president, there is no actual vote for that person to take office. There's a mediating body there, and so in theory, the way that it's supposed to work is you're voting for electors, and you're not even. I'm against having bound electors and electors distributed according to.
That's fine, but I'll be clear. That's not in theory. That is what's happening, right? And keep in mind that the same people that were arguing about this Supreme Court case and that the federal Congress should have jurisdiction over these matters was also arguing for the independent state legislature theory, which makes these state legislatures even more powerful than they actually are, who are in charge of, like, picking the electors that you're voting for voting for president. So, I mean, like, the time, out, or place clause, I mean, it seems plainly obvious to me, and it seems to be in the historical press of the U.S. that all of these restrictions on who can be on the ballot are enforced by the states, and we would expect them to do that, yeah?
So, I see what you're saying. I think there are a couple differences here. So let's pull this apart.
Sure.
So, for example, we have in Virginia the other ballot in Congress and primary candidates 1,000 signatures to qualify for the ballot. And so ballot access. But on the other one hand, you have...
Which, to be clear, just to be clear on that, that's requiring access to the ballot for 1,000 signatures for a federal office that is not authorized by congressional statute nor the Constitution. So that's precedence for a state determining how a person goes on the ballot, right?
Right, I agree with you that functionally is how it is. I do not think that you can add, this is personal opinion, and I don't know how well fleshed out it is legally in the case law, but personally, I think that there's a problem with that constitutionally because it places a qualification, and I don't like using the word qualification because qualifying for the ballot and being a qualified office holder are two different things that are kind of melded together procedurally because of the way we do it.
Yep.
So, in terms of excluding Trump from the ballot, I do not believe that a state could determine that they have a 14th Amendment disqualification. Now, whether they choose to put him on the ballot, 1,000 votes, whatever, that's a different battle. The main question is, who has the capacity to determine, let's put aside getting on the ballot entirely.
Okay.
Right? Because that, it muddies the question. In terms of, let's just in terms of somebody being qualified or disqualified, like a flipping a switch, how is that person assuming that office to be adjudicated? Forget all of the previous steps in the Electoral College.
In whatever manner the state sees fit.
No. Forget the ballot part entirely. So, is person A qualified to assume the office of president? That's the only question on the table. How is that determined?
It could be made by junior steps deciding whether or not they want to that's the certification. I guess it's on January 20th. If they decide that this person is not a valid
you're thinking through it.
I don't think that high crimes and misdemeanors are defined in any constitution.
I won't
but also, there are parts of the procedure where maybe the Congress could step in. However, again, while this is an interesting conversation, and I think there's a lot to be talked about here, it doesn't matter. Like there could be a constitutional amendment that says, in order for the president to be elected, he shall be able to bench press 100 pounds, right? And maybe there's a huge debate over, like 135, and there's a huge debate over, like, do you count one plate or two plates? And that might be a general contention. Who knows? But look at the Constitution, and the text is clear, which it is here. And the enforcement mechanisms and procedures is a separate question entirely. Like, if the argument is that it's difficult to enforce this, we need to figure out how, that's fine. But it's never, especially the job of the Supreme Court, to say it's difficult to enforce this because it's a patchwork, therefore let's throw it out. That's what they said, yeah.
What did they say? They said that this is not the method to deal with it. I think they advised that just to pass legislation to enforce it, but they didn't throw it out. That is still a constitution.
It says, I mean, this is in the opinion, the result could well be that a single candidate would be declared ineligible in some states, but not others, based on the same conduct and perhaps even the same factual record. The patchwork that would likely result from state enforcement would sever the direct link that the framers found so critical between the national government and the people of the United States as a whole. That's not an argument. It's basically just saying, like, it'd be sloppy, so we're going to just toss it out. That's an insane thing to say, in my opinion, when the text is clear. Now, if the text is unclear, then you move on to things like historical precedent, or how has it been seen traditionally, or what was the intention at the time. And there's three things I forgot. I'm sure you remember better than I do. But, like, when the text is clear and unambiguous, then the text is clear and unambiguous.
Right, so, but see, you got there's a problem here.
A lamb to the
and
slaughter.
That is, what is the mechanism to determine I guess the main question is, did person A engage in insurrection? Did they engage in insurrection? And so, the ballot-based patchwork, I'm not...
Rebellion. And that question that you have is, you understand, though, this is a question of procedure, not a question of constitutional law, right? It's a separate question.
Right, yeah, no, this is actually not a substantive. Well,
but if this is a procedural question, then you've already granted me the entire constitutional argument. Now it's just a question of procedural. Perhaps states should pass laws for it. Perhaps the Congress should pass laws for it. Process, but we're past the constitutional amendment. We can't just say that because it'd be difficult procedurally, we throw out the.
We cannot say that the 14th Amendment said that this state this person,
which is in contradiction to every other disqualification part of the Constitution, though.
Alohomora.
And again, this is so I think that there's more.
Let's steal from the townsfolk.
Threads to be pulled here.
Sure, you can think that, but like precedent-wise, there's nothing that can be your opinion, but there's no precedence in the United States for requiring federal government intervention to be listed on a ballot. It's just not right?
I'm not going to.
You can go forward to like the language of the 22nd Amendment is exactly the same, right? No person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice, right? So can they be listed on the ballots for presidency? I agree. There's like a little bit of procedural maybe confusion there. Like, can you be listed on a ballot but not qualify for president? But like historically, we've always thought like, well, maybe somebody's not listed on the ballot, and it's the federal Congress that has to remove them from the ballot. That's just not the case. We don't need an enforcement mechanism. Like all language in the Constitution is self-executing unless we're led to believe otherwise. Like there's just no legal argument against it. Other than it feels bad.
But has that been tested yet? At the Supreme Court level, at a constitutional level, I think this is the first time that such question has been answered by the federal courts. So just because the federal courts haven't adjudicated it before doesn't mean that this first blush adjudication is invalid or incorrect just because it stands in opposition.
I should be.
Because it stands in opposition to history. I said it was incorrect because it is contrary to the clear and unambiguous text given to us by the Constitution.
If Section 3 said that no person who has engaged in insurrection, etc., shall appear on a ballot for this office, for federal office or whatever, I would agree with you wholeheartedly.
Wait, but that's not our disagreement. Our disagreement isn't whether they can appear on the ballot. The disagreement that was listed in the Supreme Court case was whether or not a state can keep somebody from the ballot based on this, what they call a federal exception, right?
Okay. Right. So, again, I think that we're getting into muddy territory on...
Wait. You say muddy territory. None of this is muddy. None of this is muddy at all, to be clear, right? We can say that there's a disagreement versus, like, are you on a ballot versus can you be elected? That can be a thing, but that's not related at all to this. Where a disagreement is not whether you can be listed on a ballot or not. It's can the state enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment? The Supreme Court has said no, and that seems to be unique to every single provision that would prevent somebody from appearing on a ballot or being elected to office, even when the language is identical, like it is in the 22nd Amendment.
Feldcroft isn't what it used to be. No one has felt safe here since Ranrock's loyalists took a peculiar interest in that castle over there, Brookwood Castle. My uncle Solomon is a former aura and refuses to look into it, even after Anne was cursed by one of them, possibly with a wand, no less. I heard Goblin refer to wizard kind as wand carriers. A goblin's forbidden from carrying wands. Precisely. That's why I'm on the hunt for answers. If I'm to cure her, I need to understand what happened to her. Anne was always the most mischievous of the three of us, which is saying something, knowing me and ominous. I'm hoping a surprise visit from me and a new friend from Hogwarts will help lift her spirits. Bring back the Anne I used to know. Come on, I'll take you to my uncle's.
Holding the office itself.
Yeah, but wait, do you believe this?
What do you mean?
What you just said, do you think that that's how it ought to be interpreted? My next question is going to be, do you think then that a state can list anybody that they want on the ballot because the enforcement shouldn't happen until the Congress goes to certify the candidates? So if I want to list people that are underage, under the age of 35, if I want to list people that are were president twice before, if I want to list people who are non-citizens, should states have the ability to do that? Because you're saying that it can't even be enforced because it only speaks to whether the person can hold office, not to whether they could be on a ballot?
I personally, I do.
And do you think, now the important question is, do you think the Supreme Court, who said that this would create a patchwork of enforcement, would they agree with that?
Would they agree with that? I don't know. To be honest, this has not been brought to them. And I do think that if they start to pull at the thread of this and examine the relationship between constitutional qualifications to hold office versus appearing on the office, we might have a different result. Because the way that our electoral system has evolved in the past 220-some years, we've developed a bunch of procedures that might not square neatly with the language of the Constitution.
I don't feel like that's true. I think everything squares away pretty easily. Like, what do you think doesn't like? What do you think is unsolved for by?
So there can be no qualification on holding office other than those that are constitutionally listed.
Is that right? Wait, is that true?
Yes.
On holding office.
Here we are.
But not
My sister should be just inside.
Office, or?
Sebastian, where did you... Is that what I think it is?
We've been over this, boy. Shrivelfigs cannot reverse a curse. Nothing can. The sooner you accept that reality, the better.
But we haven't tried everything.
There is no cure! When will you accept that?
Never. I can never accept it.
Now look what you've done.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry you had to see that. If you don't mind, I just need a moment alone.
Poor Sebastian. Not the visit he'd hoped for.
I'm sorry about earlier. Those bouts of pain are difficult to bear.
Are you alright?
You didn't, truly. And it's nice to meet you, by the way.
I am. Sebastian and I met on my first day at Hogwarts, in the Slytherin common room.
Oh, the common room. I adored teasing first years about spotting mermaids through the window. I do miss Hogwarts, but I wouldn't mind being in Feldcroft really if it wasn't so dreary now. Between the goblins at the castle and my uncle fighting with Sebastian.
Sebastian mentioned something about your uncle. I must say, I was...
Uncle Solomon is frustrated. They both mean well, I know they do. Sebastian cannot take away my pain.
I'm afraid it's really up to Sebastian.
I can only hope he realizes I'm getting tired. I should probably... I wish you well.
I can give you the Avada Kedavra! Where's the fucking uncle?
That boy will fray my last nerve.
Don't be so hard on him.
Excuse me?
Oh yes, Sebastian's. I was about to check.
She's alright.
Nothing can be done for her.
I understand you.
We have.
Perhaps the healers don't know everything. Sebastian is single-mindedly focused.
Your faith in Sebastian is misplaced. Giving her hope is cruel. The only thing to do now is keep Anne.
With all due respect.
You may mean well, but I know what's best for Anne. If you really want to be of help, you'll make sure. He's no idea. I hope you'll remember what I've said. Good day.
Descendo.
Yeah, fuck your card for being an asshole. To my friend.
Why will he not listen to me? She's my sister.
How are you doing?
You got a first-hand glance.
I'll admit, I wasn't expecting.
He's always... After Anne was hurt, he only grew worse. I'm the one trying to help.
Both Anne and your uncle seem genuinely...
I refuse to believe that. I miss my sister. Come with me. I need... Ranrock's loyalists are capable of so much more than people realize. They should not be underestimated.
Dude.
All the debris you'll see is from whatever's going on at abandoned estate. They've been digging for something.
You have the strongest wizard at your side. No problem.
Up there, that plateau, is where they cursed Anne. This way.
You've made your last mistake.
Incendio!
I confess, that was a bit more than I bargained for. I tried to warn you.
Those loyalists.
Couldn't agree more. This is where it happened. We smelled smoke, and before my uncle and I could stop her, Anne rushed out, racing. She came face to face with me. Suddenly, an icy voice drifted out from somewhere, and they didn't even get.
It seems an awful...
My thoughts, it may be grasping, it might be the only way.
Perhaps you're right.
And, shall we have a look around? They seem to have set up camp here for a specific reason. They have stations for everything.
Revelio.
I've heard the goblin dig sites like these are popping up everywhere.
It's a wonder the Ministry isn't doing more. Always armed and ready for a fight, Ranrock's loyalists.
Revelio.
Whose home was this?
Been abandoned long since I've lived here. Rumour was a Hogwarts professor lived here once, centuries ago. But that's all I ever heard. It might be worth taking a closer look at the house itself.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
This well looks familiar. Sebastian, I've seen this before. This house, the well, the view.
What do you mean? When?
Give me a moment. I'll explain in a second. Sebastian, over here. Do you think that this was damaged by the fire the night that Anne was cursed?
Could be. But it looks to me as though this was intentional.
Sebastian, this house did belong to her.
Who?
What? I found a pensive that day in the restricted section with a memory that showed this house. The keepers have shown me other memories as well. The girl...
The keepers? Like in Quidditch?
I realise it's a lot to take in. I'm not even sure. They call themselves keepers because they're protecting some...
Let me see if I've got this straight. You have Ranrock and Rookwood after you. Oh, and this house belonged to a Hogwarts professor who was... If I didn't know you,
It is all a bit much. You for answers about what happened to Anne, and me
Look at this. Revelio.
Someone piled this here for a reason. Is it blocking something?
Only one way to find out. A stairwell. Revelio. Why bother blocking a stairwell?
There might be something here worth a closer look.
They've left all of this simply strewn about.
Lumos.
Tells me they're after something bigger.
Incendiary. Lumos. A journal entry of Isidora's. Seems these journal entries are from Isidora's travels.
Expelliarmus.
Lumos. Revelio. Lumos. You're not going to believe this. I can see the Undercroft.
What? A daydream? Because that happens to me too.
I know it sounds strange.
Honestly, nothing.
Fair enough. I think it's to do with my... But that's true. And what I do know. We can. But that...
Understood. Well, I'm tempted
Lumos.
to hold my breath.
Why would the door lead us here? Sebastian, look. Why hide a triptych here?
Seems as if something's missing.
Let's have a look.
Anything helpful in the note?
A rune symbol.
I've been thinking. A keeper lived in that house centuries ago. You said that goblins may be wielding some form of this ancient magic.
I can't be sure, of course, but... True.
Then we'll have to unravel what this one... Did I mention that, apparently, Salazar's Slytherin?
You did not. Is it connected to our...
No idea. Woman has just learned of it. I had no idea our visit... I'll be in touch. Till then.
Deek. Ah, Deek is so happy to see you. Deek noticed this bag in the room the other day. You must need it to help with your schoolwork. Deek has seen one of these before. Deek calls it a knapsack. Perfect for gathering and transporting beasts. Pleasant little breeze.
I have been thinking about something Professor Howland said in Beasts. She also mentioned the poachers have been active in...
Precisely. You see, the room knew. the castle grounds. We can leave now, or you can come and find Deek when you're ready to go.
Monster. Let's go, Deek.
I'm ready to learn. Of the cruelest wizard he ever met. A nasty poacher. Deek hated working for him. He did horrible things to beautiful beasts. Oh, it was during those days that Deek first saw a knapsack. It'll be nice to see one used for good. We have arrived. Deek, it'll be nice to... All you will need to do is get close to... All right. Revelio. Do cooperate, won't you? Arrest the momentum.
No, there's a lot more.
I managed to rescue a Puffskein. You can rescue as many as poachers capture Puffskein. Now, not all beasts will be as simple to rescue as a Puffskein. All right. Deek knows of some to the west. Deek will meet you.
Son of a dick. Auf Wiedersehen.
Hello, Deek. And I shall...
Deek, poachers want them. Are there any other? Just one that Deek knows of. Deek will see you there.
I'm gonna sell some beasts, Deek. Don't mind me.
Right, no, so there, you cannot add to the qualifications or subtract from the qualifications for holding office different than those that appear in the Constitution. So, for example, it would be illegal for a state to say you have to have red hair and a beard
portions of a
to
specialty
be a
here.
qualified
Should you
candidate
need
for
any?
Congress. That's unconstitutional. And so I actually would extend that same logic to say that requiring signatures or whatever other things that each individual state might impose.
I hope to see you again.
That's a problem there. But that's a separate question from, is that person qualified to hold the office under a federal and constitutional analysis?
Doesn't this violate, though, the states being allowed to determine how they hold their election?
How they hold the election. Not who is... The states are making a preemptive determination on age and that sort of thing pursuant to the Constitution, but they're also making a secondary qualification on holding that office, i.e. you have to get 1,200 signatures from somebody to be elected to that office. And so I think there is a problem there. Now, it's never been tested in the courts. It's certainly never been tested at the Supreme Court level, but you cannot add qualifications beyond those that are in the Constitution for that office. The Congress can't pass a law saying you have to weigh 235 pounds or bench press 135 pounds. They can't add those qualifications. So I do think there is...
What is it? What part are we referencing here when we say like a state can't add qualifications or whatever?
Used to carry beasts.
I mean,
And
it's
I
just
do like to make sure the
predicate
beast.
of constitutional
Now,
law.
always best
You
to
cannot
thank
add
you.
qualifications
Take all the time.
on holding a constitutionally created office beyond those that exist in the Constitution.
Now,
Okay, I'm not
what's
sure.
the
I don't know how that would
products
play out
might
because
you
like,
be looking
if a
to
state wanted to,
acquire?
a state could literally just not hold elections. No, like a state could literally, like,
could
because
never
as we
go
said, it's
wrong
really
with
the
that.
electors
Good
of the state
choice,
that
I'd
vote,
say.
right? The state could just say we're not actually holding an election at all. And the electors can, like, an elector can probably still write any candidate it wants, or the state legislatures can just dictate to the electors. Actually, I don't know if that would violate the Constitution. The state legislature
I
could
don't
dictate
mind
to the electors who the electors vote for, but
You know where to find me.
So, I'm sorry, ask the question again. I have a few thoughts. They got tangled.
I guess I don't.
I'll not mind seeing you
Like,
here again.
states don't even have to
Consider
technically
yourself
hold
welcome.
elections inside their state, right? They really just have electors that vote for people. The states were just decided to hold elections to tell the electors who to vote for, but
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know, this idea that, like, I know that there are some qualifications that you wouldn't be able to put for president that would fail under, like, equal protections. Like, you couldn't say no black people on the ballot or no white people on the ballot or something. But I don't see how any part of this argument is... It's like backing up, like, all of these things that are enforced at the state level, all of these things come from the Constitution.
I shall go and find
So I don't know why Section 3 is so much different. If you're saying if it was adjudicated, that it would all be ruled differently.
Rebellion. I think that if somebody said black people couldn't, be a congressperson, that would fail on a number of constitutional grounds, equal protection, etc. But it would also be adding a qualification for the office that doesn't exist in the constitutionally created office in the Constitution.
Yeah.
It would fail on those grounds.
Oh, sure, okay, yeah, but Section 3, I mean, it's part of the Constitution, right?
Right. Yeah.
So why wouldn't you be able to just exclude somebody based on what's in the Constitution?
Again, so we're mixing the qualification to hold the office and the qualification for the ballot, and I think we have to keep those two things separate.
Well, if you want to keep them separate, we can keep them separate. That's also fundamentally different. Like, that's a fundamentally different discussion. I think, for all intents and purposes, we agree, or I think that people agree that, like, whether you can appear on the ballot is going to be congruent with whether you can hold office, right? Like, I don't think any state is going to list somebody on a ballot who can't hold office. Constitution.
See, I just disagree with. Let's come up with a hypothetical and just indulge me in different.
Sure.
So let's say somebody has forged a birth certificate and is actually 24, and they present to the state, their certification that's notarized, and they're 25, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Not going to hurt you, just sell you off.
They have managed to qualify.
There's got to be more. Where did those fuckers go?
If they get elected to that office, and they have the disqualification constitutionally, they are still not qualified to hold that office. And so the remedy would be that they are removed via writ pro warranto.
Removed how?
A writ pro warranto. That is a federal law written by the federal court that's not in jurisdiction of the district court.
Sure, I don't know if this is 100%, I don't know 100% how this relates, but if I follow you on this, like, issuing that, so you're saying the federal government would have the authority to issue that after what process? That would have to be adjudicated, I imagine, right?
There would be some sort of court case. I don't know what the exact cause of action would be.
Now we're back, well, the cause of action would be it was violative of this part of the Constitution. But this writ pro warranto would only come after adjudication, I imagine, in federal court. But now we're back on process and procedure again, right? Which, if you want to, again, I'm sympathetic to the idea that the process or the procedure is difficult, but that's the question of whether to enforce it, or should it be enforced, right? How do we enforce a thing versus should it be enforced are two fundamentally separate questions. And I think the Supreme Court did this too, and I feel like it's happening here, where we're confusing the how do we enforce this, and it's confusing, therefore we shouldn't enforce it, which I think is unconstitutional, right?
See, I fundamentally disagree with you on the statement that the Supreme Court said that the 14th Amendment Section 3 cannot be enforced.
Well, no, hold on. Sure, that statement is not true. That is not what they said. That's hyperbolic. What they said was that they required a law from Congress in order to enforce it. Language to that, which I think is not.
Can you provide me with the page number of that?
It was a bit. Another beast. Shame we didn't suppose it. He'll be able to rescue many more people. All right.
Hold on, let me... So I think I'm starting at around...
we need to show the beast you rescued their new home.
Instead, it is Congress that has long given effect to Section 3 with respect to would-be or existing federal office holders. Shortly after ratification of the amendment, Congress enacted the Enforcement Act of 1870 that authorized federal district attorneys to bring civil actions in federal court to remove anyone holding non-legislative office, federal or state, in violation of Section 3, and made holding or attempting to hold office in violation of Section 3
inside when you're ready.
Years following ratification, the House and Senate exercised their unique powers under Article 1 to adjudicate challenges contending that certain prospective or sitting members could not take or retain their seats due to Section 3. And the Confiscation Act
Perhaps you want to release them.
Section 3
Let them see their new home.
An additional procedure for enforcing disqualification. That law made engaging in insurrection or rebellion, among other acts, a federal crime punishable by disqualification from holding office under the United States. So this is giving examples of how the Congress has used laws to enforce Section 3 in the past.
Right, they're going to have an operative statement saving use of breath.
Deek thinks the Vivarium will be a fitting new home for your beasts. Indeed. I only hope we'll have enough space for all of them.
So if you look at the last paragraph
but if you do run out of room, Madam Peck at Broomsticks Peck in Hogsmeade will help to find safe homes for them.
Many of the reasons this opinion provides for
Yes, she's well known for helping to care for beasts in need, and she'll give you a fair price for them. Speaking of care, beasts that are well fed and groomed will provide you with valuable magical materials, such as pumpkin hair, for example. If you gather some magical materials from your beast, Deek can show you how to use them.
Very well. That results in
I shall let you know when I have some.
So they're saying that only the Congress can pass laws basically doing something.
Right, so what they're saying, they did not say that the 14th Amendment cannot be enforced. They're saying that state courts and the state governments are not competent to enforce this disqualification.
Does competent mean something different legally here, or when you say competent, you just mean like jurisdictionally?
Yeah, jurisdiction. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I try not to speak in legalese, but sometimes it's sensitive.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that might be what they're saying, and I agree that that's what they're saying. I think I said that's what they were saying. But then my issue is we don't feel this way with any other constitutional requirement to be listed on a ballot for president.
See, I mean, say that last bit one more time.
No other constitutional requirement is treated the same way. This one is being treated uniquely based compared to every other constitutional requirement to be president of the United States.
Okay. Right. So I don't necessarily disagree with you on that. I think that there's a qualitative reason for it. And so, again, I have a problem with states doing the preemptive work to disqualify somebody from the ballot on the grounds that they're disqualified federally. I think that
but that's what every single state does with every single qualification.
I'm not disagreeing with you, and I think, let me ask you this, would you disagree that if we follow their logic all the way to the end, that the state doesn't have the power to keep somebody off the ballot if they're 21?
I've collected some. Now, first.
Right, okay, right, so we're in agreement there.
And I don't think the Supreme Court would say that if it were to come to, if somebody were to run for president who's 30 and the state was like, well, we're not listening to the ballot, they were to challenge it. I don't even think they'd take the case. They would just laugh at it and hand wave it.
I don't disagree with you.
But then it's hypocritical, and they're not applying the law or using it like the Supreme Court judge probably ought to.
If I were the Chief Justice, I would say we got to take this case. But I don't disagree with you. Functionally, that's the way that it would be, the outcome would be. But I think that we have to get back to your claim was that they, I think you said, threw out the 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
Section 3. And
Sure.
I don't find that in here.
Yeah, they didn't throw it out. I'm being hyperbolic when I say that. They didn't necessarily throw it out. But they have basically made it separate from the way that every other constitutional requirement has been enforced when it comes to keeping something on the ballot. So in effect, they've thrown it out. Because there's never going to be a Congress that's going to pass legislation to keep like a particular candidate off the ballot. So in effect, it's basically defunct now.
I disagree with you. If it came out that somebody was actually 32, or let's say 27 and a senator, there would be a writ quo warranto issued, and that person would be removed from office.
Issued by who?
There would be I assume it's the district court.
Oh wait, you're saying if they've already been elected to office? Sure, but wait, but that's not, we're not talking about that at all. That's no question for anything. That's once they've already passed all of these qualifications, right? We're talking about to be listed.
So, I disagree with you. You're calling, I assume you're saying being elected to that office counts as a qualification for that office?
No, I'm saying we're doing, okay, this happens a lot. I don't know why this happens. You're getting hung up on the process and procedure. The issue, we can talk about procedure, that's fundamentally different than the law. They changed the law because the procedure is different. That's what's happening. But now when you're talking to me about, like, how would you get rid of somebody who didn't qualify for an office? Well, there's a number of ways we could imagine that. And yeah, issuing a warrant from a court could be a way to do it. Maybe there's a subcommittee in the House or the Senate that does it, or maybe there's some order, whatever. Maybe, but that's not an interesting question. It's not an important question, and it's not legal. It's not the question of the law, which is what this question was supposed to address, right?
See, again, I think that and maybe we're talking past each other on this. I think that let's forget all procedure. And again, back to the light switch. Is this person qualified to hold office or not? What is the method to determine simply qualification under the Constitution, irrespective of elections?
None of that is listed in the Constitution, so the assumption would be that it's left up to the states. Absolutely.
No.
Why? No. We live in a federal government of enumerated powers or whatever. Or no?
No, because if somebody is disqualified from being in that office, does Colorado have the right to send a federal agent, or a state agent to Congress and tell them to leave?
No, but you're talking once they've been elected and have assumed office. Once they've assumed office, it's out of, obviously, the jurisdiction of the state, but we're talking about access to a ballot. And to be elected, somebody on the ballot, right?
Right, and so I think I can tie this all together here. I don't like doing it, but we're going to do it just for the purpose of a good discussion, which, by the way, this is meant by person. So, the disqualification for the office, so this is the office part, here's the constitutional question. They're saying you do not meet this criteria here, so we're saying you can access the rest of this together.
Correct.
And so, the question is, does the state court have the capacity to answer this question here that empowers them to sever the rest of the connection between that person and the office? Does the state have the power to unilaterally determine that this person is disqualified on a constitutional ground, thereby enabling the state to come in and sever the electoral connection?
Yeah. And actually, we can think of this very simply. Not only do they, every other thing, if they didn't, you would effectively be saying that the states don't have the power to enforce any access to the ballot as far as the Constitution is listed, because then at this point you're basically saying that the only remedy for this situation is adjudication in a federal court once the person's been elected to office. Isn't that like the alternative to what you're suggesting? If you're saying that a state can never control ballot access, well then what do they control? Does that mean that you necessarily... So let's say that somebody, let's say Obama wants to run for president again. By your logic, states are required to place him on the ballot, and the only remedy we would have is once he assumes office, then the federal courts can do something about it, which is... And I mean, like, the federal courts are... under the president, right? So that's already a very... Actually, yeah, that's self-defeating. That wouldn't even be possible, right? So...
Well, I mean, obviously Trump has appointed his judges, etc. But, I mean, I get what you're saying. It's messy.
No, not judges, because the judges would have no say in this, right?
Yes, they would.
Why?
They would have a say in adjudicating the claim as to whether
adjudicating the claim. Wait. Adjudicating the claim, yes, but who's bringing the claim? It's federal standing, so it'd have to be a federal court. It'd have to be a federal prosecutor, which exists as part of the Department of Justice, which is under the executive branch. So you'd be relying on the president's Department of Justice bringing this claim to against himself, no?
No, this would be civil. So if it was criminal, if for whatever reason holding office that you weren't allowed to hold was criminal, then yes, it'd be a
Wait, how would it be civil? Wait, who would have standing for a civil case of this?
And so it would probably be the losing candidate or something, and have standing. I think that the federal standing rules are problematic too, but it's another discussion entirely. So it would probably be the candidate who lost the election.
Would have standing to bring a constitutional challenge to a person being on a ballot?
Not on the ballot, assuming the office.
Assuming the office? I don't know what individual. I don't know. I mean, obviously this is all like hypothetical, untested law, but I don't know why they would have standing to bring that case. It's not like.
Because the federal, I dislike the federal standing rules. It causes a whole lot of other corollary problems other than this one we're discussing right now. But let's just assume that by statute, the losing candidate has the right to challenge.
Well, sure, but now we've assumed away the hard part. Obviously, if Congress passed a law for something this year. Backing up from all of this, it seems like the obvious answer is just you have to control access to the ballot. Because that's the only way. Like, here's an example. Let's say that I'm 34 and I run for president and I lied on my thing, and then I get elected president, and now I'm 35, and somebody wants to challenge me being in office. Why? I'm qualified. I am 35 years old now, right?
That came out nicely. I should show Deek.
Ask that again. I'm sorry, I was thinking.
Yeah, let's say that I turn 35 while I'm in office, and now I am qualified to hold office.
For now.
So now you can't remove me from office because I know that I can.
Thank you for your help.
You'd be moot at that point once you turn 25. There'd be no issue.
Yeah, but like this is obviously kind of nonsensy, right? Like this wouldn't work in practice, right? Because now we'd be encouraging people to try to run for office and get there just so that they could be president, and then either outlast whatever the qualifying things are, whatever, like.
And so look, I mean, I love the Constitution, but I don't think that it's infallible down to the last detail.
We're not saying it's infallible down to the last detail. This is very clear and plain and obvious. I feel like this is only complicated because we're making it complicated because we wanted Trump to be on the ballot, right? Otherwise, I think this is like pretty clear and unambiguous. Nobody looks at the 22nd Amendment and thinks like, well, it says no person shall be elected to the office. It doesn't say anything about them being on the ballot, so we can have them on the ballot and then they get elected, and then it's up to Congress to.
Does it say elected or hold? I don't know.
It says no, sure. It says no person shall be elected to the office of the president twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted from another term, which some election office.
Okay, yeah, I was being difficult. The language is different, but it doesn't matter because it's covered wrong.
Come in.
So
sorry, there's the smell. Move back your toe.
Again, I don't disagree with you that kind of the consequences of following this train of logic to its natural conclusion results in a mess. I don't disagree with you on that. I think that that's a function of the way that the Constitution, etc., is written, and states have the power to
consider yourself welcome.
Not the time. I don't even think they have the time, but it's the manner in which their elections are held, and so. To read into that empowerment of the states that they have the power to exclude president from the ballot when the president isn't even on the ballot. Nobody has ever voted for Donald Trump or Joe Biden. Can we agree on that?
No person has?
No person in the history of the United States has
disagree with you semantically, and I would say yes, they have because the electors are people. But I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Right, and so in theory, the person to assume the office of the president isn't even on the ballot.
Sure. They're not on the ballot for the citizens of the state, right? They're on the ballot for the electors, though. Yeah.
Yeah. And so maybe there's something where the court says that the electors can't vote for this person because they're disqualified, but I think that we've got ourselves into a big mess in terms of practice, as you keep referring to. Well, the practice is if they're not old enough, they don't get on the ballot, the state determines that. We have a big problem with practice that's built up over the years because we all of a sudden assume that the president, we vote for president,
Let me
and
know if
nobody
there's
has ever
anything else
actually cast a vote that in a substantive way for anybody.
What else? Like, what else has this ever resulted in a problem in them? Like, I don't see all these problems resulting from this. It feels like people are just mad here because they wanted Trump to be on the ballot.
Rude. I don't want Trump on the ballot. I want the electors to be on the ballot. And
no, I'm saying on the electors' ballot. That's the only reason why this is a problem. Otherwise, I don't see all these issues where people are like, oh God, can we really exclude somebody from the ballot because they're 30 years old? California didn't have an issue doing it with Cenk, as you pointed out. I'm sure other people have been excluded from ballots for a number of reasons. But like, this just wasn't a problem for anybody else ever. Like, it seems like, well, you're saying that this is a huge problem because of all these issues. I don't think it was a problem until it affected Trump, and now it's a problem.
No, I hear you. I'll even cede that side of the argument that it has only been brought to the fore in this context because Trump, as a human being, and Trump as a candidate for president. I don't disagree with you. This is a unique iteration of this. Now, let's assume, if somebody was 30 and everybody wanted them to be president, would we have a similar issue? I mean, maybe.
I don't think we would have an issue. I think that what would happen is I think they would be disallowed from the ballot. They could try to challenge that up through federal courts, and they would probably say, like, well, no, it's the state legislatures that have the ability to choose the time, manner, place, and how they hold elections, and that includes access to their ballots, as long as they're not making additional requirements that aren't found in the Constitution, as per that Supreme Court case. And then they would just say, like, no, look, we don't need, there's no federal adjudication needed here. This is up to the states to decide. They decided fairly, and,
I mean, so if we move this out of the president, let's just talk about Congress, because you actually directly vote for Congress. So we move out of the president. So again, and maybe this isn't a discussion we can come to a resolution on, or even find a acute disagreement, because I actually believe that the Supreme Court's logic ought to be followed all the way through to the end. Which is that any determination that any person cannot hold that office and thereby precluding them from being on the ballot ought to be a federally determined question by a federal court in competent jurisdiction.
So every single time somebody wants to be listed on a ballot that would contradict the constitutional requirements, you think that should require federal adjudication?
If a state is going to keep them off of the ballot, there should be some mechanism that is federally determined, because this is a federal office, and there's some hearing or something, and it's show your birth certificate, whatever, and bang, gavel, yay or nay, the switch is flipped. There has to be a federal court to determine whether that person is...
Oh, sure. I don't disagree, but again, we're asking a slightly different question here, because the job of the federal court at that point, even though it seems similar, I think is quite different. If you were to be disallowed from the ballot because you're 30 years old in the state of Florida, and you challenged that to a federal court, or you challenged it up to a federal court, and the federal court looked at that, I think that they maybe should adjudicate it there, but the federal court is not saying that we affirm that you are indeed 30 years old and now you're kept off the ballot. What they're really saying is that the state has the determination to make this decision. The state has determined that you're 30 and now you're kept off the ballot. All they would do is make sure basically that the state has followed the process that the state has, and they haven't violated their own Supreme Court or their own state constitutions or laws. And as long as they followed their process, then they'd be kept off the ballot. But it wouldn't be like the federal court taking over the issue and changing it to them making the decision. It would just be them affirming that the state has followed their own state constitutions and laws. So it seems like they're ruling on the same issue. It's a different matter of it's ruling on exactly, I think.
All right, so I think that we've I think that we actually agree on perhaps more than we might appear to. You want to get into engagement in insurrection? Because I also vehemently disagree with you on this.
Sure, if you want to, sure.
Yeah,
is concerned, or just like the concept of
the facts on the ground. Do Trump
as engagement in insurrection? mean when you say engaging in insurrection?
Oh, well, that's a good question. So, is what Trump did in the political January 6th, do those actions qualify as engaging in insurrection for the purposes of the 14th Amendment?
Yeah, I would say quite easily, yeah.
Okay, and so my question to you is, what specific acts of Trump's qualify as engaging in insurrection?
I would probably just copy what the three things that the Colorado Supreme Court laid out in their argument for it.
Okay. And so, well, and so that gets into what is the definition of insurrection, right? And so there was a whole historical discussion. Again, I'm working off of memory at this point. But what of Trump's specific acts constitute engaging in insurrection?
Engaging in insurrection, well, the historical argument, funnily enough, is that engaging or supporting an insurrection it is kind of like the same thing. Like, if you support an insurrection, you've essentially engaged in it. Now, whether or not that is the case, thankfully, the framers of the 14th Amendment don't have us guess at that, because they literally put that language in there where it's shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. And the historical examples for giving aid or comfort to the enemies engaged in insurrection is quite extreme. I think the most extreme example listed in that, the Stokes and Paulson paper, are like, I think a guy gave a Confederate soldier or something like $20 before he went south to go and fight in the war, and that person had been considered as engaged in or given aid to the enemies of insurrection. So, I mean, Donald Trump, like, making a speech where he riles everybody up could probably be seen as like giving aid or comfort to the enemies of, tweeting out supportive messages while the rioters were engaged in insurrection could probably be seen as giving aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Like, I would say these two things qualify pretty easily, yeah.
All right, so we're going to engage in a bit of a line drawing exercise. So, random person attending the speech at Trump's speech, did that person engage in insurrection?
Random person there, if he was just at the speech and he wasn't part of the riot, then probably not.
And so, somebody who was standing outside of the Capitol, did not engage in violence, did not enter the Capitol, but part of the general crowd and fracas, did they engage in insurrection?
I don't know, I'd have to know more about the individual. But it's also really important, you know this, right? It's very important are we talking about have engaged in like a crime, or like do we colloquially say have engaged in insurrection? Because these are two very different things, right? Like if I were to tell you that like you incited these people going to harass me, you incited these people going to
I try to make it legally, so it's the general precept. So getting them out of that ass.
Yeah.
So
I'm just clarifying that, yeah.
Right. So is the person who was near a melee, maybe even yelling?
Like I would say, based on everything that happened there, I would say anybody that was in any of those restaurants or in the outside area all had engaged in insurrection as a blanket statement.
Okay, so if you're standing in a restricted area and did no other act, how does that qualify you as having engaged in insurrection?
Because you were there as part of the crowd to engage in violence or intimidation, and part of what you were doing is obstructing a federal proceeding. In this case, it was the arrest of the.
So if you're standing in a restricted area, how is that obstructing a federal proceeding?
Because you're a part of the crowd that is there with the intention to obstruct that proceeding, and you're part of the crowd engaging in intimidation.
So, is any person that is unauthorized to be in a specific area while an official proceeding is going on, is that person obstructing or attempting to prevent the
Probably not, but if they were marching down the street chanting 1776, which is a consequence of mass insurrection, while also all screaming about how they were going to stop certification of the vote, who was there because they were invited by Donald Trump for a historic protest, who would stop the vote, I would probably say that all of this speaks pretty easily to the intent to yeah.
So if you're marching alongside somebody who is screaming about stopping certification, their intent on doing it is the person who's walking alongside them perhaps not, obviously if you disagree you'd run away or whatever, or maybe they stop, right? They didn't go that far, but if they're walking alongside because they think they want to be pressure on tents or something, is that person engaging in insurrection?
Yeah, I would say so, of course.
Arrest anybody not certified the election engaging in insurrection.
Engaging in an insurrection, anybody? No, probably not. Paulson starts up 4 things I think they list in their paper. I think the Colorado Supreme Court went with 3. I think 1 is being part of the crowd, I think, or the crowd might have been the 4th thing I slipped out. 2 is like either utilizing violence or the threat of intimidation to utilize violence. I think 3rd is obstructing proceeding, some sort of federal proceeding. And then, yeah, and the 4 might be for public purpose. One of these the Colorado Supreme Court draft. So like if you tweet out, that's how Pastor certify the vote, right? You're missing a lot of the parts of that. So, yeah, if you sound like an angry resident, I'm going to shake some friends and beat you up. And I'm not trying. You're engaged in insurrection. So, you have to make
Expelliarmus! Incendio! Right here we go!
Intimidation on its own is not insurrection. Maybe I've done that. Intimidation or violence, right? You need all of these things to be considered. Yeah, go.
So I'm going to ask you something that seems almost out of left field, but I'm going to work backwards towards tying it back together. So, was there a cognizable legal argument that Pence had the authority to not certify the electoral vote?
No.
Then why did Congress change the law to clarify the ambiguity?
Because they felt like they wanted to, but that's not necessary for me to know if there was a legal argument for it, because I can see the arguments that Easton and Trump made for it, and the arguments they made for it all revolved around breaking the law. So if there were legal ways to do it, all of the arguments revolved around breaking the law. Are you aware of any arguments that they didn't involve in breaking the law?
Well, see, the difference is there a legal ambiguity?
If there's a legal ambiguity, then you wouldn't speak to breaking the law. The ambiguity that they thought was a conflict between the law as written in the Constitution, which is a determination for the Supreme Court to make. But if you want to appeal to the Constitution and break the law, you break the law.
I disagree with you. So, why did Congress have to change the law in response to January 6th?
I think they clarified some role of the Vice President.
Right, they clarified. Do you clarify something that's clear, or do you clarify an ambiguity?
You could clarify an ambiguity, but that doesn't change the fact that they weren't abusing an ambiguity before. They were trying to break the law. They didn't say there's an ambiguity in the ECA that we think we can utilize to help Pence project the election. They're saying this is where we break from the ECA. This is where we part from the ECA. This is where we appeal to the Constitution and break the law. And that was all of the plan. That's what they wanted to do, right?
Well, if a law says that if Congress passes a law that says we shall establish a religion, is that a valid law?
I mean, if it's passed by the Congress, yes. Right?
Oh, really? Yes. Even though the Constitution says Congress shall pass no law respecting an establishment of religion, is that a valid law?
I mean, yeah, and you would have to challenge it through the Supreme Court, and it would have to be struck down by the Supreme Court, right?
I completely fundamentally disagree with you.
Okay, so then are you telling me that a citizen is the one who's up who's able to make constitutional interpretations to determine what's legal or what's illegal?
Well, that's popular constitutionalism. I'm not getting into that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, your statement is that the Electoral Certification Act created a potential conflict, and there was ambiguity that was clarified.
I don't think there was ambiguity. The Congress passed a law to clarify things because they felt like they wanted to or whatever, but I think it was pointless. I don't think there was any ambiguity at all. And Eastman and Trump also, and Chesbrough, those guys thought there was ambiguity. They all understood that they were breaking the law. That was the clear and unambiguous language that they used in every single memo. We're going to break the law here.
Right, so what is superior to the law? Is there any body of anything that's superior to the law?
Like laws from Congress? I mean, the Constitution powers all three branches of government, right?
Right, so the Constitution is superior. So is a law that is in conflict with the Constitution a valid law?
I mean, you're begging the question, who determines if it's in conflict with the Constitution? It's the Supreme Court, right?
That's a procedural question. I'm asking substantively. Is a law that is in conflict with the Constitution a valid, enforceable law?
That's a fake thing.
In theory, not procedurally.
Well, you're saying in theory, not procedurally, but now you're asking me about enforceable. I mean, enforcing is procedurally, right? If a law is invalid because, theoretically, in just theory, if a law passed by the Congress violates the Constitution, then that law is not technically a good law or not a valid law. It should be struck down by the Supreme Court. Right?
It should be struck down by the Supreme Court. Why should it be struck down?
Because it's actually the Supreme Court would look at that law and they would say it's the Constitution.
Right, and the Constitution is superior to the law.
Sure.
Right. And so, is it your position that there was no ambiguity at all whatsoever between the Electoral College Act and the Constitution of mandates?
Yes.
So you think there was no ambiguity at all?
Correct.
And so why did Congress pass a law to make it better fit the Constitution?
I don't know, ask them. What part did they change that you felt was ambiguous before?
I don't know the exact specifics. I just know that
when I read through it, I think they changed the VP's role, but I don't think there was any ambiguity at all. Also, neither did Eastman, neither did Trump, neither did Chesbrough. They didn't think there was ambiguity. That's why they also had to break the law. That's why they used this law for 150 years without any prior conflict. In fact, we are so confident that this law is so constitutional, so important that we shut down a recount in Florida in Bush v. Gore in order to maintain that safe harbor date for the December 15th electoral vote count. So I think that the entire United States felt like this law was pretty rock solid, and that's why it was followed in this for 150 years. I don't think anybody thought this law was unconstitutional or vague or weird.
Congress, then.
Maybe, but that's a different question fundamentally, right?
Okay, well, so in your world there was no ambiguity. However, in the eyes of the Congress there was an ambiguity. That ambiguity was clarified as you stated.
Sure.
In the eyes of the Congress. And so whether or not you with Mr. Vanelli have a conflict or not. Also, it's okay. Just because you believe that there's no ambiguity, however, the lawmaking body has at least felt there was enough argument there was an ambiguity to change the law to eliminate the potential ambiguity, correct?
Yeah, but I don't think there was an ambiguity, right? You can't say ambiguity. I've never had anybody state that they thought it was ambiguous. And even if I were to grant you all of this, you said that you have a private practice? If I came to you and I said, hey, I think that this particular law, I think actually is violative of the Constitution, and you figure out how to break this law, what would you
have you ever heard of Roosevelt?
One of you're implicated in a crime, and another one you're just being false in court. One thing of Donald Trump, they were Arrest them, so if you're breaking the law,
I shall get that goblin out back. Hopefully from your
a law or something. But they were all breaking the law, and they knew they were breaking the law, and that was what they were doing, right?
Right, so it depends on your but
there is no jurisprudence where a lawyer can help a client or give a client advice on how to break a law, right? In the United States.
Taking position on actions as an attorney. But, let's just zero it in on Rosa Parks. Let's assume that Rosa Parks wrote the laws at the time. Right. And so, yes, Rosa Parks broke the law.
Rebellion. Just gonna agree with all my points entirely.
No.
Okay.
No, but was she ultimately forced to serve a sentence? I mean, after the law was struck down? No. The law was ultimately struck down, right?
The law was struck down, correct.
Right. So while the law was still in effect, but ultimately that law was invalid.
But notice earlier you asked me about the enforceability of an invalid law. It is enforced while it's invalid, right? If you break the law while it's the law, that's why I was originally asking the question.
I'm only trying to help.
Enforceability is a separate question as to the theoretical validity of the law.
Rebellion.
So the law is certain.
And to be clear, enforceability is not even a question. Enforceability should always happen for the law. And it's not up to the executive to decide if the law is enforceable. It's not really a constitutional crisis, right? Like
that's called prosecutorial discretion. That happens every single day. An executive
deciding whether or not they want to prosecute an individual, it's not an executive deciding whether or not a law is enforceable. If they decide that they're not going to enforce the law within the state, then you're going to constitute a crisis. It's an issue, right?
You don't think that there are policy positions of prosecutors to not prosecute a certain set of crimes?
Accurate. They're making these decisions outside of the statutory authorized people from the legislatures. I imagine they're I don't know if you charge Descendo.
That's right, you
Incendio.
What have you done? Too hard.
If everybody was prosecuted for every single potential violation of the law, it would be completely inevitable. So that's why we have elected officials and robots and AI running the by nature, discretion is discretion. We're getting far afield. I'm actually enjoying this.
The discretion is fundamentally a different thing than whether or not you think a law should ever be enforced, right? Like, there'd be a difference between a cop being like, I'm not going to pull this guy over who's going 6 over on my raid, I'm going to wait for somebody else, versus like a police chief, and then a mayor, and then a governor all saying, listen, we're not going to pull over anybody who goes, who exceeds 7 miles per hour in the state. We're not doing that anymore. That blanket statement, like the legislature would be like, excuse me, that's not your job to say that. You're not allowed to say that. That's insane. That's a lot different than a cop or somebody, or like a DA being like, okay, we're going to cut this guy a plea deal or whatever. Like, these are different types of things, right?
No, I disagree with you. Unless there's a law that says it's illegal for the prosecutor to not enforce a blanket set of laws, they have that discretion. Functionally, they have that discretion.
Okay, I agree that they have discretion, but I think discretion is a lot different than an individual agent acting versus a rule set by an executive, right? So, like, it is the fact that right now, or misdemeanor or whatever, or no, it's a civil infraction. It might be an infraction. Actually, it might not be illegal until 15 miles. We'll say 15 miles. Yeah, reckless driving is illegal. It's either a misdemeanor or a little felony, depending on reckless driving, I guess, is illegal in a state. Cops don't decide that it's not illegal. They might just execute some discretion on whether or not they enforce it. Like, there's a difference between individual actors versus like a DA or an attorney general saying we're actually not going to enforce this particular violent crimes.
So if a prosecutor decides not to charge a specific person with a crime, Is that them choosing not to enforce that law?
Besides, it would depend on the rationale.
What do you have
but if
to
they
say?
decided not to prosecute anybody based on that crime, I would argue that that would be.
What can I help you with today?
I would agree with you that's improper, but I think unless there's
good
a
luck for me. You
statute
stop by
that
today.
punishes that or calls with a removal, that's within their discretion. That's part of the whole reason.
keep an
why
eye on your
have
belongings
the
if I were
elected
you.
person serving
Clattering
in
or
the
steal
office
the
is
eyebrows
so they're
or belly
capable
of
of using that discretion.
I disagree. I think we
I
elect
want to look into
executives
this
to
thievery
execute the
business
law.
for Mr. Haggerty once my
So do you think that we don't elect the executives to use discretion?
I just don't think discretion is the same as rulemaking.
I don't disagree with you. Those are fundamentally different concepts. However, the whole point of having a person elected to the office, you're electing them for their policy positions writ large, etc., but you're also trusting their judgment and their discretion.
I guess I just don't think so. I don't think like discretion to perform their job, but not discretion to enforce the law. If that is happening in places, then that's bad. You should never be electing your executives for how you want to enforce the law.
The executive is to enforce the law, and so you elect executives to enforce the law in a manner that you see better than the others.
Now that it's night, I ought to look into this thievery
But the
business for
enforcement
Mr.
of the law
Haggerty.
shouldn't be choosing whether or not a law is enforced. It's choosing how to enforce it. That's what the rule is versus a statute of Congress, right?
Right, and choosing to only enforce it if it's 20 million parts per million, or 20 million versus 20,000, that is built into the discretion.
Not only is it not built into the discretion, that's going to be whatever the Congress authorizes explicitly. If anything, the Supreme Court, with the Chevron overturning, has even taken away from that discretion now and saying that there's only one correct statutory interpretation of any given law from Congress, right? So they've even restricted the federal government's ability to have that discretion, right?
Not exactly. So
yeah.
With Chevron, what was going on was that the Congress was authorizing the executive to make substantive decisions.
Alohomora.
Right, and so what that meant was, for example, Congress says you can regulate toxic chemicals, and the executive branch says that carbon dioxide, which is not toxic, qualifies as a toxic chemical because the experts said so, etc. And so that's a totally different discussion about delegation of lawmaking and what was going on. And
Wait, hold on.
Overturned that.
I completely disagree that that's what Chevron was about. I think Chevron, or that's a different discussion, I guess, just for my own understanding.
No, let's do it. You want to go there?
Sure. Chevron deference had to do with the idea of if Congress passes a statute, then the executive government, the executive body is allowed to engage in a little bit of statutory development. So let's say Congress says, we want you to ban all melee weapons. Okay, well, the executive looks at this like, okay, well, fuck, melee weapons, does that count as like a kitchen knife? Does that count as like a bat? Okay, we're going to ban this whole blanket rule of things, okay? And then what Chevron says, let's say somebody challenges that action to court. They're like, the police officer came to my home, took all my knives, all my kitchen knives, I can't cut my fucking steaks anymore, right? And you could challenge this all the way to the courts. And what the Supreme Court would say is, there was, I don't remember it, it's like Chevron's stuff. They would basically look at it and they go, okay, well, this law was passed from Congress. Is this a permissible, the key word, is this a permissible reading of the law? And as long as it could be reasonably construed that, like, yeah, this is probably what Congress meant, then the Congress say it's fine, it's a Chevron. Now, Chevron's overturned. The Supreme Court says it's actually the law passed by Congress. There's only one permissible action. It doesn't matter if the government is reasonable. So now this is what we ultimately say, how the statute should go. We believe that kitchen knives are the federal government ought to create rules around the policy statutes. But that's what the Chevron
maybe this is my interpretation.
You've one less follower, Ranrock.
Chevron deference, what it meant was that so Marbury versus Madison stands for the idea that the judiciary has the final say on what the law is.
Oh, the Constitution says, right?
No, what the law.
Yeah, but in a court, Marbury v. Madison was the idea of judicial review was the Supreme that gets the final say on what any law does in proportion with the Constitution.
What the law said, what the law is, that is the fundamental takeaway of it. And so what Chevron deference was it took, the Supreme Court said, you do, lower courts do not have, the Supreme Court, frankly, you do not have the ability to say what the law is. You give deference to the executive interpretation. And so that is
as long as it's permissible. So, like, if the federal government said that we're going to ban guns because we can't hit people with guns, the federal court, the Supreme Court, could still look at that and go, excuse me, guns are not a naval weapon. This is an impermissible construction of the law. So even with Chevron deference, we can still challenge it. It wasn't always in
this is not a gotcha. I'm curious to watch this happen. So explain to me how tailpipe regulations of carbon dioxide is permissible under a statute that regulates toxic. The keyword there is toxic.
I would have to know the particular EPA law, the law that was passed by Congress, because my understanding is every single federal rule is supposed to cite a law from Congress for where that rule gets its power from. So if you can give me the federal rule, I can look up the congressional statute.
I think it's called the tailpipe rule. It's been a while, but I think it's called the tailpipe rule.
Is this March 20th? Is this like a very recent thing?
No, this should be 90s, maybe maybe late 80s, early 90s.
Because I see a thing about like hold on. This is emission standards. Environmental Protection Agency, 40 CFR parcel, multi-plume emission standards for model years 2027 and later, light duty and medium duty vehicles for EPA and the rule that is being made. In summary, under the Clean Air Act, the Environmental Protection Agency has established a new, more protective. Okay, so if I look up the Clean Air Act, imagine within this act, I'm going to find some part that they're citing to right. You want me to look through this and find out how I think?
I'm going to love to work through this with you. I think it's going to be instructive. I'm not doing this as a gotcha. I think it's like incredibly important that everybody understand how this works. The Clean Air Act is going to be the rules. The rest of the sentence. I can tell you the thrust of it if you want to take it on the face.
Settle yourself. Yeah, but I mean, I imagine I should be able to get that for you. Okay. What? So I'm looking at they started to begin these things back in 2007. And they're starting to, so on federalregister.gov, it's actually saying Clean Air, section 213, subsection A, subsection 1. So now we're going to the U.S. Code, which is our laws from Congress. And you've got 42 U.S.C., 75, 47. Hold on. Is this what this is starting to? Okay, and this is saying that the emission standards.
He's been a fire for a fucking team.
Administrator shall conduct a study of emissions from non-road engines and non-road vehicles other than locomotives or engines used in locomotives to determine if such emissions cause or significantly contribute to air pollution which may reasonably be anticipated to endanger public health or welfare. Such a study should be completed with Okay, so it says that the Clean Air Section 20 directs us to study emissions from non-road engines and vehicles to determine my audience. Okay, and then section 213A2, after notice and opportunity for public hearing, administrator shall determine within 12 months after completion of the study under paragraph 1, based upon the results of such study, whether emissions of carbon monoxide, oxide, nitrogen, volatile organic compounds from new and existing non-road engines or non-road vehicles other than locomotives or engines used in locomotives are significant contributors to ozone or carbon monoxide concentrations in more than one area, which is studied in further parts of regular emissions. If we determine that emissions from all non-road engines do contribute significantly to these non-attainment areas, then section 213.3 It sounds good. So what part of this, I guess, so what part of that federal rule do you feel like doesn't map cleanly onto congressional statute, I guess?
So I apologize.
There you go.
I think it's the Clean Air Act. Did you just quote from the Clean Air Act was that from legislation from the original Clean Air Act? Was that a modification, amendment to the Clean Air Act?
So I'm on 42 USC 75.47. My guess is this part of the U.S. Code is probably part of the Clean Air Act. 42 U.S. Code, Chapter 85, Air Pollution Prevention and Control. That's what
I'm going to explain the substance and briefly try to find it because I don't want you going down a rabbit hole or something that's off point and it doesn't do any good for anybody.
Sure.
So the resuscitation that I would give on the law school exam is essentially that I believe it's the Clean Air Act. Don't quote me. I'm going to double check for you. That Congress passed a law empowering the regulation of toxic chemicals. Okay. And there was a Supreme Court case. And I remember who wrote it. I see his face going on. It doesn't matter. They had a whole huge, voluminous Supreme Court decision about whether greenhouse gases qualify as a toxic substance because they are not toxic. There's no toxicity to CO2. It just crowds out the oxygen and you starve oxygen. Okay. So the Supreme Court went through a big, long discussion. No, it's got to be Chevron. It has to be the Chevron court. Where the Supreme Court said that the federal regulators have decided, have interpreted the toxic chemical, the toxic language, to include greenhouse gases and climate change. And under that deference, we're going to permit that interpretation. Okay. Right, and so Congress said regulate toxic chemicals. There is no interpretation of the word toxic that would permit CO2 being qualified as toxic.
Well, that's not true, right?
No, I disagree with you. It's not toxic.
If I put you in a room full of CO2, you breathe it in, you're going to die, right?
That's not from toxicity. That's from asphyxiation.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you're...
Toxic means I eat it, kill, like, I don't know how toxic chemicals work specifically, but it's very different.
Well, so different definitions, right? Whose definition? I mean, like, what is toxic at that point? Like, there's a lot of things that we consider toxic because they might bind to things in your body that inhibit your ability to absorb oxygen, or might do things that then lead to asphyxiation. Like, CO2, if you have, like, for instance, when you hold your breath, the reason why you feel so much pain in your body is literally because of the buildup of CO2 in your blood. I think it might even be called CO2 toxicity. So, like, if you keep breathing it in, I don't know what definition you're using. I'm sure we can find it online.
I can't stop. I need to do it.
Carbon dioxide in and of itself displacing oxygen.
What are you doing?
It's going to be that I'm reading through that but the Supreme Court the decision here is if the federal government is making these rules based off of the statute, that is really relatively or widespread interpretation. If the Congress is not fighting against the statements about it, then the federal interpretation statute Congress is not going to be able to perfectly delineate and identify every single rule and every single thing that ever comes out. So the fact that some can even be defined by Congress, right? Like you have the ability to do studies to determine if a thing is a contributor to or whatever, right? Like it's probably okay that the federal government has some being able to determine something here, right?
Well, so the question, and this is back to the same essence of prosecutorial discretion, right? So it's like,
well, hold on, but you gotta be so careful. When we say prosecutorial discretion, we're talking about somebody who's been charged or convicted of a crime, and whether or not we are gonna, how we're gonna proceed with that criminal matter, right? That type of prosecutorial discretion is a lot different than the discretion that we apply when what we're really talking about is statutory interpretation, right?
Granted.
It wasn't capturing Haggerty after all.
I'm sorry, in the question preceding that.
Basically just that, like, the federal government is going to have some deference to interpreting things because, like, every single thing... Like, what if it was the case that, like, there was a...
Yeah, so I agree that there has to be some room for the federal executive to be interpreting statutes, but
because now there is no room. Now there's only one correct interpretation, and that's what the Supreme Court says. There used to be multiple.
That's what the very first Madison said, right? That's been the bedrock of American constitutional law since 1801 or 2. It is emphatically the role of the judiciary to determine what the law is. That is the key takeaway from and so with the Supreme Court cases, they undid Marbury to an extent. They dialed it back a little bit, and they gave the executive branch deference in the interpretation.
Hold on, I believe this is what Marbury v. Madison was about. Marbury v. Madison was about establishing the concept of the Supreme Court being able to say this law is violative of the Constitution, and we are the last say on that matter. Not them being able to enforce statutory construction on everybody else. No?
It isn't. This is from Marbury v. Madison. It isn't the province and
what when they say wait. It is emphatically, because my question is when I look this up, it is emphatically the province and duty. Are they referring to the law as in statutes from Congress or the law as in
and so Rebellion is the law. It is the judicial branch's ultimate authority to say what the law is.
Yeah, but when we're saying, I understand, but when we say to say what the law is, you're implying that they were speaking about statutory construction. But what they're really saying when they say what the law is they mean determining ultimately if something is violative of the Constitution. So if I name
whether something's constitutional or not is a subset. That is not the entire thing. So a law, they might say this is not a law. The law is not this because it violates the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
That is what they were saying for Marbury, though. That's what the small...
There was a big question was the only one who knew how to get rid of mandamus. Well, if you there were a bunch of
sorry, Mr. Haggerty.
questions. Actually, the Supreme Court gave the Jefferson administration the win on
glad I'll be able to look my neighbours in the eye now.
Pity about that, yeah. Created judicial supremacy.
That's a stupid reward, but I'll take it.
So, the paragraph before is, if an act of the legislature repugnant to the Constitution is void, does it, notwithstanding its invalidity, bind the courts and oblige them to give it effect? Or, in other words, though it be not law, does it constitute a rule operative as if it was a law? This would be to overthrow and combat what is established in theory, and would seem, at first view, an absurdity too gross to be insisted on. It shall, however, receive a more attentive consideration. So, what if they passed a law that was in violation of the Constitution? And the next paragraph is it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Those who apply the rule to particular cases must of necessity expound and interpret that rule. If two laws conflict with each other, the courts must decide on the operation of each. These two laws being one passed by the Congress versus the Constitution. And then for the next paragraph, so if the law be in opposition to the Constitution, if both the law and the Constitution apply to a particular case, so that the court must either decide that case conformably to the law, disregarding the Constitution, or conformably to the Constitution, disregarding the law, the court must determine which of these conflicting rules governs the case. This is of the very essence of judicial duty. If, then, the courts are to regard the Constitution, and the Constitution is superior to any ordinary act of the legislature, the Constitution, and not such ordinary act, must govern the case to which they both apply. So I don't think this is about statutory construction. This is about the supremacy of the Constitution over any law from the Congress.
So that is the specific question that they're deciding, right? Is this law that stands in conflict with the Constitution, is it the law? Right? Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree that is the specific instantiation of the question. However, I really, unlike other things in this discussion, I do not think I'm out on a limb here on this one. If there are two laws that are conflicting, the judicial branch of Marbury has the same authority to determine the adjudication of conflict between those two laws. Mm-hmm. And so that's Marbury is, at the end of the day, the judicial branch has the final say on what the law is in answering that specific question.
I agree, but this is what the law is when, as you said, for conflicting laws, not statutory construction or interpretation, which is just...
So what happens if you have a rule that conflicts with the statute? It's the same question.
Well, if a rule conflicts with the statute, the rule is thrown out immediately.
Right, by whom?
By the, I guess it would be by the courts.
Judiciary, bang.
But that's not conflicting law. The executive doesn't deal in... No, it's absolutely not. The executive does not deal in laws, they deal in rules, because they can't pass laws.
Yeah, well, statute. Here's another big linguistic problem, is we use law and to mean, we kind of mean statute.
Yeah,
but
law
that's
and
not
statute
all the...
are the same thing, right?
So the law, what is the law? So is the law whatever the judge decides in that given courtroom at that given time? Guilty, not guilty? Whatever he decides, regardless of how he got there, or is the law a series of interlocking statutes that extend across multiple fields of analysis all the way up to the Constitution, various jurisdictions?
Well, the law definitionally are statutes, right? They're not rules. Yeah.
Oh,
when you're reading jury, what is common law?
What's the common law? Is it not law?
Isn't that just Louisiana? I don't think anybody else uses it.
No. Louisiana is the only state that uses Napoleonic Code. Every other jurisdiction in the United States uses common law.
Oh, and wait, I don't know. When we say common law, I would have to. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know this. No, but when if I get charged with a crime and I go to court, nobody's like talking about common law. They're reading the statutes. That's what's being read to the jury in terms of like how to convict somebody. That's what I'm being charged with. I'm being a crime that can be found in a state statute. I'm not being charged with a common law.
But if Virginia, for example, repealed all of the homicide statutes right now, I could still be holding the court and tried for homicide. Common law exists to the extent that the common law exists always unless it is expressly displaced by statute. And so right now we have a proliferation of statutes that have various iterations of criminalizing homicide statutorily, but the statutes themselves are not the only source of law.
That might be the case. I don't know what it looks like when they're I would be surprised by a crime by common law that's not actually in the statute, but...
Yes, that's how it has worked for the majority of the history of the Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence.
I don't know about Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence unless they go to U.S. law, because this is the United States of America. And the venues that we're talking about, right?
Right, but what body of law was inherited by the colonies? Did
inherited and then codified into federal and state statutes or into the Constitution, right?
No, I'm not trying to be difficult here. You're not correct on this one.
What is so? Wait. is there any criminal common law? Can you think of a single case where someone was charged with a criminal common law thing?
Almost everybody, if temporally, almost everybody ever charged with a crime.
I wouldn't mind seeing you again.
Burglary is a
yourself
common law
welcome.
crime. It was created by courts, not by the legislature.
But it's codified in state legislation.
It is now.
Yeah.
Recently. I would suppose in the last 50 to 100 years, maybe 150, maybe.
Okay, I would have to go and look up like how, because I thought that there was codified criminal statutes like even prior to the formation of the Constitution. That like even like under the Articles of Confederation, there were states that had codified like.
There may have been, but for example, Texas's Constitution says that the common law of England that was in effect as of the date of the ratification of Texas's Constitution is the law.
I think that was only for gaps that weren't explicitly maintained or dealt with by. Like if you go to Texas and we charge somebody with a crime, they're being charged with a Texas statute. There's going to be a statute that's cited there, not like a random common law thing.
Correct. Because the way that it works is if there's a statute that specifically displaces a common law rule, then that statute displaces the common law rule. But it has to explicitly displace the common law rule.
Sure. Okay, I don't know how we got into common law, but...
This is actually one of my I love Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence. It's amazing.
Also, I didn't know... Wait, as a real quick thing, I just want to say, because I didn't know the conversation was going so long. I was supposed to leave at 5, but we got like 5 more minutes because I have a flight I've got to catch because I'm going up to New York because I'm doing some stuff tomorrow. So, yeah, go ahead. I'll let you... Yeah, any final points? So we can also talk in the future if you ever want to as well, yeah.
I would love to. I think this was brilliant. I think this was instructive. But here's my argument in favor of the common law as opposed to statutory law. And so the common law is a neural network of the greatest legal minds that have ever contemplated the same issues over time from 1215 to today. And so you have the same great legal minds working, refining, bit by bit, fixing this thing versus a statute, which is whatever 50% plus one members of a bunch of idiots who are elected to office managed to put down into writing. And so the advantage of the common law is the best people, greatest minds that have ever thought about
if
this.
If it isn't the second best Slytherin.
About this, cloning the legal
Hello,
Whereas statutes, trust me, I'm going to Richmond next week.
Does this mean you've changed your mind?
Well, you're a step.
It is,
well, they sit around and
whatever
no one says,
50% of
are you
both
going?
bodies plus the governor will agree to sign. And so
I'm ready to fly.
read a lot of statutes. Like, for example, the Rittenhouse case, which is something I know that you were interested in. There was the law. There were 2 statutes that were just clearly conflicting about this.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Right, and so you have 2 legislatures of 2 different years in 2 different political environments passing whatever the legislature was down. Whereas the common law is a neural network.
Bloody brilliant.
Yeah, but statute is generally... We would prefer statutes versus common law, no?
I don't think so.
I would want to have a clear and unambiguous understanding of what the law is if my rights are going to be deprived for breaking it, no? I think I would want to know.
But why is it called common law?
Because there's a whole bunch of jurisprudence that's like basically in normal times if we're going to get sex.
Yeah, exactly. And so perhaps in the modern era, and there are plenty of arguments that's the whole purpose. So the legislature is necessary. In and make a piece of change.
Sure. But when we're talking about criminal matters, like my rights can be taken from me. I want a very clear, I don't want to be at the whim of a judge to decide what the law is. I'd say that's I want to have a clear and unambiguous reading of a statute that can dictate what the parameters of the common law are.
Well, no, so the common law does have, it has elements exactly the same. So a lot of statutes are attempting to distill the wisdom of the common law and maybe say, okay, maybe we don't have reckless homicide be a thing, right? But they come in and they try to instantiate
now that's more like it.
Common law is the basis of like when you study for the bar exam, burglary, robbery, arson, all these things were developed at common law. Now, some statutes have come,
You've improved.
legislatures have come
That
with the
was a bloody good. Be careful. Earn a rep.
Sounds like you're speaking.
Yes, well, you'll not have the same luck in this.
But the common law still is the basis. So if Virginia were to repeal every homicide statute right now, if I were to shoot somebody outside in front of my building right now, I would be hauled into court and tried under murder by common law.
Another successful flight. Should that Mr.
That's
Weeks
the
know?
situation, and I assure you that's the case. And
I'm 100% positive that would not be the case.
You're 100% wrong.
I know I'm correct on this, because if it was that case, like, you don't have to make a law explicitly allowing something to be legal. You would just have to repeal the statute that makes a given thing illegal. Like, if somebody were to repeal a law on sodomy, they don't have to pass a law saying you're allowed to have anal sex, right? Or you're allowed to have oral sex. They would just have to repeal the law. Part of that common law factoring, I imagine, would probably be like, well, this was enforced via common law, then it was enforced by statute, and now that that statute has been repealed, the assumption wouldn't be that the common law would come back, because the statute was just the codification of whatever the common law
Back
was.
from your latest flight.
Since the
I
statute
want to
was
hear
repealed,
all the
then it seems that the people
Brilliant.
have decided that they want this particular act to prevail in society.
You sound, if I'm right,
you're flatly incorrect on that.
Thank you
So
again.
you're telling me that if a state was to say, we're going to go ahead and legalize chopping down trees because we've decided that we want people to be able to chop down trees, the state legalizes it, somebody goes to chop down a tree, and then a cop could arrest you and say, common law violation, we got you. And it's like, wait, but they just, like, decriminalized this act. Like, yeah,
That
but
item
200
is
years
of the
ago it was
highest
illegal,
quality.
and now we've got you.
If a statute
Thanks for stopping by.
directly
Hope to see you
contradicts or
again.
displaces common law, then that will govern it.
Yeah, but I'm saying if they repealed the statute where common law once was.
Right, so if you repealed the homicide statutes, homicide is still illegal and criminally punishable without statute, I'm telling you. Statutes and law are not a one-to-one thing, and this is a huge misconception, popularly and otherwise. And this is not, I'm not out on a limb on this one. I guarantee you that, I promise you that.
I don't know. I don't know if anybody, like, nobody in the United States gets prosecuted criminally on common law. I don't believe this happens. Does it? I think it's always a statute that's being cited. It's always a statute that's being argued over. It's
in the modern age, right here,
Then I shall refrain from...
Of course.
She's... I wonder... And...
I'll try.
It would... Avon would... You'll find the hamlet just north of Hogsmeade. Please do give Dot my love.
Common law in the age of statutes. So this is a book arguing, well, not arguing, but kind of just flatly describing a situation where we have this body of law, the common law, that is being routinely displaced by statutory law. But what is the role of common law in the age of the proliferation of statutes? And this is an interesting artifact of the constitutional separation in America between the legislature and the judiciary.
That must have been...
Yes. That's a problem that the founders didn't foresee when they created that separation between
Take as many of them.
and judicial.
Remember,
and obviously
I just need that venomous tentacle.
In reading this, it's saying,
bring it
like,
to
just the
me.
intro is the dominance of legislatures and statutory law has put an impossible burden on the courts. Guido Calabresi thinks it's time for the country seriously to consider returning to a traditional American judicial legislative balance in which courts would enlarge the common law and would also decide when a rule of law has seen its day and should be revised. So it sounds like this guy's making the argument, there's like an essay, an argument and an essay to go back to common law, not an argument that common law is like currently what is relied upon to make any of these statutes or to be enforced in the United States.
To make it acute, he's talking about a situation like Rittenhouse where you've got these two statutes that are mutually incompatible, right? And so he's saying that the proliferation of laws, of these random one-off instantiations of statutes, is creating a whole big mess. And what is the proper role of the common law, or what is the best way forward to achieve maximal ends in that situation where you've got all these statutes that, you know, could be completely mutually incomprehensible.
So could common law as well, right? It could also be a mess.
No, I don't think so. I don't think common law.
You don't think two judges might have a different decision on how to punish somebody or whether a thing is illegal?
Well, that's not the common law. The common law is a set of rules. So, like, burglary is the breaking and entering of the dwelling house.
Common law is not it's not a set of hard rules. It's just a set of prior court decisions.
And your reading
right?
is the dragon.
Right. So if you have one bad decision where somebody goes completely anathema,
perhaps you're
they
due
get
for an
struck
adventure.
down by the higher court, but that narrows the interpretation back down. And so, like, when you study for the bar exam, you study the common law rules.
Ladies,
for what?
Professor Shah.
Astronomy
criminal
is
law,
not divination.
Criminal law is
You
not
won't find the mysteries of the
I mean, they
cosmos
do talk
started
about
out on your
statutory,
arms
like,
or at the bottom
homicide
of your
plates.
teacups. Alas, the heavens remain hazy to the starry-eyed. Now, if you were to devote yourselves to persistent and painstaking observation, you just might catch a glimpse. With that in mind, please take your telescopes. Tonight we will be on the observation deck.
Okay.
So if I were to take a crim law class, I'm going to learn. Am I going to learn that common law was the foundation for what would eventually become a lot of criminal law, or am I just going to go and have to memorize all the common law? I feel like it's probably more on criminal procedure and current, like
it's both. It's both. So you'll learn the common law rules, and you'll learn the penal code, and maybe a few idiosyncratic state variations.
Okay. All right, listen, I'll take it. Take what you're saying at face value. Listen, if you want to chat in the future, we can. I got to run to almost my point, but I appreciate the conversation. Thanks a lot.
Be safe. It was great talking with you. Long time fan, first time listener, whatever. That's a Rush Limbaugh reference.
Now, I expect all of you to put in your stargazing hours outside of class. Is that clear?
Professor, all right, well, hey, have a good one, man. I'll see you later. Thanks a lot.
Hey, be safe.
Mere hold didn't stop the great stargazers of the past. Look only to the astronomy tables they erected throughout the Highlands from which they gazed millennia ago on the very same stars above us.
I love you guys. It's been fun.
Is that clear?
I think I've got things tomorrow and the day after. I should be like...
You make fun of people who use the word woke, and you never use the word, even though it completely describes what's going on right now in gay games.
Hello.
So the thing about, as soon as it's revealed that the protagonist is a woman, DEI, DEI, DEI,
No!
DEI, DEI. If I search for Brie Larson, how many videos are gonna pop up? Oh my god, there's a pinwheel. It just keeps going. Star Wars Acolyte, Star Wars Acolyte, Star Wars Acolyte, Star Wars Acolyte, Star Wars Acolytes. And the second he sees a black character, he goes, diversity.
There's very clearly like a logical reason for why people think this way.
Friends, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, hit like, comment, subscribe. It really helps us out, and I appreciate everybody who does that. Asmongold made a video about woke. Let's hear about Asmongold's take on wokeness.
Watch the whole Ackman Andy Pants. Most is inconsequential, but this part is very relevant. I never have watched this. I have no idea what even happened. I told you, I think it's incredibly strange to talk about Concord and not. I told you, I think it's...
This guy, Andy Pants, is just one of the most silly channels that I've ever seen. Concord is DEI propaganda. Concord is gay DEI propaganda. He made a video about other content creators called woke YouTubers, and it's just like, I don't know if you guys have seen some of these videos, but
It's the billionaires. It's the billionaires.
why aren't these content creators talking about DEI and wokeness and blah, 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 blah? To my understanding, this guy was just doing kind of regular videos down here, so he started doing an analysis of Ghost Recon, 10,000 views. Did a video on Mafia 3, what went wrong with Mafia 3, 75,000, not bad. Where did Gears of War go wrong, 136,000. And then he kind of starts dabbling in anti-woke stuff. When did games become so soft? There's a video on the genius of Fallout, why open world games are broken, what's so good about immersive sims, and more just kind of general gaming stuff. And then he does this one video here, what makes something woke? And he gets 222,000 views. Just immediately just gets way more views on average than what he was getting here. And then what does he do? It's just nothing but anti-woke stuff after this. Like he figures out, okay, the algorithm really liked it when I did a video on anti-woke stuff. And then he changed his whole channel to anti-woke stuff. The pussification video. Our gamers homophobe. This thumbnail literally says gay. Like what is the purpose of this video, I wonder?
No, yeah, there it is. Evil white people. finally you see a white person, and surprise, they're evil. This is what a 40-year-old millennial, as I've said, thinks that a 20-year-old is into. What's going on, boys? We are living in the woke apocalypse now. This is the darkest timeline. Some people sent me this game and told me that they wanted to see my reaction to it, so that's what I'm doing. I'm also going to cover some...
This has half a moment.
Now I expect all of you.
Perfect example of audience capture. Just a perfect example.
Hello.
Maybe rather it's just a perfect example of like opportunism, you know? Like this guy tested the water
That's
with
very
anti-rogue
kind of
stuff,
you.
and then it did
I'm
well,
certain.
and then they just
I
fully
finally
like
got my
anti-rogue
hands
stuff.
on the news.
just the most
It's only
boring
the pinnacle of all goblin cut
boring
glass, first rate
concept. It's just not saying anything new.
Think nothing of it.
Original.
Anyway, the telescope's in the storage room right under. I have some.
There are thousands of these exact
I am
kind
following
of
the
videos
right
about
quest, right?
every day.
Funny memes from the Discord, from the
No.
Advanced Discord channel, where I have to interact with these creatures. Like, of course you have gay guy, lesbian chick, he, she, it, ugly person that nobody on Earth, male or female,
I
would have sex
Misclicked.
with, and then a robot. Like, these people are depraved.
This guy's a Christian, by
Son
the
of
way.
a bitch.
Self-described Christian, by the way. Anyways, that's what he's talking about with Andy Pants.
It's incredibly strange to talk about Concord and not mention the clear woke slop. And you make fun of people who use the word woke, and you never use the word, even though it completely describes what's going on right now in gay games.
So the thing about
Stargazing as long as I
the
could.
word woke is
Incendiary.
And of course, like, this taps into, like, the conversation that I was having with...
This was his
a
own
couple
telescope.
days ago, where it just feels like
practically brand new.
for 99% of people
Pristine
online, woke
light.
literally equals black woman disabled.
Let it be wasted.
And it really doesn't go much further than that. Like in Asmongold's own video where he's reacting to the Ghost of
perfect
Tsushima
night
trailer,
for-
as soon as it's revealed that the
hello
protagonist
again.
is a woman, you can see in his chat, just DEI, 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 just spamming DEI. Like, you know nothing about the story, you know nothing about this protagonist.
And it seems
and
to
at
me-
that point, it essentially proves the point. Where it's
And
just,
you need
in
some-
that moment, it was
I do.
literally just woke equals woman. That's all it was. And then there was that one guy
Money
that came out with a video where, yeah,
Shall we?
they were reacting to the Fallout show on Amazon, the trailer, and every time that video, who's got a link to that video? That video is crazy. Every time a minority showed up in the trailer, the guy who was reacting to the
The
trailer
table
just
is on the
shouted,
castle
"It's
wall
diversity."
ahead.
I mean, at
Look
that
for
point,
a
it's just
stone
blatant.
platform.
Just
Something
like
that
really
doesn't quite
blatant.
belong. We'll know it when we see it. Onwards we go then. Some say the locations of the tables were originally marked by centaurs for ritual stargazing.
Like you don't have eyebrows. No one has had this conversation with this guy. I feel like I'm taking crazy people.
It's nice having a fellow stargazer to explore with. Happy to be here. It is good to leave the glass room now and
Way
then.
better than probably any of us
It's not
thought.
that
Fallout
creepy
show
out
was
here at
actually
night, is it?
Straight up.
The
Like,
Godstones
9 out
Club are
of 10,
cowards.
maybe 10 out of 10. It was
Here
so
I am,
good.
charging ahead. Why don't you lead the way?
You're a coward.
The diversity.
We don't talk holding. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about.
We are a
Oh, of course.
minute into
It's just
the
not
trailer.
as
Everybody else is
tidy
white.
as I
And
expected.
Rebellion. He sees a black
Lumos.
character, he goes,
More cobwebs.
diversity.
Incendiary. Something that the spiders might be lurking about. Oh no.
Oh my
Not this
God,
close to school.
diversity. Even his
Oh.
co-host is like, "Jim."
Look out at this wasteland.
Revelio.
Diversity. He just yells diversity every time he sees a minority character. God, it must be exhausting to be this way in real life.
To disagree on how.
This is no thanks.
Bro, this is insane. And I mean, it's just really just like undeniable, just blatant racism. That's all it is. There's no other way to explain reactions like that. Just unhinged reactions like that. Laughing and smirking and joking and shouting diversity every time you see a character that isn't white. I don't know what else I'm supposed to, like, what else am I supposed to infer from that?
I'm done. I'm out.
There you are.
The constellation should appear near the center of your view.
It's like, and then it ended up being amazing. And then the show ended up being amazing.
These days, it's the boy who cried woke. There is so much disingenuous criticism using the word woke. The word
As soon
is
as
so
you've lined up the
clearly
telescope,
applied
we will be able to
this
fill out our star chart.
Subreddit, by the way, for a while. Is because people use the word woke the same as they use the word racist or like a few other things. Where it's like, this is like basically it's like a filler word because I don't know how to define what the problem is. So I'm just going to use like this bucket word that somehow is going to apply.
When I was having a conversation with Sitch and Adam, like I kept on pressing them to like give me examples of it.
I was right about the tables. They really are gateways to the fog. And your contribution.
Setting diversity as a goal.
Thank you, Alright. And I look forward to writing. This is only. And if I have ever. It's quite.
Creatives in
You're
charge of
welcome.
whatever these
It's all in
properties are intentionally set diversity as a goal, not just having a homogenized sort of artistic experience, having like a diversity of backgrounds and whatnot. They both said that there was nothing inherently wrong with that, but then they were cautioning against what they called tokenism, and then I asked them to sort of like explain, well, what can you give me an example of like a token character or whatever? It just feels like for a lot of characters that are like, especially if you're gay, or doubly especially if you're trans, the inclusion of these characters need to be justified in some way. So what you'll oftentimes hear when it comes to trans characters in video games is, well, you shouldn't put the character in there unless there's a good reason. And it's like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Anything to do with the dark arts should be avoided. It's too risky. Anything to do with Salazar Slytherin is worth the risk. I can't agree. And I'll not say a word more. I'm sorry.
If there's a throwaway character, and that throwaway character
is
not essential to the story, it's just a side character. It's just kind
He's
of
being ridiculous. I want to swear something. I reminded him that
like a man and his wife.
the dark arts do pique my interest. There's more to dark magic than people realize. The Gaunts know this better than most. I'd like to know more about it. Very well. Ominous learned dark magic from his parents.
But if you see a gay couple, what
does the Cruciatus curse do? It's known as the torture curse. Crucio. It inflicts intense, excruciating pain on the victim. Apparently, his parents and older siblings had no qualms about casting us on muggles for sport. Ominous described the sound of the victim's cries as punishment. His family cast it on him. The anguish was so bad that when asked to cast it again, I have repeatedly assured Ominous he did what he had to.
This thing is woke. You should be angry. You should be upset. Tune in tomorrow.
How horrible. After that incident between Ominous and his family only grew. That is until I came along. Every moment he is at Hogwarts, he's with us in Feldcroft. I'll remind him of that when I follow up about. Watch for my owl.
You have like neurotic and critical drinking.
I'll make Ominous understand.
If I look up
He'll change his mind.
If I search for Broomsticks, it's a lot. It just keeps going. It's a lot. Oh my god, it's just a pinwheel. It just keeps going. Jesus, I thought I was memeing a little bit, but oh my god. Bro, seriously, how many videos? It keeps going. Anyways, there's a whole industry of this stuff, of this content. Star Wars Acolyte, 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 Star Wars Acolyte.
Rebellion.
Power. MCU is woke. Hollywood is woke. Disney is woke. Rebel Moon sucks. I mean, I agree with him there. Like, the industry of anti-woke content on YouTube, it is so pervasive now.
At the end, there was a wolf out there, but because there were so many false claims of there being a wolf, the people didn't help him. So that's what's happened with the word woke. When I hear somebody,
I think that Ackman's bringing up a really good point here, and I think the best example of that point is that a lot of people have labeled games like Space Marine 2 as woke because it has I guess like a female commander in it.
But he's talking about the term woke
There's me right there, and then
being too ubiquitous, but if I go to Asmongold's channel and I search woke, what am I gonna find? Google gave up on being woke, VTuber, brains explode over Trump surviving, YouTube movie critics versus woke Disney is failing, my full response to the woke translator attacking me, why woke characters suck, the woke consulting firm that ruined all these games, wokeness in video games, Blizzard exec reveals the real reason bad games go woke translators are out of control, woke localizers ruin. Jesus Christ.
I feel like that's not really what's...
It's like that meme, everyone's trying to figure out who did this, and it's the one guy wearing like the hot dog outfit.
Happening. And a lot of people, well, sorry, that's actually not true. A lot of people is inaccurate. You're correct in correcting me on that. There is like a list of like what games are woke and what games are not woke. And I think Elden Ring...
Where is that list again? Hold on. Games woke or not woke?
This looks like where I start changing.
Is it a Steam curated list? I'm pretty sure there's a website dedicated to it. Or is it a Google spreadsheet? I have not seen it yet. Rating not recommended. So let's go to Starfield. Not recommended. Contains overtly pro LGBTQ plus and overtly pro DEI messages. Hold on. Starfield? So I think what they mean when they say overtly pro LGBTQ plus is that there are LGBTQ plus characters. I think that's all that means. Uses body type 1 and 2 instead of male female. Baldur's Gate 3 is woke. Non-binary other option available for identity in character creation menu screen. Shovel Knights is woke. Contains overtly pro LGBTQ plus messaging. Hogwarts Legacy contains overtly pro LGBTQ plus messaging. Contains overtly pro DEI messaging. 1800 Scotland somehow has diverse LGBTQ plus characters. Never mind the sorcery and witchcraft and the flying brooms. Hogwarts Legacy is legit a great game. I feel like it's definitely not. I think there were more opportunities to do. I feel like the side content was a little lacking. I feel like Red Dead 2 just ruined everything for me. Like Red Dead 2 and like Cyberpunk
This castle
have just
never
ruined
ceased to
these
surprise me.
open world games because they're just so.
It's a big castle.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is woke. It contains overtly pro LGBTQ plus images, multiple pride flags. Red Dead Redemption 2 is like kind of woke. Contains subtly pro DEI messaging. Several minor characters espouse modern day political sentiment. Sadie Adler behaves the same way a modern day feminist would. Oh my god.
How am I supposed to get out of this?
What is
Revelio.
Metro 2033, Civ 5, Team Fortress 2, Witcher 2, is not woke. Left 4 Dead 2, Portal is not woke. There's gotta be some woke stuff in Portal, right?
Ring and Space Marine 2 on that list. So when you say it's such a broad brush that almost anything could be, if you interpret it in this way, could be perceived as woke, you end up devaluing the word. No, I'm pretty sure right? Baldur's Gate 3 too? Well, I could see Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 makes a lot more sense than it's woke because you can engage in sexual relationships. You can, I think they have pronouns in the game. You can change the character's genitalia.
It's an RPG. It's like a super detailed, fleshed out RPG. There was a developer that opined on this issue, I believe over the weekend, and what they discovered was that a lot of players, like a lot of RPG players, spend like an hour in character creation. I think it was a Critical Drinker post where he was like, isn't the character creation narcissistic that extreme in video games? The developer was like, dude, a lot of people spend like an hour creating their character. It makes
I'm smarter than you, bitch.
To have really detailed options for how far you can customize. There's no good argument
This
against
must be the way. I need to find a way to open the gate.
I feel like Baldur's Gate
Incendio.
argument, like, yeah, sure, this is a woke type thing, right? It's just that people don't care.
Even by having its own definition, it's literally just like trans equals woke, woman equals woke, black equals woke, whatever. It seems like that's what his understanding of woke is.
It's like it's an authentic product. And so I think that what happened is that people are trying to like identify every instance of something being woke. But I think that if you retroactively apply this to a lot of other games, you would see other games in the past that have also had this issue as well. Right? So like for example with
I can
Space
smell the
Marine 2,
chocolate.
you could also say,
Now,
like, Gears
where
of
would I
War,
find the dried
right,
billywig
would
stings
also
for
be
Gareth?
woke because of Coltrane and Dom, right? That seems like
Revelio.
a bad way to look at it. So the problem is that I think that people have started using the
Now
term
back to
woke
Gareth.
for too many
I
different
can only
things.
imagine how
Halo,
his new
right?
recipe's going to
exactly.
turn out.
Like, oh wow, Master Chief has a woman that knows everything, that tells him what to do, and Sergeant Johnson is like this black guy, and he tells everybody else what to do. Right? If you want to look at everything through that lens, it's like if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I do think Acton's bringing up a good point that if everything is woke, then nothing is. And I think that the problem is that Concord, which is like, in my opinion, definitely like 100%, is that if you don't figure out a way to like grade this or to have any sort of like measured criticism.
Why was Concord woke again? Why was it woke? If it's literally just because there are diverse characters, then he is playing into the same trope that he seems to be railing against. If it's literally just there's like a super diverse cast of characters and there's not a lot of white people, then his own definition of woke seems to be quite broad.
You can't say Concord is as woke as Space Marine 2, right? So that's a huge issue, and I think it's making it hard for people that are like against this kind of stuff to be taken seriously because they're doing things that are unserious. If you accept everything, you stand for nothing. Well, yeah, but like this is like the opposite. Like if you don't stand for anything, then all you're doing is lying down. You're doing nothing. So it's like you have to be measured in your criticism and your feedback.
It's what happened to the words racist and sexist a few years ago.
He's right.
People
That's
were
exactly
saying
right.
like air conditioning sexist and all this
Which,
stupid
by
shit.
the way, that was a real title. That was a legitimate thing. Women were saying that air conditioning was sexist.
It was racist and sexist, and it destroyed the meaning that those words are supposed to have.
He's right.
The boy who cried racist.
Nazi is the worst one. I think Nazi and slavery are two of the worst ones that are used now.
Getting them walled.
Slavery.
Cool.
Wait, what?
Didn't
Because
think-
people use.
Thank you again.
For example, I'm working at a job that doesn't treat me well as slavery, and like they don't like. It's just. I think it downplays. Like we have.
Or like calling people wage slaves, I suppose.
Real slavery, right? Like now we have real slavery. It's not in the U.S. Like, and by the way, if you are like, if there's like 3 smart redditors in chat, they're like, what about prisons? Nothing like slavery. Nothing like actual slavery. If you think that, you're read a book. Anyway, just look it up.
I kind of agree with him here. It's the 13th, the movie about the 13th Amendment. It's up the discourse about this stuff. Because people are comparing like prison labor to chattel slavery, as if they're even remotely close. Like you can have an issue with prison labor without making insane equivocations between that and chattel slavery. Like I agree with him on that.
Wikipedia will take you 5 seconds to learn you're stupid. So if you compare that to like what's happening
What?
in like Africa,
The fuck is your problem?
that is actual slavery in some cases, right? It is really that. And so people that compare those two things, I think, are being like very, very disingenuous, and they're like hijacking the emotional baggage of a word to make their own argument or their own feelings more important. And I think Nazi is the same thing. Like the amount of times that I hear people being called Nazis because they don't want open borders or they're like Donald Trump fans is way too much.
When you cried sexist, the boy who cried woke. These are 3 books.
13th Amendment says
Adelaide
neither
Oates,
slavery
isn't
nor
it?
involuntary servitude except as
Yes,
a
I'm
punishment
Adelaide
for
Oates.
crime whereof the party
You
shall
see,
have been duly
my Uncle
convicted
Rowland
shall
is a
exist
metal.
within the
He
United
normally
States.
sends me
Any
owls
place
every week.
subject to their
In his
jurisdiction.
last
I don't know,
act, what with the
conceptually, do I
troll
have a
attack on
problem with, like
Hogsmeade?
prison labor?
Should I be
As long
worried
as
about
it's
my
not a
own?
full-on labor camp. But I feel like compelling a prisoner to do
I'm
some
not
form of
convinced
labor,
you need to
I feel
worry.
like is probably
Perhaps
the
your uncle's been delayed.
punishment, right?
And surely he can take care of it.
That's exactly what Professor Weasley said when she forbade me from leaving the grounds to look for him. She's convinced he can handle himself, but I can't concentrate on anything until I know he's alright.
Well, yeah, when we get into like for-profit prisons,
Could
and as
you
long as-
try to
and
find
now
out
you're-
for
and
me?
now you're,
From what I
introducing
hear,
this-
you're
this,
almost as adventurous as Uncle
financial
Rowland.
incentive, then I totally agree that we're getting a little. Now we're getting a little. Now I agree with that.
See the pattern in a game like Concord having.
But like, giving people that are in prison, chores, I think is like reasonable, right? I don't know. Maybe I need to shut the f up about this issue.
3 black females in it and not a single white man. It did have a white guy in it, but I think the problem is that a lot of the people that have discussions about this topic, like they've already made up their mind about it, and they're looking at it from a one-dimensional perspective. And I think that's what happens with people that are like super anti and super pro this type of like inclusion, because they're not really looking at it. Both of these extremes trend to the perspective of I am basing my opinion on things off of something that is not happening, basically, right? Exactly what happened is they make the game. People are too emotional. Yeah, well, it's also that people are not really willing to like concede any ground, and I think if you're not really willing to see like the sense of like what other people are saying, then I think that you can't be reasoned with, right? You can't have people understand what the perspective is. So yeah, what if everything really is woke? I feel like then at that point, then the term doesn't mean anything. Because like it's kind of like, remember what I was saying before about how I don't like how people call things scams? Like for example, like Lunchly or like the Pokemon cookies. They're not really a scam, they're just overpriced. And I think that if you use the word scam, a scam is when you buy something and you don't get what you paid for. I feel like the Pokemon cookies were way like that. I thought that was insane. I thought the reaction to that was crazy, in my opinion. Fundamentally, right? Like you buy something, they don't give the thing to you, or you buy something and you get something else. Or you buy something...
Seriously, they teach at Hogwarts will not serve
I think what I saw from like Dr. Mike, he had a little bit of a nuanced take, I think, on the Lunchly situation, which is that he wishes that lunches for like kids in school should be healthier, and that the Lunchly packs were packed with sodium. Way too much sodium for the package. But I think he was saying that this is an issue kind of broadly, and that it didn't make sense to single out Lunchly as like an outlier when prepackaged lunches for kids broadly have way too much salt.
Dramatic products that are not scams. They're just the rest of the and so if you take
I'm sorry, little guy. Actually, I'm not. I don't care.
So they can have that emotional control over the Rebellion. If you want to make the health argument, then the health benefit argument, I think that's a fair argument to make, and I think that's totally fine. But that's not the argument that most people were making, and so I'm really talking about being a scam. I don't think so.
A lamb to the slaughter.
Ooh. I'm sure they are. I mean, those guys are trying whatever they can to make money. McDonald's is a scam compared to staff versus ad. Oh, McDonald's, Taco Bell is getting sued for that. So you're right about that. The randoms co-opted it for anything they don't like. Yeah, I think that's my perspective. The entire subreddit goes to everything else. I think that the problem is that, so the Ghosts of Yotai, like we talked about this like for like an hour yesterday, so I don't want to waste a lot of time on it. But like, the problem is that we've seen a lot of franchises replace male lead characters with female lead characters.
You can't stop
Now to find out what happened there. It's a totally
Rebellion.
And more so, I don't know what he means when he says like having a female protagonist for disingenuous reasons. I don't know what that means. I don't think there's anything wrong with just saying consciously like, okay, maybe in our last game we had a male protagonist, so we feel like it's important to do a female protagonist in order to disingenuous. There's nothing wrong with consciously. Like every character in every movie that you've ever watched, the character was cast with an actor through a conscious decision. Somebody consciously chose to cast Sigourney Weaver Ripley. You know what I mean? Like, there's no quote-unquote organic or natural way to cast it. It's like everyone decides. You know, everyone that's in charge of these projects decides who's this character, my character, this guy. Like, I guess the only way that you could do it naturally is if you had like a D20 die and it had like a combination of like, so you know, I have like straight white male and like queer black female and, you know, young trans East Asian person, and then you just throw the die and then that's how you decide how, and it's just totally RNG. Like, that would be like the closest that I could think of to like naturally having characters that are, you know, quote unquote marginalized or whatever. But that's not how it works. That's not how these projects work. Generally, like, he's blaming, he's like, you know, having a female protagonist in the Ghost of Yote game. But, you know, they've thrown women into too many projects before, and now people are just primed to be pissed off about it. It's like, no, you're getting pissed off about something silly. It's not the game's fault. There's nothing wrong with choosing a female protagonist for your follow-up game. There's nothing wrong with it.
There's going to be
nothing whatsoever. It's not anybody else's fault besides your own if you have a bad reaction to that. You see the reveal and she takes off her mask and it's a woman and you're like, oh God, here we go again. That's all you. That's all you. He's trying to blame, like, you know, wokeness at large as like the reason.
People think it's happening again. Now, every time it's not the case, but when you have so many cases where it was the case, who cares? Well, they do, obviously. That's why they're talking about it. What do you mean, who cares? Like, what do you mean? They care. That's why they're talking about it. So, yeah, what do you mean, who cares? I mean, if enough people care about it, who cares? Like, obviously, people care.
He made some, like, pretty good points. Like, people throw the term around too much, and he pointed to, like, Dom and who's the other character, War, and, like, who were applying these things now, that would be woke. It's not woke, I'm saying, like, I'm not saying it's woke, but I understand why people think it's woke. Like, well, it seems like they can take a stance on it. What do you mean?
I take a few bad instances to ruin it for everyone. Yeah, and I think that's what's happening to people. So that's why people are so upset about it. Again, the problem is that there's very clearly, like,
Repairer.
I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think, like, the best way to say it. There's very...
He's trying to go for why he should be allowed to protest at university and gaming media going forward because people are primed. Well, I don't know if he's making that case for himself. He seems to be excusing it in other people. It's like, well, so I understand why they think it's wrong. It's silly, right?
Very clearly, like, a logical reason for why people have this one.
Get the best of
And
me.
there's also a logical reason why that might be the wrong.
I need to listen to that again.
A logical reason for, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think, like, the best way to say it. There's very logical reasons for why people think this way, and there's also a logical reason why that might be the wrong way of thinking.
Can logic work both ways in this respect? I don't really know what that means.
But with the two groups of people that try to, like, argue this stuff, neither one of them want to acknowledge that the other side has a perspective that has any validity. So it's either like, oh wow, you just want all the characters to be males and you hate women, or oh, you want all the characters to be gay because you hate men. So, like, there's no, like, reasoned discussion, there's no middle ground, there's no trying to listen to another person's perspective. There's...
I mean, I don't know if I'm the norm when it comes to games. I have no... I do not give...
Oh, well.
Like, as long as the story is engaging and the world is rich with lore and interesting characters and unique visuals,
wow.
and there's fun game mechanics to work with, and the gameplay loop is satisfying, and it keeps me, you know, it makes me want to play the game more and more, then I don't care. If you make me play as, like, a trans character, is it a cool story? Is it a cool character? Is it a satisfying arc? Cool. Like, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter to me at all.
It's just, I'm right and you're wrong, and the...
You don't even play video games? Bro. I constantly play games. What are you even talking
This is why. So yeah, it gets convoluted. Exactly. There's no giving ground. People don't...
I mean, I go back and I replay the same games over and over again, to be fair. Like, I just played Red Dead again the other day. I was playing Red Dead again for like a few weeks there. Played Cyberpunk for like the fourth time this year. I'm playing through Starfield again right now. You guys, that game is fun. Starfield is a fun game. You guys are objectively wrong about it.
Don't want to see anything.
I feel like he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. But the reaction to the Ghosts of Yote thing was just... It was so stupid. It was so stupid. There was no reason from that trailer. There was no reason from that trailer to be upset at all. It's a totally different character. But I feel like he lends credence to it. It was like, well, they're done all this woke stuff. He called Concord woke. What? Why was Concord woke? Was Concord woke literally just because it had diverse characters? Anyways, yeah. Woke equals black. Woke equals queer. Woke equals woman.
A crooked tree.
It literally is
Just
that
as the
simple
map
for
said.
99% of these people.
Crumbling tower
who
shouldn't be
complain about
far
woke.
from here.
It's that simple.
This year was one for the record book. For certain records, nobody wants to. We saw the enormous rise of the magic ball, the game which will live in our hearts and in infamy. 2024 was a huge year for out-of-touch CEOs and...
Okay, maybe I should walk that joke back.
I was trying to point out that we reached new heights in the number of layoffs across the video game industry. Don't take this the wrong way, okay? As we go month by month through 2024, I'll put up a casualty number. Sorry, I mean a regrettable but necessary loss number. Also, the nerve of that Jeff Keighley guy, right? How dare he use his platform to raise awareness about this issue in the industry? Personally, I'm actually a huge fan of unemployment and outsourcing jobs to AI pig slop. Please, more AI slop. Let me keep them simple. With that being said, let's dive into the most memorable moments, games, and releases this year. And stay tuned to the end because I'll be giving you my pick for best game of the year and worst.
Okay, let's be real. You already know they are Helldivers 2 and Dragon Age the Battle Card.
But also make sure you leave a comment below and let me know your picks for best and worst game of the year.
Good for you.
Awards in the comment section. I'm curious to see what you guys think. January was a huge month for layoff fans. Riot Games had about 530 layoffs, but Microsoft was also putting up some insane numbers, totaling over 2,000 layoffs in just 1 month. Saquon Barkley doesn't even have 2,000 yards this season. He's totally washed up. Look at the numbers Microsoft is putting up. 2,000 layoffs in 1 month.
Is the joke getting old yet?
The video game industry is in dire straits, people. These layoffs were broad. They hit 343 Industries, now Halo Studios. They hit Bethesda, Blizzard, and Activision. Two of the founders left Blizzard in 2024. Mike Ybarra and co-founder Adam.
Fuck, I don't know what his last name is. Whatever.
The first major release of 2024 was a big one. The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. Were you guys as excited for this remaster as I was? Because I wasn't excited at all. I've never played Last of Us 2. You see, I've been waiting for The Last of Us 2 Remastered to get a remake, hopefully in 2 more years, where I can sit down and finally see what this game is all about. But 2024 actually started off with a boom, something nobody expected. Hallow came out the same day, January 19th. What a game to start the year. Pokemon-inspired survival monster-catching game featuring all the animal slavery you could possibly imagine. Palworld quickly became one of the best-selling PC games of all time, and it cracked the top 2 of highest concurrent player count on Steam. In January, Palworld was averaging 1 million concurrent players, on average. But just 2 months later, that number went all the way down. Once players had done everything, little reason to engage with the survival mechanics and keep building your town. It was a ton of fun figuring out how to optimize your local to get the most resources and build the most expansive base. I think coming out in early access really hurt this game in the long term. Had it been on par with the quality of Helldivers 2, I think this would the most recent update that came after the Game Awards has somewhat revitalized the player base, and I'm still surprised it wasn't nominated at the Game Awards. Ace Attorney fans rejoice because the Apollo Justice trilogy and Ace Attorney Investigations have finally been remastered and ported to modern consoles. This series is honestly incredible. It has some of the best writing and storytelling you will ever find in any video game series. I highly recommend it. It's a big deal because the second Miles had never been translated to English until recently. It's been out for like 12 years. So now we can finally play the game and understand what we're saying. After a 9-year hiatus, Tekken came screeching back into the spotlight with 8, earning critical acclaim from fans and critics alike. It even won Best Fighting Game at the Game Awards, beating out our beloved Sparking Zero. But the first major failure of the year came in early February with Suicide Squad.
That's it. Well, we some kind of
live service flop. Still, the Justice League's biggest problem was that it was a live service for no reason, really. Well, the reason wasn't money. Want money now. Live service make money. Except, ooh, it looks like they lost a lot of money on this one. Because the developers are already winding down development as the 4th season will be the last. The game saw a very slight boost in player numbers in December, but not enough to make a sizable difference. Until the Justice League has done little but burn money for Warner Bros. As they've revealed, they've taken financial hits of $200 million live service games that nobody cares about, while also axing staff. Make better games. Have better ideas. Naturally, this major flop served as a pretty big warning sign, a red flag to other studios looking to overinvest in shoddy live service games. And thankfully, no other major flops released in 2024. Just 6 days later, a little team called Arrowhead Studios would come along and say, "You had it. You want to see how live service is done here? My GOAT, my game of the year. God bless Super Earth. Salute in chat right now. One salute. Sacrifice for paradise. Anything less will not suffice. That was too And so you're listing the game from like 100 brilliant idea that was. The momentum of our the whole time. I went doing really well. Roll back there and then I do the whole photograph and make a few things again. Try not to fool you. I'm a PlayStation executive, you know? I like losing money. Regardless, Helldivers 2 is one of those staple games, now part of my catalog, where I can hit up my boys at any time for the Helldivers 2, and we'll get a squad of people. I love it. Can't wait to see how the game evolves from 2025. Question. What the fuck was wrong with Ubisoft this year? This is not a good time for Ubisoft. What is Skull and Bones? Why is this random pirate game getting a $200 million budget and being developed over like 10 years? Why did Ubisoft CEO call it the quadruple A game? Where did this even come from? I feel like I never heard about this until after it came out and I heard the term, the quadruple A game. $200 million and wanting to rest of me to no end why publishers risk so much over-investing in these projects that they don't even expect to break even. Skull and Bones marked a new milestone, the first quadruple A gaming failure. It was late in development hell, and I guess Ubisoft just kept throwing money at it. You can't fix all your problems by throwing money at them. Without a cohesive vision, the game failed to impress, and the quadruple A tag has made it the subject of mockery by gamers. Rowland is supposed to be an expansion to Black Flag, which I love. That's like my favorite Assassin's Creed. How you fucked that up? How lucky are we, man? 2024, we finally got a long-awaited sequel. Poker 2.
Now only they can make a chest, too.
AKA Palatra, made by one dude, this indie made it all the way to a nomination for Game of the Year. Means it did not become dreams, however, and Balatro lost. Still, it sold over 3.5 million copies, and Balatro has given a unique spin on the deck-building game genre. Unfortunately, 2024 was not a good year for Star Wars fans. Arguably one of the worst, as recently the developers of Titanfall 1 and 2 were working on a new Star Wars FPS single player, the likes of which we haven't seen since Jedi Academy. God damn. How's progress on that coming along?
Listen out to be lovely.
Yes, let's cancel Respawn's FPS game, but let's keep throwing money at this fucking dumpster fire pirate game. I still haven't forgotten how incredible Titanfall 2's campaign was. But it seems somebody at EA forgot. Somebody really important. I sure do love layoffs. I love unemployment. I love how it stifles creativity in the industry. As the old saying goes, I had shit in Moss Island.
It's a fucking shithole.
I have no doubt the Star Wars games would have been incredible, but now, I'll never know. Final Fantasy VII remake got its second entry review. Someday I'll get around to playing these games. The idea that Sirona remake an actual is a bold step, but it sure has paid off that. As people develop even better review scores, it's nice to see a modern magic in Sadly, I'm not sure. I should have been There's been so many famous Dragon Ball video games. I love the series. But the suffering for Sallow is as he was suffering from the Yet another in a long list of disingenuous dog shit remasters that solely exist to squeege our collective nostalgia for any pennies it might be worth. I mean, this was on par with Warcraft 3 Reforged. It's just an objective downgrade, barely functional, no new innovation or content to speak of, a complete insult to fans. There was no reason for this to be made or released in the state that it was, and it makes you wonder why they would rush out such an awful remaster instead of,
I could just unlock it.
Doing something with those nearly complete builds of Battlefront 3? Like, what are you doing out here? What are you doing? The devs behind the Battlefront collection aspire having to somewhat revive an ancient community and reinvigorate this game with some new life. The flames will immediately extinguish just as fast as the beat is over. It's been 7 years since the real Star Wars game. It's a series that is supposed to print money. It shouldn't be this hard to figure out, but for some reason it is. Give Battlefront a respawn. Here's an idea. Dragon's Dogma 2 is one of those RPGs I look at and say, wow, I can't wait to play this. And then my brain says, hey, you haven't replayed Oblivion in 3 years. And I go, ah, shit, you're right. I missed out on Dragon's Dogma 2. My only hope is that it was done against the first one, which came out in 2012. This year was stacked with long-awaited sequel after long-awaited sequel. It was nominated for Best RPG at the Game Awards, but it sadly...
I'm a friend of Adelaide's. Oh, she was right. Not in that infernal cell. If only I could reward you. I'm grateful. Oh, and I have. If only I had. All my one back is like being reunited. I must return. I'll be fine this time. I'm anxious to see
on April 26th, and though its gameplay was solid, the boss design incredible, that's not what most people were talking about online. Discourse kind of devolved into movies and outcomes, which is fine, I guess. It just kind of makes you wish this discussion occurred around, like a Dead or Alive beach volleyball game. Stellar Blade's main character Eve sparked a really big discussion around sex appeal in gaming. How necessary is it? How far can you push it? I covered that in a previous video, but that aspect really seemed to overshadow any discussion about the game's story, its combat, and its gameplay, which I felt were pretty solid. A worthy entry in the Souls-like genre. Back on May 7th, Microsoft announced they weren't done for the season, man. 2,000 layoffs, rookie numbers. They put up an extra 705 in one day by shutting down Tango Gameworks, Arcane Austin, and Alpha Dog Games. This caused a huge controversy, which I also covered, because Xbox is severely lacking for first-party titles. They have for a long time. So getting rid of Tango, the developers of Hi-Fi Rush, was seen as a sign that they don't give a shit how good of a game you make. Gotta drive Game Pass subscriptions if you haven't. Everybody who played it, so it continued this trend of Microsoft cutting costs and getting rid of workers in ways that don't seem to result in us getting better games. A truly indefensible decision. Microsoft is sitting on so much intellectual property right now, and they're doing fuck all with it. So this was kind of a boiling point for me and a lot of other Xbox and gaming fans who just want to see Phil Spencer do better. Now that it looks like Microsoft and Xbox might even be abandoning the console market, this doesn't really have a faith in the brand or its potential to produce amazing exclusives. Thankfully, back in August, Tango was acquired by Crafton, which saved the studio, half of its employees, and the Hi-Fi Rush IP. Thanks, Microsoft! Adelaide made its way to the Game Awards as well. Yet another gaming title created by just one guy, as part of Video Game Donkey's Alohomora Games studio, or publisher, whatever it is. I think it's a great sign that 2 indie games made it all the way to nominations at the Game Awards. I love Video Game Donkey, and I'll always root for him, and by extension the games he helps. And I think it's great to see content creators help indie developers make their dreams become true. So
how nice of you to stop by.
The game
Why can't I hit you?
It's much fun to play, but the actress Melina Juergens won an award for Best Performance. So you'll have to tell me in the comments below if Hellblade 2 is worth playing for the story. I'm curious. Ladies and gentlemen, it turns out extra playing could be Call of Duty. It was always fun for a few days and I enjoyed my time playing it. But iPhone did little to stand out, and they could never beat the allegations of being the game you'll play until Black Ops 6 comes out. Born from former Infinity Ward leaders like Mark Rubin, X-Defiant looked like it could be a legitimate contender. And it may have been decent, but it was also generic. Even now I'm having trouble finding words to describe the game. I think most people who tried it out thought, yeah, this is alright, and then quickly stopped playing, because, it's alright is not going to keep people's attention for long. And on December 3rd, they announced that they'd be shutting down the servers on June 5th, 2025. So obviously Ubisoft is not holding out hope that this live service FPS is going to go anywhere. Just a terrible year for Ubisoft. But a wonderful year for Paper Mario fans. Finally, they released something that counts. 1,000 Years Old Remastered. This is hands down the best Mario game in terms of storytelling. It's not the best. It is in my humble opinion, and I was so excited to see it getting some love. Don't sleep on the 1,000 Years Old. In the third chapter, Mario becomes a WWE fighter who fights a giant chicken in a city flying above the clouds. Okay? It's awesome. The release of Destiny 2's The Final Shape in June resulted in even more layoffs. You're finished with your work? See ya! 220 employees accounting for about 17% of Bungie's revenue. That's pretty crazy. I don't care about Destiny. I don't care from modern Bungie. I care about what they're working on. And then we got a DLC so big that some considered it to be I'll give my review out in Sunday, okay? I gotta put rest of the review on also, Xenogears is a firstly positive reception, though how much is open world. There's so much space to It's the first time I ever got bored in a FromSoft game. Every area was gorgeous and stunning with its I'm not no look at this man. Still, it feels like FromSoft finally hit the ceiling of what they could get away with Dark Souls Lost. And it seems like we've got I'm excited for that.
There's nothing. Thank you, sir.
After Palworld hit its record-breaking Steam concurrent player count, I didn't expect anything else this year to top it. And then Black Myth Wukong came out. Monkey the video game had the right combination of incredible visuals and an iconic setting. Leaning heavily into Chinese folklore, this game exploded in their native country. It showed a side of Chinese culture that resonated deeply with their people. And because of its massive popularity in China, Western audiences turned their heads and said, "What's that? Monkey game? 2 million concurrent players? I'll check it out." Well, at times the game really does feel like a on-rails boss gauntlet littered with invisible walls. That's honestly kind of fine. If the combat is solid and the bosses are fun, then, yeah, you know, keep it simple. Not every game needs to be like open world. Like Sekiro, the combat focused around one weapon type, the staff, but they really fleshed out the type of attacks and special moves. Wukong won the Player's Voice Award for Game of the Year at the Game Awards, cementing its status as a fan favorite of 2024. So let me get this straight. You're saying Suicide Squad to the Justice League lost $200 million? Pulled my beard. Said Firewalk Studios. Oh, you think you can waste money? $200 million? Pump up those numbers, kid. Concord doubled that, wasting $400 million on a live service hero shooter, not part of an established IP, with ugly characters that cost $40. All for a game that was playable for just 2 weeks. At that point, just burn your money, man. Like, why even donate to charity? Just burn your money. It's not about money. It's about sending a message. What was the message? I mean, honestly, what were they thinking? These are some of the worst character designs I've ever seen. It goes to show that graphics ain't everything. You can have the most highly detailed visuals that money can buy, but if you don't have a good...
Don't mind me.
Like looking at things
just following the butterflies.
Apparently Concord's development was plagued with toxic positivity, as leadership was unwilling to hear criticism or act on constructive feedback. It was a sort of, "Hey Captain, we should sail around that iceberg." Nah, we're good. Uh-oh. I have no idea why Sony thought to give this brand new studio developing their first game a $400 million budget for a brand new IP and to charge $40 for a hero shooter in a market that's saturated with free-to-play hero shooters. All copies ended up being refunded, meaning there was no money made on anything. Quite possibly the biggest L for gaming since E.T. the Extraterrestrial for Atari 2600. And Concord will remain a punching bag for years to come. Star Wars Outlaws, another Ubisoft game that really didn't pique my interest because at this point I and many other gamers were just kind of tired of Ubisoft's shenanigans. Their weird pricing models, how they advertise and sell their games, all these different editions. Pre-order! And you fucking pre-order! The gameplay looked decent. Third-person Star Wars shooter. Descendo! On September 6th, Incendio! I did not expect Astronomy to win because I haven't played it. And I think it's one of those games that if you have played it, you know why it won. And if you haven't, then you're sitting there confused as hell as to why it did. I love that the devs tried to shout out Nintendo, you know, and saying that, hey, there's a company that's kept 3D platformers alive. You know who it is, right? But they couldn't mention them by name. I don't think Sony would have liked that. I played Astro's Playroom, which came with the PS5, and I thought it was pretty dang good. Even if it was more of a tech showcase kind of game. You know what? So is Wii Sports. Astrobot proves there is still a demand and a market for 3D platformers, a genre which outside of Nintendo has really not seen much love over the years, except maybe Ratchet and Clank. But I know a certain Baron Berg who would be happy to hear this news if they weren't dead. 2024 was a fantastic year for Warhammer 40k fans as we finally got Space Marine 2. And what a major standout it was. A fun, arcadey, third-person shooter that you can play with up to 2 buddies. It felt like a throwback to Gears of War co-op. I had a blast with the campaign playing it with my buddies, and though I didn't spend too much time with multiplayer, sometimes it's nice to just play a game for 10 to 15 hours and then say, you know what, that was great, I had my fun, I'm moving on. But what I'm not going to play is Starfield Shattered Space, the first expansion. Remember Starfield? So Bethesda released the first, possibly only DLC for Starfield, and nobody really talked about it or played it. I think Starfield was a game that at first everyone was super excited to play, but the longer everybody played it, the more we all realized how shallow the pool was, how bad the game was. I doubt Starfield is going to have any sort of like No Man's Sky type of resurgence. I think people are too over, to be honest. The horror genre has seen a resurgence almost entirely through remakes. And while it is kind of disappointing that we're not seeing a ton of new original ideas, shit, it seems to be working with Dead Space, Resident Evil, now Silent Hill 2, so I guess keep it up. I've never played the Silent Hill series, but I've heard nothing but good things about it. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero was one of my favorite games this year, a true successor to Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Although it's not a game that's really been balanced for competitive play, neither is Mario Party. Both of these titles I find are at their best when you're playing with your buddies in a relaxed, casual environment. I'm still pretty mixed on Black Ops 6. My attitude towards the game has gotten significantly more negative after they started selling AI-generated cosmetics and pig slop. Like, something about that art, man, is just so disgusting and off-putting. It's killed a lot of my interest in Black Ops 6, and it's incredible zombies mode. Yeah, let's replace the actors, man, fuck you. I might be done with it, though I do enjoy playing the new zombies map with Mr. Raffle Waffles and Hidden Xperia. That's fun, so I might keep doing that. And the worst game of the year, in my opinion, or at least my most disliked, was Dragon Age the Veilguard. It's a totally biased opinion, but I replayed Origins for the first time in years, and you can barely tell these two games are from the same series. The Dragon Age identity started off so strong and confident in 2009, but over each entry, more and more of what I loved about the first game has been lost. I could not stand playing this game, don't like the combat, I hate the dumbed-down RPG mechanics, the stupid dialogue wheel, the talking protagonist, and it's wild that Baldur's Gate 3 is doing what Dragon Age Origins used to do, and succeeding to such a great degree. Veilguard to me was just like the final nail in the coffin that BioWare is truly cooked. After Anthem and Mass Effect Andromeda, now Veilguard, they have needed a W for a long time. And they just keep on taking fat L after fat L. One thing you gotta give Stalker 2 credit for is being developed during a war. Talk about dedication. Some of the Ukrainian developers for Stalker 2 had to flee their homes, and others ended up joining the Ukrainian armed forces while they're at war with Russia. The devs GSC were also subjugated to constant cyber attacks. That's just insane to think about. Do you think Sun Tzu ever considered how interfering with foreign game development might help you on the war front? This was the first new Stalker game in 15 years, and those kinds of things that mixed reception, I think, given very unique based on the development cycle. I wonder if Stalker fans are somewhat forgiving about the state of the game. Let's hope they can keep some positive momentum going. December was utterly stacked with new releases. Marvel Rivals is incredible. It is everything great about hero shooters and is allowing us all to relive that sort of discovery of Overwatch. It also proves that hero shooters can still work by a new one. All you need is this little-known IP called Marvel, make the game free, and don't lock any of the heroes behind a paywall. Really simple, but extremely effective. I played the closed beta a few months ago, and one of my points of advice was, hey guys, make the heroes free and just charge for skins. It looks like they're doing that, and I got no problems with Marvel Rivals. At least not major ones. Stay tuned for future reviews. While I'm still washing the awful taste of Diablo 4 out of my mouth, Path of Exile 2 came out. I believe in early access, but after I reviewed Diablo 4, I was told, gotta check out Path of Exile, gotta do it. And I just might be doing that soon enough. It's crazy to me that there hasn't been a big budget Indiana Jones game in forever. But choo-choo, motherfucker, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle came out, and this game looks incredible. I haven't had time to try it out yet, but I'm also a bit surprised more people aren't talking about it. And finally, we had the Game Awards, which I felt rounded out the year very nicely. Would you believe there was 154 million viewers across these live streams? That's insane to think about. And if that metric is anything to go by, then interest in video games is at an all-time high. I think it was a fantastic celebration of the best parts of the industry, and like I said, Jeff Keighley did the right thing calling out industry layoffs, as 2024 was the biggest we've seen. There was a ton of discussion around the Game Award nominations, and though it was controversial, I don't think people got too heated over it. It was a fun event, a lot of cool reveals, a lot of games and people getting recognized, and some awesome trailers to see. As I've been saying all year, 2024 has been a year of extreme highs and the lowest lows. We've seen incredible releases like Marvel Rivals, Helldivers 2, Black Myth Wukong, and Astrobot, some major indie successes, but also we've seen record-breaking failures with Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League and Brave Concord, which does leave serious doubts about the future of AAA gaming and how mega flops like these could lead to further instability and layoffs in the future. But those were the best and worst games of 2024, brought to you by the Ackman. So hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did. Don't forget to post a comment telling me your best and worst games of 2024. I'm curious to see what you think. And subscribe to the Ackman for more awesome content. Alright everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Ackman signing out. Peace. 2023 will go down as one of the craziest and most entertaining years in gaming history. 2023 was a year of extremes. We reached new heights with Baldur's Gate 3, and we sunk to new lows with The Day Before, which has allowed scientists to discover a layer of Earth beneath the inner core. I don't even know how that's possible. As developers in the industry continue to push the boundaries of what is possible, other developers push the boundaries of what they can get away with. Baldur's Gate 3 and The Day Before are like our north and south poles. You can put every other game released this year in between these two. And as we move onwards into 2024, I thought it'd be fun to look back at every accomplishment and failure in the world of gaming. These are the best and worst games of 2023. Although our first topic isn't a video game, it is based on one. The Last of Us TV show premiered on HBO early this year. I knew the show was good because my parents, who haven't played video games since the NES, asked me if I had heard about it. The marketing must have been phenomenal because it captured the attention of my parents. It sounds like Sony managed to make a show based off a video game that appealed to a broader audience. I wonder how they did that. It couldn't possibly be as simple as faithfully adapting the incredible source material to a television format, right? Oh, interesting. Season 2 of the Halo TV show comes out in February. I don't know why I brought that up. Last of Us was amazing. Nominated for 24 primetime Emmys, and it became one of the biggest shows in HBO history. That success is well earned, and The Last of Us demonstrates what can be achieved when you properly adapt a beloved video game into a TV series. The first major game release this year showed everyone why sometimes it's okay to have a silent protagonist.
I just moosh it with my mind.
Our connections, our reconcilability is...
I just moosh it with my mind.
I just keep hearing I.
I just moosh it with my freaking mind! Okay, that is something I do now. I do magic, talk sanctioned effects,
So, let me get this straight. I'm, recording a video right now that I'm gonna post to my YouTube channel, and people are gonna watch it. That's just, something I do now. Although the combat and traversal in Forspoken looks kind of cool, what's not cool is being subjected to nuclear levels of cringe every time the main character opens her mouth. Guess that's why they called it Forspoken, because it should have been forbidden to have spoken dialogue this bad. Forspoken was lampooned and memed into oblivion, and that's pretty much all it's going to be remembered for. It's like the Morbius of video games. A lot of people wanted to experience it just to know for themselves how bad it really was. This is one of those games where the content and videos made about it are more entertaining than the game itself.
That is something I do. I do magic, pop sentient cuts, kill jacked up beasts.
After Forspoken's poor sales numbers, the studio behind the game, Luminous Productions, would shut down on May 1st. Which is kind of sad, but at least we got the worst game of 2023 out of our system early, right? Right? It can't possibly get worse. Luckily, the very next day, a miracle occurred. An amazing, unique Xbox exclusive was announced during the Xbox Bethesda showcase, and then it was released on the same day?
I don't believe it!
I give Hi-Fi Rush the most pleasant surprise award. Because it's pretty shocking that an action rhythm game would have mainstream appeal, especially after the rhythm genre got milked to death in the late 2000s and everyone got fucking sick of it. It is somewhat interesting that the protagonists and trailers for Hi-Fi Rush and Forspoken are similar, because they're both trying to sell you a main character with attitude. So why does Hi-Fi Rush get critical acclaim and Forspoken becomes a laughing stock? Well, making a good video game has something to do with it, but it's also because Chai is much more likable and he's not constantly trying to tell us how cool he is. Hi-Fi Rush has a similar art style to games like Jet Set Radio Future and Beautiful Joe. It's a visual style that, if done right, will look good for decades. It was nominated for 5 different categories at the Game Awards, and I'm happy it earned at least one. Titles like Hi-Fi Rush that are this unique deserve to succeed and be celebrated. The day after Hi-Fi Rush came out, we got what is arguably the best indie title of 2023, Pizza Tower. Made as a love letter for fans of the Wario Land series, Pizza Tower successfully captures the identity of those games. It acts as an unofficial spiritual successor. Nintendo hasn't made a Wario Land type game since 2008, so this has filled a market that Nintendo hasn't been willing to tap. Pizza Tower was nominated for Best Indie Game Debut, but lost to Cocoon. Still, that's one hell of a debut. With 98% positive reviews on Steam, it's nice to see indie titles like this get the praise and recognition they deserve. I don't know why, but this week in January was fucking loaded with games to talk about. The day after Pizza Tower came something I've wanted for years, a Dead Space remake.
Yes! Oh, fuck yeah! Yeah! Yo, now!
And thank the marker, this did not disappoint. Well, the only disappointment was the story, which I felt the dialogue and delivery were not as strong as the original, but everything else was an upgrade. This was my ideal kind of remake, one that keeps all of the best parts, but expands on it and takes liberties to give us more of what we love. The changes to Zero-G were awesome, as were the new areas and changes to the trans system, which unlike the original, didn't lock you into one area throughout a level. For any games in this list that I made a video on, you can check the description if you want to hear more. Would you like to know more? The first Dead Space is a masterpiece, and luckily, so is the remake. 2023 was a pretty good year for remakes and remasters, and Nintendo finally decided to remaster the 10th highest rated game of all time on Metacritic, Metroid Prime. I'm still kind of shocked that a Metroid game is held in such high regard despite its relative obscurity compared to other Nintendo IPs.
All I could see was that it was signed by and bore the seal of Victor Rookwood. And one other thing. Harlow mentioned you to his colleagues. They did not mistake you for someone else, did they?
No, they didn't. Rookwood and Harlow are after me.
Why did you lie to me? And what do they want with the Hogwarts students?
Professor Fig told me to keep things quiet. I know I can trust in Natty. Rookwood and Harlow want something Professor Fig and I found at Gringotts.
When were you at Gringotts?
Just before I came to Hogwarts. In fact, it's why I was late to the sorting ceremony. A portkey brought us there after the dragon attacked our carriage.
What on earth?
There's one more thing. It's a bit odd, if I'm honest. Professor Fig says I have a rare connection to a powerful form of ancient magic.
What does that mean?
I'm still learning, but I can see traces of it. And I've cast magic I can't otherwise explain. I know it's a lot to take in.
It is. And I will have more questions. For now, it's safe to say that Rookwood and Harlow are a threat to both of us. To all of us. And we can help to take them down for good. That letter is the tangible proof that Officer Singer needs. It is why I followed Harlow here, and why I wrote to you. I need your help to retrieve it.
Ano yan? Yan yung pangsayaw mo? Sa loob ko ilalagay.
Sa gilid lang.
Pwede ka naman buksan to. Tapos ano ba ito? Healthy naman to, di ba?
You seem to be very determined in stopping Urtkot and Harlow. Why?
I know you're not feeling about it. I know how bad things can get if they are not stopped. It's a long story. One I promised to share when we had more time. For now, there's still what we came to do.
Marami palang school sa Harry Potter, hindi na ako. Pero sa ako lang, diba?
I'll help you find the letter, Natty.
I'm glad to hear it. First, we must access the castle keep. I'll check the main gate, see if you can find another way in. I do not see any guards, but we should still try to be as quiet as possible. Harlow is here, after all.
Perhaps a candidate. Accio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa. I need to find a way into the gatehouse to open the gate for Natty. Revelio. Must be another way in. That looks as if it might raise the gate.
Okay.
Arresto momentum. Accio.
The fuck?
Wingardium Leviosa. Crucio. Arresto momentum.
Shit!
Descendo. Arresto momentum. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Incendio. Crucio. Arresto momentum. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Crucio. Arresto momentum. Accio. Arresto momentum. Depulso.
The fuck? It doesn't work. Or I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
Arresto momentum. Depulso. Arresto momentum.
Sarap. What the fuck, you're not eating? Okay, so ano? So walang solution dito. What the fuck?
Arrest the momentum. Arrest the momentum. Arrest the momentum.
Paano ko siya hihilahin? Buo ko dun ah.
Arrest the momentum. Arrest the momentum. Accio.
Well done. I will be right.
I will be right now.
I knew you could do it. This way. I will get the door.
Tama naman yung before na yun, diba? Iya. Ubus na. Kaya, ubus. Ayaw niya talaga matuyog.
That is the main key. My guess is that we'll find Harlow and the letter inside. We'll need to be careful once we get...
I hear them.
Yeah, restrain the me.
Highwing.
Do you know that hypocrite? Very well. New plan. I get the evidence and you free that hypocrite. Agreed? This is our chance. Go!
Blast it! There's got to be another way to get up to the roof. Somewhere. I hope Natty stays out of trouble.
Lakas ng loob ba?
Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Not the safest place to sneak into. Leviosa. Places. Leviosa. Revelio. Revelio. Expelliarmus, Accio. Descendo. Places. Quick, freedom.
As that sail.
Incendio.
One of my own.
Expelliarmus, Accio. Alohomora.
Anong oras ka magpe-perform ako? Naisip ko kasi dadali ko na lang ako yung damit mo para maluwag-luwag ang ano mo, bag mo.
I hope Natty's having an easier time of it. Alohomora.
Okay. Hindi ko nabibigyan si ano. Si Verante. Kasi tig-isang daan kami.
You're going home in a wooden box!
Okay.
Let me have one! No!
Expelliarmus.
Ha ha! Time to see someone, huh?
Incendio. Incendio. Reparo.
What the fuck?
Glacier.
Alohomora. Revelio.
Yeah, of course.
Revelio. Revelio. Highwing. It's all right. There we go.
Blackwing.
There you are.
Come on. Hurry.
Whoa!
Highwing, go! There's the Hogwarts Express. Must be returning from an unscheduled run.
Unscheduled? I can't move the camera. Who the fuck designed this? Should be able to look up or down. What the fuck? Is that them? Oh no. Why does he sound like that?
I wonder if anyone can see us from the castle.
Do you want to get caught? Or what?
This is amazing!
It is very amazing.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Where are we running? What are we running from? This is amazing. The gingerbread man. What's that purpose? The black girl going black wig.
How exciting.
It was exhilarating, wasn't it? I wasn't sure we were going to make it out alive.
There was no need to worry. I had it all under control.
You were going to find the letter?
Summoned it straight out of Hallow's hands. I will say, I did not expect to see him cast the killing curse at us. He won't forget this. Be on your guard.
Of course. What did the letter say?
That Rook was looking for a phoenix. Not sure where he will find one. But it also included Harlow's orders to inspect that castle for the poachers. Enough to connect Harlow to the crimes. I shall deliver the letter to Officer Singer. She'll have to do something when she sees it. Now, tell me, where did you meet these hippogriffs?
I've only met Highwing before. Poppy introduced us.
Poppy Sweeting knows a hippogriff. Of course she does. Poppy will be relieved to know that Highwing's safe. I came to the right person for help. My mother will be worried. I must go. Seek me out soon. I shall have much to tell you.
Okay, I've unlocked them. Take me to a cellar. Oh, then there's like a cellar.
Away, Highwing! Away!
Bakit pa ako gagamit ng broomstick?
I have learned about wizard who is being harassed by Harlow. He may be able to provide the evidence we need to take Harlow down. We should speak with him together. Meet me at his home.
Why don't you have a little peruse?
Where is the mask? Yep.
More than happy to purchase that. Good to have stock, I always say.
Yeah. Huh? What?
I cannot thank you enough for all you did to get my carts returned to me. I've been painting and painting. Incredible how such darkness can inspire such beauty.
Sige, pinatay ko yung camera. Nakakasakay na ako sa flying bird.
Appreciate you stopping by.
Not by the rule of requirement. Deek tells me.
Blackbird. Ewan ko kung may ganito si Hagrid. Pero ito.
I assume you have news regarding the goblin you mentioned. Why don't we meet at the map chamber to discuss that and our next steps?
Hindi, di ba owl lang si Hagrid? Ay hindi, beast class pala siya, so malamang ito nga. Ayos wala pang damit, naka-lipstick na. Tangina, bakit pa ako gagamit ng broomstick? Kasi pwede rin siyang tumakbo eh. Oo.
No need to race now, my friend. Time to go a little quicker.
Ang ina, pag lumilipad, tumatakbo pa din. Ito? Hindi, pero kung may ganito na ako, bakit pa ako magbo-broomstick? At putang ina, pwede kayo pasok ng school. Okay.
Let's go! Faster!
Faster. 5:30.
Pwede mag-walk.
Yep.
5:30?
Yeah. Bawal ako bumaba dito.
Go!
Nilagay sa bag. Laki na to. Pag nilaro mo, tagal.
Yung parang hindi ka masasatisfied na ilang laro.
Alam mo, di ba kinuwento ko sa'yo, ilang beses, takbo lang ako ng takbo. Ito, ano to, yung room of requirements, kung naalala mo yun. Yung ano siya, yung maraming bagay, tapos sasabihin, imagine mo kung ano yung kailangan mo lalabas. May mga tanim din akong mandrake. Tapos, naalala mo yung Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Meron ako.
Na beast?
Oo, ito sila. Ay, ba't mga gutom? Matang ina, may pakainan kayo. Ayan, yung mga pangit na hayop na yan. Tangina nga eh, comedy. Pati magpapakain, magic. Lumilipad.
Regarding Salazar Slytherin's scriptorium, but my efforts were in vain. Meet me outside the Slytherin common room. We need to talk.
Tsaka kakamadali ka makukuha ko na yung Havana! Havana! Uy! Nakabunas na yan, boss. Tawagan ko na.
Kaamoy po nung nasa Japan tayo.
Yeah.
Deek would like to talk with you when you have a moment.
Yes, Mr. Deek.
Hello, Deek. Professor Weasley said you wanted to tell me more about the loom.
Hello, yes. About that, Deek has had a thought. He...
Ultra Loom? Luma? What the fuck is this?
As Deek was saying, and
what do you mean?
A house elf named Tobbs. Well, Tobbs' master doesn't let him leave the cave.
That sounds awful.
It is.
I understand.
Oh, thank you.
A beach. Huh? Okay. everybody eat. Wala ka? Unicorn, no? Alright. Kapatid, pasuyo naman ng tricycle. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Sa'yo.
Deek thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Nagiging kamukha na nito si Mark.
Si Mark? Si Marvin? Sabi mo, si Mark.
And although the price tag might be a little questionable, this remaster is long overdue. Now, if they remake Metroid Fusion, I'm going to shit my pants. Oh boy, this was easily the most controversial game released this year. Hogwarts Legacy. What's life without a little drama, right? Hogwarts Legacy sparked a massive boycott because some people don't like what J.K. Rowling has been saying recently, and because we have no concept of game development, well, let's throw all the developers under the same bus and just assume they think and believe all the things that she does. It baffles me that some people are incapable of separating art from the artist. You can absolutely disagree with everything J.K. has been saying and still enjoy Hogwarts Legacy for what it is. The whole boycott illustrated that external politics in the real world should not invade the process of reviewing a game based on its own merits. This boycott backfired spectacularly, inadvertently giving the game more press and attention, making it one of the most successful titles released this year. For fans of Harry Potter, it was pretty much a dream come true. Aside from all those movie tie-in games, which were a coin flip if they'd be good or dog shit, this is the first time people had a chance to really immerse themselves in the world of Harry Potter and in Hogwarts, to explore all the memorable, iconic locations from the films and the books, to fly around an open-world RPG on a broom. I mean, what more could you ask for? It was pretty magical. Hogwarts Legacy made a shitload of money and broke records for most-watched single-player game on Twitch of all time, selling over 15 million copies and earning more than $1 billion. Hogwarts Legacy proves that the world of Harry Potter still resonates with people, even 16 years after the last book came out. 2023 would be the comeback year for many games people had previously given up on. Halo Infinite is a good example. It has made a startling comeback ever since the old leadership was axed and removed from 343. And now the game is getting consistent updates that are substantial and really good. We even added Firefight, man. I mean, that's bravo. I'm glad I gave Halo Infinite another shot. And I think it deserved a nomination at the Game Awards for either Best Ongoing or Best Community Support. Like, how the fuck did Destiny 2 get a nomination?
You're here.
Bungie has been imploding recently. Things are looking up for Halo fans. But 343 needs some kind of X factor.
I told him,
they want this game to hit mainstream
only
again.
a Gaunt's
As
knows the
someone
location
who
of the script.
adores Dead Space and Resident Evil 4, 2023
I suppose.
gave me
I know
more
where
than
he
I
is.
could have dreamed of. The RE4 remake
He's this way.
did exactly what I wanted it to. RE4 was lightning captured in a bottle, impossible to replicate. And although I prefer some of the voice acting and dialogue in the original, this is as good as you can get to recapturing that same lightning. Leon was given a bounty of phenomenal one-liners to spout off constantly. They really dived into the campy nature of the game, and the combat was fucking amazing. The Mercenaries mode, incredible, and they recently released Separate Ways DLC. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's
Keep
bingo
an eye
night.
out.
We also got
Never
to
know who's
finally see
watching.
the Super Mario
Although that
movie.
hasn't stopped
It was
us
so
before.
cool. Despite the
Strictly
jokes we all
speaking, it
made from all
has.
the voice
We
actors.
were cool. Damned poltergeist. Such a nuisance.
If you guys missed last night, I finished the DS1 Deathless run. Let's go, let's go. I haven't played Dark Souls 3 in like, I don't know, 2 years. We finished our first baseline run of Dark Souls 3.
There he is. Good luck.
Well, that was very easy. I died to Frida 3 times, and then after that, I just had a panic crisis, and then I PB'd. I have a PB of 5 now, but it was a...
What are you doing here? Hello, Ominous. What is it? What? Please, Ominous. Sebastian simply wanted me to have a safe... I suppose that makes sense. Don't tell me he's still going on about... He told
What
you
we're gonna
about...
do,
He
this
did.
is not very
We
fun,
were talking
and I
about
know,
our
but
house
we're gonna
founder and you
open
mentioned
actually
it.
fighting
Yes,
Frida.
well, he seems to
But
think
I
it
lost
contains the answer to saving
3
Anne.
times to Frida
I think
last
it's likely
night,
for
and I don't want that to
Wait.
happen again.
Of course not. In fact, she'd heard of this script she wrote regularly to my father. I'm sorry about that. Aunt Noctua went down this
back
path.
again?
You don't know the history.
It's the first
Get
one of
you
the day,
on
guys.
about
Can we
Slytherin
please be
and
respectful,
Sebastian.
bro? Whoa, awesome item. Let's
Very
go.
well. I shall...
Scary Skelly, man. Oh my god, this is so
I hope
scary.
we don't regret this. Sebastian, over here.
No!
These braziers grant access to the Now you'll share? You wouldn't tell me when I practically begged.
No problems, no problems. The last one is literally bad. Vibes are on good today. The vibes are definitely vibing. The vibes are definitely vibing.
3 heads are better
Where
than
the,
1.
I don't even know what to call it.
Are better than 1.
It was the ladies.
And by that logic, 3 is better than 2.
Sour candy
Simple
freaks it up. Are you
mathematics,
serious? I should know you can bring up.
Something's happening.
I hope we're ready for this.
Time for the State Farm Spotlight. We present a right announcement special from today's action. Now we're gonna highlight
Rebellion.
farmers who died in quarterfinal number 4.
It's been so long since I've seen that already.
Today's it was very impressive, especially diving into the sofa. I think she almost got the right there, but
Do you think maybe you're just bad now?
No, I'm not bad.
The rubble formed a relief of a person facing a snake.
Must be the voice I hear.
Yay! I know it.
You hear
Let's go.
It started when you repaired that relief.
That's the
I hear a
balloon
whip.
clip, bro.
I'm a
It's such a
parson.
small clip, but if you guys missed
wish
it,
all
I
Slytherin.
went to
Might
Twitch
not want
Rivals
the ability.
and
I haven't spoken it in ages, but
play of the day.
I'm hoping you're having sex. I see no reason.
It's ironic. When I left home, I vowed to leave the dark arts behind, and yet here I am.
For sure. I
Stand
wonder if I
back.
can make this bigger and then replay.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
you called this the dive of the day, Sergeant. It was very
You call this the dive of the
It
day,
worked.
bro.
Ominous.
It was a good dive,
You possess
bro.
a rare
It was a good
ability
dive.
indeed. Between the two of you, I'm starting to feel left out.
Between the two of us,
I...
And remember when I lost
Never
my
mind.
to these guys?
Rebellion.
PS2
Way
probably
forward.
would be next.
Like an ace.
It'll come
Salazar
one day.
Slytherin I wanted this to be difficult to solve.
Honestly. I did speedrun Sekiro, but I didn't do
Don't
all
be
boss.
careful. There's more than one gate ahead.
But I've never done
Hey,
all
look
boss.
closely at
Alright, I'm gonna
each
try
gate
Vork
for
without any
clues.
armor. I kind of like the non-armor situation. Alright, let's get it.
Incendio!
Dialogue requires focus.
Our nocturne said the same. It may take practice to solve it.
Did I break it?
That didn't sound good.
Oh, I almost
Salazar
got hit with
Slytherin
this.
didn't make this easy.
Frick Vort, frick the guy. Oh no, frick
Rebellion.
Oh, I'm so bad, I'm so bad, I'm so bad. Oh my god, I'm so stupid, bro.
This
I'm literally
journal
so
entry,
stupid.
it mentions getting lost and being unwelcome.
A win is a win, I guess. That wasn't so bad, but it was
This is looking rather dire,
like
isn't it?
clergyman, yeah, a little bit. I
Luther
guess.
surprise!
Wait a
In a
minute.
maze
Yeah, it is like
designed by
clergyman.
Salazar
Yeah, you're right.
Slytherin.
Do we want to get the report started? Definitely is a little bit. More than all Broomsticks games. No? What? I literally finished the games casually with like 2,000 deaths. And I was like, let's just do all bosses deaths this time. And guess what? We're doing it.
Matching the symbols did open it.
I was about to do that myself. But you got to it first. Nice work.
Another gate.
Seems Slytherin like to play games.
Must run in the family.
Look in a mirror, Sebastian.
MAGA
That sounded
podcaster Matt Walsh
Another dial
appeared
solved.
on Jillian Michaels' show,
Shows what?
Keeping It Real. And
Got
it's
more
interesting
sold ahead.
seeing people who aren't really
Search
political
each
commentators,
one.
from what I understand
May
about
not be obvious what
Jillian,
she's
but
where.
can kind of just, in layman's term, debunk some of these right-wing political commentators' logic on issues. Here,
Not
they're
sure
debating
references
gay
came
marriage.
from arduous
And Matt
challenges,
Walsh,
but
what's so
also
strange is
rewards.
he's been on so many shows. I'll show you a clip
part
from a little
I'm
while
wearing.
ago on Rogan's show.
All I heard was rewards.
So the biggest podcast in the world, he's talked about this. He's been on so many platforms talking about gay marriage. So you would think he'd be prepared then to clearly, concisely, and effectively articulate his position. But every time I hear him talking about his opposition to gay marriage, it's very slow moving and disjointed, and it blows up after a little bit of pressing from the interviewer, including just Joe Rogan, who we know is not the bastion of liberalism, especially these days.
To change your family's traditions.
But first here from this podcast, Jillian Michaels kind of gets into it with him, and we'll watch that play out like in our response. While you watch this, please do click the subscribe button if you appreciate this.
Excellent work. We're another step closer to the scriptorium.
But it's always been
Lumos.
That fundamental purpose. That there has never been a society until ours right now that has said,
I spotted something ahead.
Well, actually, marriage has nothing to do with procreation at all. That society has never existed, unless you can think of an example.
No, there's rights that pertain to the kids, but hacks are created, but also have adopted a kid. We adopted a kid. And what happens to all these protections then, if you hypothetically got your way?
Ominous. A skeleton.
Well, I mean...
And not Jill's last journal
You
entry.
have tough individual situations like that, I don't deny it, and
blocked by an
when you
unforgivable
allow...
curse.
This is where she died.
Like, what are we doing here?
This is where we'll die.
Why is he just melting?
I shouldn't have listened to either of you.
Quick, go, explain it, I'm bored. Well, I guess when you put it that way... yeah, that's
ominous.
You haven't already considered such that you would have a response prepared?
But I know what to do.
If marriage is just for procreation, what about...
You said you know.
Even if we separate the gay marriage argument, what about couples who... What about couples who don't have any children? Even if they're straight couples. Should they not be allowed to get married?
He does seem a bit good.
And he's like, oh god, interesting.
Wish we had
You haven't thought of this before?
All of this could have been avoided.
For the institution of marriage to be essentially disbanded, as it has been in this country.
Salazar Slytherin did.
Any effort to
many unimaginable people to be a part of something that is special.
And I won't do it.
I don't see
Crucio
that
has this pure torture and I would know.
Sebastian told me a little what happened when you were young. Sounds as if you had no...
Should have known he would have told you. I'm as guilty as the unforgivable curses. That spells the reason. If you cast Crucio, you will regret it forever.
What do we do now?
Ridiculous. It's up to us.
Wait, you didn't...
Because I'm not sure I do. Ominous knows. I think I can cast...
I want to learn the curse, but I won't cast it on you.
I shan't forget.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Are you alright?
Lumos, that pain, it was excruciating. But I'll survive. Let's keep moving.
We made it. We found Salazar Slytherin's scriptorium.
I can't believe we're here.
Avada Kedavra! Puppetto Mysterio!
Sebastian, ominous. There's a book just here.
You found something.
You two go ahead. Let me know what's in it. I'll wander around a bit.
Lumos. Rebellion.
I'm good. I just needed some beer.
What do you think? Looks like a spellbook of some kind. Still can't believe ominous.
What will you do with Slytherin's spellbook?
What I do with every book. Read it. Having professors as parents ingrained that habit early on. But I can do that later. For now, I say we explore this room. It's breathtaking.
Lumos.
I don't want to leave, but I owe you. Both of you. Without both of you, we'd never have made it this far.
We were lucky. We could have died. We must swear never to do this again.
Ominous. Out your arms.
Please, Sebastian. I meant what I said before. We swear, right now, never to engage in anything to do with dark magic again.
Understood. I'm truly sorry about your aunt, Ominous.
I suppose after all this, I am grateful to know what happened to her. Thank you.
Of course. You're welcome. I am Crucio. Flippy doodad. Hindi masisira yung ano ko. Hindi ko naman makakalimutan. Crucio! Ha! Let's do the side missions and try out what it can do.
Definitions. So, the state of being united as spouses in a consensual and contractual relationship recognized by law. That is literally how I define it. It also called matrimony or wedlock, culturally and often legally recognized union between two people called spouses. And yes, I know historically the spouses were man and woman, but it establishes rights and obligations between them, as well as between them and their children.
Do you recognize at least that removing the family, removing the creation of children from the definition entirely means that you have a definition there that is, would you at least recognize that it is unprecedented in the history of human civilization?
I guess so. I mean, I would have to go, I don't know. I know that there's been homosexuality throughout history.
Thanks for stopping by.
I
Hope
would
to see you
presume
again.
to, I guess so. I've done zero homework on this, so if somebody knows better than me, please leave it in the comments. But at the same time, women were getting raped, slavery was legal, like, you know, there's a lot of things we had to evolve out of. So,
This must be the cellar.
you know, if we
But I don't think marriage is one of those things.
But marriage is...
Well, that's what gets to an important understanding of this. Folks like Matt Walsh will try to say that his argument, he can detach it completely. He said at the beginning of this interview, I'm pretty sure, you can detach completely from his religious belief and still make an argument against gay marriage, just about the institution of marriage. And a lot of times there's this assertion that you can have objective morals on such a thing, when of course we're talking about our subjective approach to a principle that I'm willing to disagree with people on. I'm just annoyed when they seem to back up their pro-restriction of other people's rights argument with really flimsy logic. That's what's upsetting. You can have different morals that say it is way better for society and that's what the state should do. The arguments never seem to pan out that well, because he's saying, no, well, the reason I'm against gay marriage is based on them not being able to procreate. But I won't apply the same logic to couples that are infertile. Or, did you know that George Washington himself, Matt, didn't have any biological children with his wife? Are you wanting to take away a first president's marriage? How unpatriotic. Here's him struggling with the same counterpoint a while ago on Joe Rogan's show.
We are making the institution meaningless.
But it's not meaningless.
Well,
it's very meaningful to the people that have it.
Subjective, symbolic, and it's about your own personal feelings.
Isn't it, though?
Well, no, I would say that it's not.
Well, if it's not subjective, it's not symbolic.
It codifies and protects and gives a name to a thing that actually
the cellar is fucking huge.
Man, woman, couples creating people, creating babies.
But not always.
Right, but that's...
Well, and again, it's doing it there. The heart of human civilization is understood the objective reality that marriage is codifying man and woman procreation. No, because I knew that Michael would bring this up at some point. Maybe she said what? Throughout much of human civilization, the type of monogamous structure of marriage that Matt Walsh has so many different civilizations. That's not how people operate. And last I remember looking into this, we're like under that maybe like 5,000 something years away from the most average as we currently understand it. And I hate to break it to Matt, we've been around much longer than 5,000 years. And so before he's making the, but it's unprecedented now for something that recognizes same-sex, legal, contractual relationship. That's so unprecedented, so it must be or it's always only been about procreation. It's only been about two people procreating. None of those things are that logical, because at one point the type of marriage that he's for was unprecedented in its sort of state-backed institutionalization.
That's still the nature of the union. So,
but what are the percentage of people today that are married that don't have children? I bet it's pretty high amongst heterosexuals. Is there something wrong with that?
I think there is something wrong with that. I think there is something wrong with getting married and saying, we're not gonna have any kids at all.
But why is there something wrong with that? It's someone's personal choice. Why is it wrong that two people are like, I am deeply committed to work and I don't want to sacrifice any of my career and I don't want to ruin a kid because I'm constantly at the office, but that's where I get deep satisfaction and that's what I'm focused on. And the woman says, that's great because I don't want children either. I really am attached to my interests and my career and what I like to do. That's not damaging your relationship with your wife and your family. I certainly don't think of it as a threat to my marriage or my family.
Yeah, it is a personal choice.
Right, but shouldn't people be allowed to make those personal choices? Like, isn't that a fundamental aspect of what it means to be American, to have that freedom?
Well, but right now we're not talking about what people are allowed to do. I'm not saying
we're talking about marriage, gay marriage.
Okay, we were just discussing straight couples who choose not to have kids.
That's also a personal freedom issue,
right.
Isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that straight couples should be legally required to have kids, but if you're asking me, do I think it's the right choice to just get married and choose not to have kids?
Okay. Because he goes around and goes, well, no, I'm not saying that I want to take away that ability for couples that can't have kids who are straight couples. Yeah. Okay. But you're saying that for gay couples. What's the difference? if your gay marriage argument is premised on the idea that not being able to procreate with each other in a marriage disqualifies the marriage,
It wasn't as easy.
and thus it shouldn't be
Here's a little something.
an institution at all for those individuals.
Thank you again for your help. I suspect you have a bright future.
But why aren't you saying that about... Why aren't you advocating just as aggressively for taking away from infertile couples? Or couples who just choose not to have children? There's just not a consistency there. And that quickly, to me, disqualifies Matt from the discussion. If he could figure out a more consistent argument, then we can get back into it. Because it's true that we're making sort of moral judgments, we're making calls on what should be recognized by the state, and I think it's very beneficial for people to be celebrated and to benefit from and to be state-backed for making a commitment to one another, same sex or different sex, having kids or not having kids. I think that's good. I think acknowledging and supporting with our laws such a commitment and proclamation of love, I think that's a really good thing for the furtherance of society. So it is a moral judgment I'm making, but his argument is supposed to be objective about just the facts of nature and this, that, and other thing falls apart really quickly. Next clip.
Experimenting with a marriage for making a...
That is a procreation, for example, is not the entirety. It's an essential component of
People that don't have kids are married. I don't see them going after their marriage.
No, I certainly wouldn't, because these are it doesn't...
Because Jillian, gay, ick, that's why. Pick up
Rebellion. That does not challenge the inherent nature of the thing. So you could have couples that...
But you're saying the inherent nature's procreation. Right. They're not procreating.
Right, and there are... It's like...
Define this as portal.
I could say that it's natural, it's in our nature for a human being to be born
you like
with
that?
two legs.
A fine choice.
There are humans that are born without them.
Thank you for
It
that.
doesn't mean they're not human, but this is something has gone wrong, and so they were not able to fully participate in that aspect of being a human, unfortunately. But it doesn't challenge the nature of being a human.
Oh.
And I would say that one of the natural, the nature of marriage is procreative, and even though you have...
No, but you're saying that
Indeed, he was
that
hurt.
necessarily
The cabinet.
that's a part of it. Not that it's one of the variables, that's a necessary part of it. Otherwise, it's not marriage. Because if you don't take that position, and you're saying it's often a part of it, true, it is often a part of marriage.
Away!
Procreation. Fine. But that doesn't really construct an argument that makes any sense, again, against Jillian Michaels. And you know what I was thinking about too? To the sort of what's good for society thing? I think Matt Walsh would agree that he's not going to get rid of the concept of gay relationships, right? He's probably not even going to outlaw that if he had his way, if he were dictator for a day, as Trump said. Wouldn't you rather...
This must be the cabinet.
Maybe he wouldn't, but wouldn't you rather, through the state's lawful recognition of it, wouldn't you rather encourage people to get into committed relationships with one another, where they can build something really meaningful and long-lasting, and potentially one that builds a family?
Have a look around.
As opposed to not. If people are going to be in relationships, in gay relationships, wouldn't you prefer that? Rebellion. I know you would see that as, no, but then you're celebrating something that I think wrong with being gay. But it's very strange. But I thought he could disconnect from his religious views, so then he couldn't say that's wrong. But maybe he would make an argument it's inherently wrong because it's not procreative, but then he wouldn't say
But then I think love, and that would be a marriage without love, I think you lose too. So if you said Man-woman love. I would go, yes, I'm with you, number one. But when in the world are you getting this unicorn society? Like, your house might be that, and that's wonderful. But I would tell you, I don't think the majority are. And I think providing kids with love and structure is the most important thing if you don't have this perfect scenario. And allowing gay parents to get married is so much better for the psychology of their children. And I think it's a fantasy world to think they won't have kids.
Revelio.
Well,
by the way, is this little contemplation station thing cool for y'all? He does seem like he's contemplating more. Let's see here. Okay. You know, Jillian, it's interesting you brought that up. I talk a lot about this subject, but now that you're bringing up these points, I haven't really figured them out. Does that make me seem wiser? Him leaning back and rubbing his chin like that? Very interesting.
Either well, to fight that troll. They won't have names. That's part of the point. But in a gay relationship, you have kids in the sense that a man and woman create in so many scenarios, this ideal that I'm talking about is not real. It's not like black men, 70% of bubbles. Rape, it's a crisis. I think the way to address that is not to just give up on the concept of marriage and family. It's just going to solidify and protect.
And forgive me, I'm not
yeah, you'll find it more.
I love her life. She's like, dude, I don't fucking know anything, but I'm casually expressing. It's great. She's like, I don't, and I'm not saying she doesn't know anything. She clearly has really great thoughts on this, but she forgets. I haven't researched any of it. I'm just, stubbornly ignorant, absolutely steamrolling you. I'm sorry, this is a total accident. I thought you were going to say no, because you listened to me the research one, but this is the first second I'm thinking about it, and I can easily develop what you're saying. Oh, it's beautiful.
You'll find historically that has been broken cultures that practice polygamy. Even Adelaide, you'll find that. That I'm certainly not a polygamist myself, but I don't think
maybe listen.
I don't think I'm quite happy. But here's the point. Those marriages.
Take a joke, Matt. Rebellion. She's like, you're missing out. It's a joke. I don't think she's polygamous either. But he goes, no, I'm very happy. Why are so many of these right-wing podcasters just lacking all charisma? Where's the charisma? I feel like for every hair that grew, he made a deal with the devil, right? For every hair that would grow on his very thick beard, he'd lose a little bit of charisma. Because he has a great beard. You can't deny that. Charisma? No.
We're still fundamentally procreative. And so it was still the recognition of this basic deep truth that I'm talking about, even in societies that practice polygamy. In fact, for them, procreation was so much to the point that that's part of the reason why they had polygamy, was so they could create even more kids.
Box of letters to Sirona.
And if you go back far enough in time to human history, when there weren't that many people on Earth, yeah, you could.
Why be married if it's all about having kids?
I mean, well, you could argue, if you go back far enough into history, you could argue that that way back when that polygamy served a purpose in like populating the earth and we don't. So but it's all.
Tried to tell my wife that, but she didn't seem to agree.
Always been that fundamental purpose. That there has never been a society until ours right now that has said, well, actually, marriage has nothing to do with procreation at all.
Yeah, that's not okay. We've already addressed it, and he's gone round and round and round. Again, the George Washington example. Yes, there has been society ours or others that there are plenty of examples of people who were in marriages. But I guess he says that's the exception, not the rule. But you could make the same argument for gay marriage. It just really, really is a mind bender, isn't it? And it's a great point. Wait, how that polygamy? Are you? What do you mean? It's been about this commitment between one man and one woman. When you're saying that in times gone by, it was something completely different, but it's procreated. Okay, well, if we're just talking about procreation, marriage doesn't have to have anything to do with it. Trust me.
Come in.
I'm kidding.
Sorry, there's a smell. New batch of toe-pied.
You could. He's right. You could name some historical figures who procreated. Woo. And it had nothing to do with their marriage.
I'll not mind seeing you here again. Consider yourself welcome.
So then, yeah, I don't know. I think he needs to think a little longer. And he's been thinking about this for many, many years. A little longer before bringing it out. Great job there, Joint Mike. I thought it was interesting to watch. Tell me your thoughts. Should I have more of a compelling lean when I do these segments? Does it make me seem like I'm contemplating more? You can let me know in the comments. Get the bonus show by clicking that join button.
Sirona. I have good news. I was able to provide your friend Mrs. Sprottle with some hall pumps for her Wiggamel potion, and I found your box of letters.
Oh, thank you. I knew you were the one to ask.
I will never forget you guys. Just remember that. A day of my life. I care about you guys so freaking
I'm glad I could be of help.
And I would never in my life.
Mrs. Sprottle sends her best.
Don't know what I'd have done without her and Aiden. Thank you, again, for helping her, and for returning this box of letters. It's nice to reflect on good memories.
We've been through times of political polarization before, but this is very different with algorithms pushing messages, with AI pushing messages, and with the amount of disinformation and misinformation that is now in the public square. This is the most we've ever seen.
One of the big criticisms that has been given to the Democrats is their refusal to play dirty. When both sides get dirty enough, you've lost whatever system it is you're trying to defend.
I don't believe that we should play dirty, but I do believe that we should be ruthless. One of the most stunning things about this election, troubling ones for me, is the numbers of young people that flaked away from our party. Because if you want to know where a nation's headed, talk to our young people under 25.
Martin O'Malley, running for the DNC chair position. You've so graciously agreed to be a part of our interview series for the candidates that are running for this DNC chair position.
Glad to. Honored. Thanks for reaching out.
A lot of the people that are listening are very much like online people, so we know who Trump is, we know who AOC is, and that's it. Yeah.
I was born in a small log cabin outside of, in the suburbs of Maryland. Moved to Baltimore for law school, stayed, was in the state's attorney's office for a couple years. But even before those days, I threw myself headlong when I was in college at Catholic University into the campaign of a little-known United States Senator named Gary Hart, who that year would be the candidate that emerged out of the pack and challenged Walter Mondale all the way to the nomination. And in the course of that experience, I was, I had the biggest title of any 20-year-old in my cohort. I was, as the adults got laid off in the campaign, I became the Deputy National Finance Director of the campaign, and then I acquired a lot of experience once he took off. They gave me a piece of Iowa to coordinate, and then did Oklahoma, Texas, Pennsylvania, 3 states on that the convention, Florida, Rhode Island, South Carolina, coordinated the Central area. And then I came back. The reason I share that is I learned in those times from people with a lot of experience how to run a campaign. And so it's not set
such a great leap for me. Also worked for Barbara Mikulski as her field director. Ever elected in their own right to the United States Senate, which was a real also immersion experience in Baltimore. And then I ran for state senate at the age of 27. My girlfriend at the time, now my wife, told me, this guy's going to beat you like a drum. You have no idea what you're walking into. I said, nah. So I knocked on a lot of doors, like 8,000 doors. They tell me I lost by 23 votes on the absentees. Next year, a seat opened on the city council, which I had not thought about doing, but my friends convinced me, and they were so elated we came so close.
I know you're the one who's so
that I felt dead short.
We've been
And they
looking
said
for
that is
you.
service also. And the city needs good people. And so I ran and was elected and re-elected there. Thought I was getting out of politics, and then no one emerged that year to run for mayor that could do what needed to be done to make our city a better and safer place. So I ran for mayor and was elected.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
One of the things that I've noticed...
Yeah, that's real quick. I'm told we're here for like 2 hours.
2 hours? Oh, I was told I had 45 minutes. And we're going to go to the back and schmoo... No. One thing there's two things that I really like about your story. Well, one question and one thing I really like. One thing that I try to stress to my audience is politics seems very insulated from the rest of society, such that if you're not a Kennedy or a Clinton or rich, you can't be involved in any way.
Yeah.
And yeah, it seems like there's a surprising amount of power, especially at local levels, if you're willing to just reach out and grab it. You know, you mentioned that election that you lost by, you said 20-some votes. I read 40-some votes, but it was
It was half of 43. So I needed to switch that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, politician math. No, I'm just kidding. But the electoral math. You decided to run for this relatively. You ran for office. You did it on local levels, and then you have worked your way up to being in these larger positions. How do you try to get younger people involved when it comes to getting active in politics, when it feels like, I guess to reframe this a little bit, it feels like the focus is so much on the national level stuff that nobody knows their mayor, nobody knows their governor. Yeah, how do you get people to kind of be on being involved in some of these local...
The last time we did this to ourselves in 2016, there was an outpouring of first-time candidates. Many of them were young, not all of them, but many of them were young. And I remember going to an event that sponsored an organization, and there were a lot of sudden sort of ad hoc organizations. And this one was all about bringing forward new leaders. There was some former Obama campaign folks. That's why Rowland Underwood actually was at that event. But I shared that story I just shared with you about running for the first time, because I think it underscores the truth that you don't have to come from money. You don't have to have so-called bosses in any city or the senior politicians tell you it's your time. They never tell you it's your time. But nobody could stop me. This is what I shared with Katie at the time. I said, no one's going to stop me from knocking on doors. And if I'm willing to go out there, if I'm willing to raise some money from my friends, kind of monetize the Christmas card list and the high school yearbook, and raise the money, nobody stops me from knocking on doors and delivering my message. And that is still true today.
Can I ask you, somebody that was going to law school, there's obviously a lot of lucrative careers available to you, and despite what people think, politics is not that lucrative in terms of payout. There's a lot of people working for very little money here, sometimes no money at all.
Deek sent me.
What was it when you were young that drove you towards politics? Did you go into law school thinking, I want to be politically active?
Yeah, I was lucky to be. I was raised in a home of two World War II generation people, Tom and Barbara O'Malley. Both my parents were aviators. My dad flew a B-24 33 missions over Japan, and my mom was Pittsburgh, and my mom's dad was the chair of the Allen County, Fort Wayne, Indiana party all through the Roosevelt years. So we were raised with those stories. We were always taught and encouraged to be involved in the political life of our place, our home place, our state, our country, and we were told that that was a noble calling. and whether to help other people running for office, which I initially thought was my great talent, and maybe it is, or to maybe even run one day yourself. So, we had pictures of King and Kennedy in our homes, and not to mention campaign buttons going back for a few generations. So that's probably the primary reason why and my dad was also a trial attorney, so I thought I could be a great virtuoso, jury trial person. I was headed there, but then I took a detour back to public service. And no, Destiny, I have not made a lot of money, but I can't imagine a better way to have spent my life. I was able to help 71 million people a day by turning around the Social Security Administration in a very tough time in that agency's history at the president's request, and then to be able to do things across the scale of a whole state. And then, but first, probably nothing was quite as satisfying as being able to serve people as mayor of Baltimore. So that's my backstory.
Can I ask, I'm curious, it seems like you were really successful in jumping from smaller offices to larger offices, and you were able to take some of the ideas or programs, I think city stat to state stat, right. You were able to take those
from New York.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. You were able to take these smaller programs and continue to up them to the next level. And it seems like sometimes people have trouble jumping into the larger pond. When you're going into the larger lake or the ocean or whatever, right? When you're going from one level to the next, I'm curious, personally, what were some of the issues, or what do you feel like was some of the biggest challenges? Larger offices, more phone calls to make. How difficult was it to go from being mayor to governor, or city councilman to mayor, or
Yeah, I wrote a book about this. It's called Smarter Government, and I made 16 cents an hour writing it. But it was the book I wanted to write. It didn't land me on Oprah, but it did land in a lot of offices of mayors and governors and county executive practitioners. So I learned from a super kind of genius savant guy. I'm not myself a composer. I'm a folk singer. But I recognize a good chorus when I hear it, and a replicable 3-chord song when I hear it. So this guy's name was Jack Maple. He was a lieutenant in the subway police, and when Bill Bratton became Commissioner of New York, he gave him the biggest elevation in the history of American policing, from being a subway lieutenant to being the deputy commissioner for tactics and strategies for the NYPD. And they started making use of commonplace technology that my adult children think has been here forever, namely geographic information systems and the ability of computers to crunch data on a massive scale, unintimidated by that scale, and to do it in a timely way so that you can identify on a map where the problems are. You can deploy the solutions, tactics, and strategies, and get inside, if you will, the turning radius of the problem instead of chasing after it. So that is basically what ComStat was about. We were the first city to take an enterprise-wide city stat, first city to put 311 on the front end of it, and the 4 principles are the same, and the most important thing about it is also the same. The principles are timely, accurate information shared by all. Because in the information age, with such a diminished trust in public institutions all around the world, you have to be open and transparent and share your data with all if you have any hope of establishing the trust necessary to deliver results or to move a big organization. Second, effective tactics and strategies, rapid deployment of resources. Third, relentless follow-up. So that also became the mantra for state stat, and that was the mantra for security stat for the recent I think pretty stunning turnaround by the hardworking men and women, greatly understaffed at Social Security. The good news about each of those leaps is that it's all human beings. And human nature doesn't change. Okay. And one of the things Jack Maple taught me that a lot of people in public service have a hard time believing, accepting, doing is, if you want to make 1% progress a year across in most of our government, we're set up to do that 1% a year. It's called the budget. But if you want to make progress every 2 weeks, 1%, then you've got to communicate with openness and transparency. Give them permission to ask questions and come up with solutions so that you're making 1% progress every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, every 2 weeks. We, as human beings, is just the way we're wired. We imagine our work future in 2 weeks view sheds, and we remember our work commitments in 2 week hindsights. One of the operational differences I found, though, in going from direct service in the city of Baltimore to the state, where oftentimes, we made our public schools #1 public schools in America 5 years in a row. But there were 24 counties that had their own school boards and their own political authorities and their own superintendents. So we had to, at that level, and we repeated this recently in Social Security, you have to get people on board with a plan that is time-stamped. In other words, with deadlines and also assigning responsibilities for what might be attenuated links in the chain of delivery. And by that I mean, you want to fill a pothole, somebody calls for a pothole, the dispatcher dispatches a crew, you fill the pothole. That's 3 links. But if you're talking about improving 3rd and 4th grade boys and girls reading scores across an entire state with different socioeconomic, neighborhoods, yes, the child, it's the parent, maybe it's the grandparent, maybe it's the foster parent, it is the teacher, it is that instructional leader in the school. Might be the principal, might be the vice principal, the instructional leader in the county, or if it's a big county, it might be the area first. And you can imagine how that chain emanates all the way up to the governor eventually. So that's why the plan's so important. And then there's other intervening externalities that come into it, like the health and well-being of the child. How many kids come to school and all they can think about is having their next meal because the last one they had was at lunch the day before. So we were successful at every level. Thank you for seeing that, because one of the things that has so many of us checking out of democracy, checking out of politics, is our belief that it's too big to be managed. It can't be managed. We're no longer capable as a people of delivering the goods of the republic that make a republic worth having. But my experience has been the opposite. I think we've never had better tools. What we need is a new way of governing.
I felt that a lot towards the end of COVID, but I felt like the leadership wasn't the greatest. And it felt like we were kind of in disarray, but as soon as America got its act together, that when we're all single-minded and moving in a different direction, or in a certain direction, that things like the personal protective equipment, things like the vaccine rollout, that if our mind is set to a particular task, that we absolutely do have the tools to get things done. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it, when you think back in history in World War II, how quickly we ramped up as a nation when we had that threat. We tend as human beings to get our shit in one sock when there's an enemy at the door or an emergency, and then we go back to the way we've always done
fighting amongst ourselves sometimes, yeah. One of the things that I struggle with personally is narrativization. So having like a broad story or like moving people in a certain direction.
Yeah, all the world is story.
Yeah.
You can't move people with data.
Yeah,
you can't move by story.
And I look, when I'm kind of like looking at you, I see parallels, hopefully there's no bad blood between you two, but you and Pete Buttigieg, and that like...
No, I know him very well.
Yeah.
Actually, I've known him, I've known him for a long time.
Okay, good. Sorry, in the streamer world where I'm at, sometimes people are always randomly fighting with each other, and I don't always...
Okay.
But regardless,
no, I like
Pete is like he comes off as a very data-driven...
In fact, I supported him for DNC chairman.
Yeah, okay. Very data-driven, very process-oriented guy. And I appreciate that. Do you feel like sometimes, whether it's in the party, in the media, in the culture, that there's a little bit of... people view that as kind of an elitist thing, or they look down upon it, or they don't view it as favorably as people who are more willing to just kind of like tell broad stories? Or do you not get that feeling? Or from my perspective, I feel like sometimes one of the big criticisms of Pete was that he came off as like an elitist. From my corner of the media, that was a common criticism levied at him. But I love like all the stuff he's done, going on to conservative media fighting, and then all of this very like detail-oriented stuff.
Yeah, it's I had to learn that as excited as I got about the how-to of delivering better results, whether it was in the school system or working or reversing a 300-year decline in the health of the waters of the Chesapeake Bay. I could talk to you for an hour about how we did that and about the 34 performance measures. But that's not the same as the story that says, when I was out on the Chop Tank River, I talked to a guy who'd been fishing the chop tank his whole life. And I asked him, how's the river doing? And he said, better. And I said, how much better? He said, not as good as when I was a boy, but I actually saw a sturgeon the other day, and people thought they were extinct. And I'm seeing some of the bay grasses coming back now, ever since they fixed that sewage treatment plant of the river. That's a story, you know? So, and what we need to do a better job of, I think, as a party, is boiling down our stories into the structure of and, but, and so. You know, Little Red Riding Hood went through the woods, and she was hoping to get to her grandmother's, but there was a wolf blocking her path. So she dropped her bag and ran like hell to grandma's. And but so. We have struggled to do that because we're a party that actually believes in government. And if you listen to some of the language of our candidates, they have an over-reliance of the word and. And if we can just stuff your ear and with one more fact, and after about the first 5 ands, it becomes blah, blah, blah. So we need to get sharper in our communications. I had to learn to do that every time I ran for office and was re-elected. People care about stories. They care about their neighborhood. They care about people like them and people that they know. They don't care so much about the performance metrics or the feedback loops or GIS. People that need to get it done do, but not so much the people who are in charge, which are the citizens. So we need, just as you'd have to explain to your boss in ways that your boss appreciates how you're doing what you're doing with a limited time that any boss has to focus on it, the people are in charge, the citizens of the Republic, and we need to do a better job of giving them executive briefings, not, numbing their brain with data after data after data.
It's interesting you say that because one of the biggest struggles, I think, in coming into this election season and then seeing Donald Trump win is before we had this fixation on, or at least people talk a lot about, you yourself talk about like tabletop issues, right?
Kitchen table issues. Kitchen table.
And
actually, I wasn't allowed to talk about it during the campaign. I was hatched. But
oh, sure.
Afterwards.
Yeah. But I feel like one thing that seems to be happening, you bring up communication, is sometimes it's not so much these issues, it's can people have visibility on what has been done about the issues. And it's weird to me that it seems so difficult for the Democratic Party to take credit for any of the successes, and the Republicans can take credit for things that they haven't even done. Like to see Donald Trump, who came into office trying to destroy the ACA, all of a sudden champion pre-existing conditions, or to see Democrats struggle to, I'm sure you have a lot of criticisms for Hillary in 2016, but she tried
not
that.
Not so much. I was a surrogate for her in 30 states. Sure. I have a lot of respect for it, but we clearly, as a party, failed to connect with the kitchen tables.
Yeah, I remember her statement was like, was the America's already great versus make America great again. Maybe her problem was it wasn't the and but so story because it was just kind of stopping there. It seems like today Democrats have a really hard time communicating successes or wins. I'm curious from your perspective, what are big things that the Democratic Party can do to communicate like some of the good that the Democratic Party stands for and has done and will deliver for the American people?
Yeah, that's a question that every single member of the DNC that I have spoken to is asking. And by the way, fair attribution, it was my friend Joe Rome. He wrote a book, and one of the chapters in it looked at Senator Secretary Clinton's language in the debates and compared it to Donald Trump. And what he found was an over-reliance of the conjunction and in her language. So, and a diabolical balance of and, but, and so from Donald Trump. So part of the answer to this, how do we reconnect? How do we re-engage with the concerns of the hardest working people in America? And by that I mean the people who are busting their ass just to keep their nose above water. And that's who felt like we lost sight of them, so they lost their loyalty to us and hit the refresh button, even though they knew that meant electing a really horrible person to the White House again. So that's a stunning defeat. That tells us that for all our well-intended policies, we did not communicate to people sufficiently the story of how we were making things better. When I ran for re-election as governor of Maryland, and one of the things that distinguishes me in this DNC race is I'm the only person that's actually run for office, served in public office, been re-elected. Coming out of the recession, my own media consultants told me, don't try to talk to people about the economy. And they're not feeling it. Nobody's doing better than they were before the recession. And we said, well, that's not what we need to convince them of. We need to convince them that after they voted for us, we took actions to make it better, to tackle the problem, that we're coming out of the recession faster than other states. And we failed to do that when we had the power of the White House. Other historians will unpack what the many reasons for that might have been, but we failed to make those connections back. We did a better job of that. Remember the shovel-ready days of the early Obama administration, and we wanted projects all over the United States that were shovel-ready so they could be good to go. And people said, oh, well, they're small projects. Well, they might have been small projects, but they told a story.
And they were visible.